Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good afternoon if you are in Europe or in Asia. Good morning if you are in Brazil or in the US or in Mexico, which is extreme morning over there. It's another beautiful Wednesday of Teledipity Live. How is everybody who's watching? Where are you watching from? How is life going? How's the year going? How are you feeling? What brought you to the stream? It's gonna be a great 6 hour stream. I don't like sometimes, every once in a while, I'm really good at reading the future. Sometimes, maybe. I have a feeling this stream is going longer than 6 hours. I have a feeling it's gonna be so powerful and so deep. And some of the people who are about to show up today are gonna have such interesting stories to tell that will bring such important conversations about the times we're living in and the things we're anxious about and the ways that our definition of success and work and money are shifting in uh, positive directions, I believe, but also at the beginning of that shift in maybe scary ways that we don't necessarily understand. And I have a feeling we're just going to have a lot of those conversations today. A hunch, a very clear hunch. So I'm allowing it to happen. Of course, just I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're new here or you've been watching, if you've been on Teledipity for a long time, or you just signed up in the past year or so. But if you know me, you know that I'm watching the changes in technology and work and maybe some economic shifts, but I try to talk about those from our highest selves without dogma, without a um, without an angle for the conversations that matter, but aren't constructive when it comes to what I am here to talk about every day and the lane which I chose for life, for teledipity, for my voice, for my site, for my content, which is you driving your life and you making your dreams happen and you making your story the best possible, regardless of where the world wants to go or what debates the world wants to have or what transitions the world chooses to go through at any given time. It's about your freedom, your autonomy, your self trust, and your confidence, and about building that muscle, and about building that muscle in ways that maybe are not associated with the ways that we normally think about confidence, self trust, and self reliance. I don't know if it's just like first of all, I've been off Instagram for years. I barely logged into it. I barely posted on it. The Teledipity Instagram account has been asleep for a while. And then I came back because I'm gonna start posting again. And I tend to think through things before I start executing on them. So I thought about the stream for a while before I went in and did it. And now I'm thinking about what I want to do with those social media channels before jumping into it. So I'm kind of like getting a lay of the land. So I'm now watching some of the content that's in there. It's interesting to me because I had not been watching like reels or feeds or anything like that, whether it was in TikTok or Instagram or even LinkedIn, since around 2023. And a lot has changed since then, mainly AI, but really like just the conversations that people like to have in these places and being reintroduced to it after a long dormant period. It feels kind of weird Like something changed about that place. Do you feel that? It doesn't feel the same. It feels like more than ever. This was always a feature of social media, but more than ever, it's a place where we go to find conflict and get conflict and engage in conflict. Sometimes it's useful, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes it's just like an impulse that every human has, myself included, which is like you see somebody that disagrees with you on a point or that believes something different and you want to debate. I love debate. I was a debate kid in high school. I was a Model UN kid. I would I would go to the Model UN event in Monterrey in Mexico every single year, and I would be assigned North Korea or Sierra Leone, and I would just go in there and take a controversial position and then just fight everybody, and I loved it. So I'm a debater myself. If you get me into debate, I will I will engage. So I'm not looking down on it like, oh, these people that do social media. Like I engage in it too, but I'm also reflecting on the the objective of it or the purpose of it. Because there's a lot of things that frankly we don't like about what's going on in the world. And politics aside, because that stuff's important. But it's not the space in which teledipity has something to contribute. Other people will have something to contribute on the political side. But when it comes to technology in our lives, I think it's very very obvious and respectable how people are getting angry uh, about the proliferation of AI, about the lack of regulation, about the speed at which these companies are publishing new models without thinking of the consequences, and about the excuse that, oh, this is always what needs to happen. That's what happened with the internet. That's what happened with the public, with the printing press. That's what happened with cars when we had horses. And if you were a horse person, you had to learn how to drive in order to keep up with innovation. I think I might have made some of those arguments back in 2019 before AI was published because I was aware of it and I was excited about it. This is like almost 10 years ago, but that doesn't apply to AI because AI is doing a lot of bad things. It's going into a lot of bad places. It's creating a lot of bad outcomes, and um, and people have a right to be angry about it. And and the problem with that is that the the debate is stuck because it's all like we're always looking for absolute truths. This is something that we tend to, I don't know if it's like a human thing or a 21st century thing, but we always want, is it good or is it bad? Is it right or is it wrong? It's this attitude that we are all being pulled into, which is like either idealization or demonization, not just of people, but of ideas and of concepts, and no room uh for ambiguity, which is what every debate always comes down to, right? um i I'm a huge fan of the philosophical current that's known as Pyrrhonian skepticism, but then was is sometimes associated, not always, with Montaigne, Michel de Montaigne. He's a, if you want to categorize him as a philosopher, he's of the skeptic tradition, but he's his own thing. He doesn't really have a school. He's very like shifty, but I love him and I love his writing and I love his views. And He's not he's the perfect model for these times because he was writing at a time where ideological extremism was triggering civil wars where he lived. It was Protestants versus Catholics in France in Bordeaux, 16th century, and neighbors, family members, brothers. They're killing each other over like whether Catholicism or Protestantism was like the right religion, and he frankly did not care, and he couldn't stop it. He couldn't convince anybody. He himself, in his writings, he's against evangelism. For him, like it's not that his beliefs aren't true, but he analyzes this process that we all go through, where we find our truth in an ideology and in a belief and in an opinion about a modern topic, and then we try to go convince other people so that everybody comes to our side, and that's evangelism. And he was against that, even though he had strong beliefs, because he kept saying like, I have strong beliefs, but like I don't have all the information that my beliefs can change. So I'm not gonna like sit here and say my every opinion I have on every topic is a finished product. And if it isn't finished, then why would I go and try to bring everybody to my side? And then he says even more valuable is like, don't you realize that that's what everybody's doing? Everybody's trying to bring everybody else to their side, and that's what's causing this conflict, this tribalism. And what happens to the person that says like, you guys can fight, I am not ignoring the conversation, I'm just not going to join a tribe, I'm going to stay out of it, I'm going to analyze the topic, um and try to see both sides and then form a very strong opinion. And if you ask me about my beliefs, I'll tell you. But yeah, I'm not going to be fighting, and I'm not going to demonize anybody. And I'm just going to try to contribute in my own way, whether it's through my philosophical writings, which, by the way, like everybody who was fighting at the time, nobody remembers his essays. They survived centuries, and they're still being read, and they're still influencing people. And that was his contribution. Not that he wasn't engaged with the debates of the time, but that he saw something above the things that people were fighting about. And he what he saw was maybe sometimes debates are about the debate itself, and maybe sometimes they're about identity and control and insecurity and the search for validation and the search to be applauded and the search to be recognized, and the need to be right. And a lot of these psychological needs are driving these conflicts in these tribes, and the debate maybe doesn't need to be settled. Maybe if you try to not see the black or the white, but the nuance, maybe there's a middle ground. Maybe there's a better way that isn't about all or nothing. But you know, we almost never do that. And I personally, like, especially in the last 2 years, probably like 90% anti-AI. I still use it for some things. It's still in my workflow for some things, but I absolutely despise the way these companies are being run and the way the adoption is being jammed down the world's throats, and the way, especially, that it's always the excuse like, well, if we don't do it, then China does it. Because that's a great argument, but we heard it before with nuclear proliferation all of the 20th century. Oh, like they're getting nuclear weapons, we're going to get nuclear weapons, otherwise we're going to be left behind. Us, like, probably not the best way to be adopting very complex technologies that can create a lot of problems just because we're trying to win a race, we're trying to compete with somebody else. I don't think that's smart. But also, do I control the world? Am I a world leader? Can I stop it? No. But why am I fighting other people who don't have control over it either, over these opinions? I want to First, I'm staying informed. Second, I want to engage in the conversations. But third, like I have no interest in demonizing somebody who thinks otherwise. Um I also don't have any interest in evangelizing. I just want to I want to talk about my opinions, but I don't need to convince people. So I don't know. I'm like I tend like I'm coming back to social media and noticing this stuff and just being I don't know if disappointed is the right word. Just like maybe maybe looking for another way. And that's not another like I'm not trying to change the world. Just another way to control the information that comes into my brain that allows me to make opinions, that allows me to stay informed, but that also protects me from this impulse to be fighting and this impulse to be joining a tribe, the anti AI tribe or the pro AI tribe, or the anti something tribe or the pro something tribe. It's always in the middle. We need water. Too much water can drown you. We need fire. Too much fire can destroy forests and homes because it's never all or nothing. We need to exercise. Too much exercise can create injury. It's that simple. So it's not even about the thing or the lack of the thing. It's about the context, the way it's being used, the way that usage is being introduced, the way that people are being taught to use it, and then the way in the places where it doesn't belong at all, and that we should just understand that it's a bad idea and stop doing those things. And that's not pro or anti. That's just understanding that every idea, every innovation, even every spiritual belief, every divine language that we use, like numerology and astrology, every philosophical current, like skepticism and stoicism, they're not for all days, every day, all the time. It's about when and how. And you know what? Probably like because these are not new ideas. I did not invent them. I've I've been absorbing them from either the systems I use or the philosophers I love to read, and just the information that I've chosen to ingest over the course of my life. But I think that's what numerology teaches me the most is that it's not about the lesson. It's not about seek freedom or be ambitious or enjoy your life or live in the moment or plan for the future or invest in your personal life or hustle or not hustle. It's about the context. Sometimes that wisdom will help you and sometimes it will hurt you, and it's not the wisdom itself or the personality type itself or the style of thinking itself or the style of deciding itself or the style of moving through life. It's the context and the season and the specific objective that you're chasing, and that always changes. So you can never say this is the answer or this is the absolute truth for anything ever. And you're always mostly right and also wrong in some ways, or mostly wrong and also right in some ways. And there's always a piece of wisdom that you parrot, a perspective that you share with the world, an opinion that is very well formed, that doesn't get practice all the time, that you don't always use, that you yourself forget. So even when you believe something strongly, people can find contradictions. Why? Because it's never absolutes. So I think the most powerful life skill, whether it's with current debates or spiritual topics or evaluating the people in your life or figuring out where you stand or even your relationship with your own self and your own talents and your own personality, is comfort with ambiguity. We want to define everything, we want to label everything, we want to understand everything, but some things are undefinable and unlabelable and ununderstandable. And it's okay. We don't have to either have a strong opinion or believe that our strong opinion is final. It can change. There could be new information. And I mostly I'd say 80% hate AI. But this isn't a conversation about AI. This is a conversation about polarization and tribalism and dogma and belief. And I think for myself, you can think different. Just sharing my opinion. I think the best course of life is renouncing all of them, renouncing strong beliefs, renouncing dogmatism around anything. If something stops working, then you drop it. Numerology included, I might drop it. I haven't for 15 years. It still helps me. That's why I still share it. I don't know though, because I'm not gonna make statements about my life, or I don't need to. I don't need to defend it. Resist belief, resist tribes, resist dogmatism, resist strong opinions, and also resist indifference, because I don't think indifference is good either. You want to stay informed and you want to have an opinion about what's going on always. Or I think. I don't know. I think. That doesn't mean that either you're always right or that you have to engage in conflict all the time. And even that can't be a dogma, because sometimes you do have to get into conflict. So it's not, you can't just make that a law as well, because they're like, you can't make anything a law. Sometimes you have to engage in conflict, mostly not. And mostly it's better to make your own opinions and share them in constructive settings where you're going to be listened to, and when you can listen to others, and just avoid the other places. Maybe. I've been talking for a while. How's everybody? Let me just read the chat, read everybody, and we're going to start doing these live readings. So, watching from UK Manchester. Hi, tuning in from Australia. We're such huge fans of Teledipity and appreciate all your hard work. First time tuning in, looking forward to it. Thank you, Louise. Thank you. Thank you for the support of Teledipity, and thank you for tuning into the first stream. It's a pleasure to have you on. Hi, I'm from Brazil. Just got the app. It's great. Y'all are crushing. Thank you, Chris Fuente. Appreciate it very much. I want to tell you that your app has touched my life in the most beautiful way because it's just so spot on. Thank you, GP Walter. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I only go on to post my end of life education content, but people are looking to fight and it feels like a trap I don't want to fall into. Absolutely. Could not agree more. I'm all about radical humanity. Hey. And metacognition. Metacognition is my favorite word. Thank you for bringing into this conversation. Metacognition. Metacognition is thinking about the way that you're thinking. Thank you for bringing it up. Having the awareness to even question your own beliefs in the first place. Oh, music to my ears. Preaching to the choir. I am right there with you. Nice cycling. So I ranted for a bit, but let's get into the objective of the stream, which is to talk to some Teledipity users and give them more detailed numerology readings about what's going on in their lives, especially if they're not just coming in because they're curious, but because they want to talk about something specific going on in their lives that they want advice on, so that the conversation can expand from the numerology charts and go into topics that apply to all of us, because those are the most interesting readings. But of course, as long as you're vulnerable and as long as you're coming to share, you can get a reading, even if it's just for curiosity. That's not a hard rule either. So if you who's here for a live reading, and maybe you are new to the stream and don't understand how this all works, I am live for 6 hours every Wednesday, and I oscillate between ranting about topics that you either prompt me on or ask me about, or just come to my mind, because I have ADHD, severe. I've been diagnosed several times, and it's always the highest score, and I'm fine. And then I'll give you your numerology reading. The numerology readings are super special. We talk about things that every time I give a reading, and this is not just in the stream, just when people buy one-on-one readings privately, which I've been doing for years now, almost 8 years, over 600 readings by now. The most beautiful thing about giving people readings is that you see a part of yourself in everybody. Same fears you either still have or once had, or expect to have one day when you get to their point in life. Same insecurities, same limiting beliefs. There's like everybody has a piece of you, and you can empathize with everybody. And people who watch the stream that don't jump in to get a live reading, they tell me the same thing all the time. It's like I saw myself in everybody. And I think that that's probably one of the more powerful experiences about bringing these into the public. It's free, by the way, on the stream, because when you get a live reading for free, the compensation is to do it live so that other people can watch, and to accept for the reading to be recorded so that it might, because we don't always do it, but it might be used as a content piece for teledipity channels in the future. So you have to be comfortable with that if you're going to get a live reading, because people are going to watch. But if you are, the reading is free. Go to the QR code to apply. It's a very brief and very quick application form just to accept the terms of the reading, and to just confirm your birth date and full name of birth so I can get your accurate numerology charts. And then we can talk about how I do these readings. I'm not going to teach numerology because I don't like teaching is not my thing. I don't like to teach. I like to talk about the topics that numerology brings up about life and shit. But anyway, apply for the reading. And if you've already applied, if you're ready to be the very first one on this beautiful, beautiful Wednesday, August stream, say it in the comments. Say, I applied and I am ready. And you'll be the first one to come up. So how it all works, one last time. If you want a reading, you have to go apply in the form first. The form is very easy to fill out. Go to the QR code or this address, teledipity.com/live. Fill out the application, then come back to the stream, because you have to fill out the application so that I can get your information, your birth date, and everything else. But then I choose people from the comment section itself. So once you've applied, all you have to say is, I'm ready and I've applied in the comments, and then I pick somebody from the comment section. And of course, the more you engage in the comments, ask really good questions, or just help keep the comment section alive, engage in conversation, everything else. The more I see your name in the comments, the more likely is I'll pick you for the live reading. So, who wants to be first? Who is applied and is ready? Okay, I have some people ready to go. No, you can, if you've applied before, you don't have to apply again. I have all the applications on file, even if you applied weeks ago. So you don't have to submit again. I'm trying to like do it with from gut. By the way, if you're ready and you want to get the reading and you don't get chosen first, just stick around, because we will. You'll have a chance. I'm here for 6 hours, so if you don't go first, you might go second or third. Most people who apply and stay for as long as they can, they get the reading. It's not that hard to get on. Okay. Nawis, I'm going to pick you first. Nawis Sharil, let me look for you in the application form. 1 second. And check your email, the email that you submitted in the application form, because I'm going to send you a link to join the stream via email. And shall we? How do I find you, shall we? What's your first name? Nawis. Nisha. Okay, Nisha. Nisha. I'm not sure this is you. Oh, Tanisha, this is you. Perfect. So, Tanisha, the email is out. Go to your Gmail, check it out, and that's the link to join us on the stream so we can start this reading. And while we wait for her, don't worry if you didn't get chosen first. Just stick around. Readings will last around 20 minutes, and then I'll get you next. This is the 8th or 9th stream we've done. Usually anybody who applies gets on, because there's usually around there's usually about around 300 people, 300 views per stream. But it's a 6-hour stream, so they're not all watching at the same time. So there's usually like between 10 and 30 people at one time. So it's really easy to get on. The probabilities are very, very high. So just stick around. If you didn't go first, you'll go second. Don't worry about it. Tanisha, we are ready for you. Ready. And if you want to apply for a live reading, QR code, URL, either one, they both go to the same place. Tanisha's here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning.
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are you from? What's going on? How's life going? What brought you to the stream?
Life is crazy. So I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the US. It's funny, teledipity has helped me go through some pretty heavy changes in my life. I spent about 1.5 years getting divorced after a 17-year relationship, 8-year, almost 9-year marriage. I have a 6-year-old daughter. At the same time, I have been building a career in hospice and palliative care, and somehow started becoming a pretty well-known social worker in my field, doing a lot of lecturing and stuff while also battling a lot of imposter syndrome. And it's funny because, I refer back to my teledipity all the time in that I'm a life path 1, and this apparently is what I'm supposed to be doing, but it's absolutely terrifying. And so I'm battling a lot of childhood trauma and wounds and healing those things to be able to show up as the light I'm supposed to be. But it gets really, really hard. And I'm at a point right now where after 10 years at the bedside, disrupting from the inside, I feel like I need to be disrupting from the outside. But I have these blocks of how to show up authentically without, being scared to show up in all of my woo and magic, and it makes me stuck, and I just sit in this stuckness, and I peek my head out, I do a couple things, I do a couple big things, like I flew to California in June to give a lecture, and then I come back to work and I'm like small again. And so I'm just like stuck in this cycle, and I really like to figure out how to get out of it.
When you in that last phase that you described, when you get back to work and feel small again, what triggers it? What does it feel like? How does that shift happen? Have you analyzed?
It feels like people don't. I am like, I like to say I'm humble, but I'm self-deprecating. I hate saying, do you understand the knowledge, like how good I am at what I do? And it feels like they kind of appreciate it, but they don't really see it. And so I feel like I'm just a cog, but a sparkly cog. Like there's enough recognition that like there's something a little bit different about me, but it's like I could be doing so much more. They're not utilizing me, and I'm at a point where I'm becoming apathetic to it. Like I don't, and I'm trying to find the meaning outside of the work. But I feel like it'd be great if I could go to work and feel the same thing, because it's hard to split myself like that.
Yeah. Before we jump into your reading, 2 things. Do you have a middle name?
Sherelle.
Can you write it in the comments or something, just to make sure I spell it right? By the way, to everybody applying, every part of your legal name matters in a numerology reading, and the legal name at birth, even if it's changed after. That's how numerology works. We can talk about that later, but I just want to make sure I get the right chart, and I have thoughts. So, okay, Sherelle, where is it? Is it in the YouTube comments or right
No,
here?
there's there in the other side.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't.
Comments, chat. Where did it go?
I don't know. It
Okay.
won't let me do it on the regular YouTube chat because I'm on the stream.
Yeah. Just spell it for me. Sorry.
Yeah. CHERILLE.
Okay. Cheryl, I'm sorry, Tanisha. Oh, what should I call you? Nisha, Tanisha?
Nisha's fine. Nisha's
Nisha,
fine.
okay. Nisha, I think there's, of course, this is my opinion. I'm not the knower of all things. But before we jump into your reading, I think there's sort of two separate things that are triggering this snapback that I think are important to separate. One is that if you work in a place that doesn't appreciate you and you've tried to shift it and you can't, the only real solution at that point is to start looking for other workplaces. And because sometimes you just can't change the culture or the ways that the culture relates to you. And I know that you can't snap a finger and do it, but I also know it's not impossible. So I think that sometimes shifting the environment can do wonders. Separate from that, I do think that at the deepest level, real confidence is something that grows from within the moment that your self-assessment of your value and your worth needs no confirmation from the outside world, needs nobody to agree, nobody to witness, and nobody to co-sign. So the moment you know your value and you enter a place that doesn't see it and doesn't give you evidence of it, doesn't reward you for it, doesn't recognize you for it, and that lack of recognition changes nothing. Doesn't make you doubt it, doesn't make you question it, doesn't make you angry, doesn't make you hate them, doesn't make you frustrated. It just makes you notice, okay, they're not seeing it. That's real confidence. And I think none of us have it naturally, but we slowly go to that point where we realize that if our confidence is always based on somebody co-signing that we're good at what we do, then it's so fragile. It can be destroyed by one day of like controversy or one workplace that has a culture that doesn't allow anybody to be recognized in that way, or 1 year where we have other stuff going in our personal life and we can't be as talented as we normally are, and therefore we're not getting the evidence anymore. Then it's gone, and then you have to rebuild it from scratch as if it was never there. And I think that that's the answer. I don't think necessarily that that's something that you're like, oh, well, okay, then now I'm going to do that, and then you do it. Of course not. But I think that there's a powerful shift where you start evaluating yourself based on the evidence and not based on the opinions. What have you done? What have you accomplished? What's your track record? What are the amazing things that you've done with your talents and your skills
Yeah.
that nobody can debate against because there's actual evidence beyond reasonable doubt? Like if it was a trial, it's not opinion, it's evidence. If that evidence stacks up that you're awesome,
Yeah.
then it doesn't even need your own opinion. It's just fact.
Yeah, that's exactly the times where I'm able to anchor into this is when I'm looking at like my CV. because I think getting to where I got, it was very stealthy because each time I said yes to something, it was with the energy of, I don't know why they're asking me, but I'm going to do it anyway. And then it became, I'm going to spread this message however it is. I'm going to take advantage of whatever platforms are available to me. And I know that I'm attracting these opportunities because I do. I don't look for them. They come to me and I do them. And then one day I had to look, I was updating my CV and I went, holy shit, when did I do all of this? And like, no wonder people are asking for me because apparently I became an expert without paying attention.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I think part of the problem is though, I do these big lectures, I do these talks. I show up, I want to throw up. I
Mhm.
have major social anxiety. It doesn't come out that way because this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I want to puke. I start the talk, and then the talk is over. It's been an hour. It's been an hour and a half. I have no idea what I just said,
That's
and I'm
flow.
hoping I didn't cuss too many times
That's
and
flow.
that nobody's mad at me. But then I walk away without. I don't internalize the fact that that thing just happened,
Mhm.
and so I don't. I mean, I talk to people, I network, and then I run and then it like disappears and I'm not building a store inside of myself of I've done all of these things. So it's not until I look again at the list and I'm like, oh, I just did a lecture halfway across the country. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Already to me, it's like, oh, but was it really that big a deal?
Well, kill that voice inside you.
I know.
Like that's the part that out, out, and like to kill it is just to make fun of it when it comes. It's like, yeah, yeah, I did do that. Okay, thanks though. Now you can go away. But more importantly, because I was thinking about while you were talking, is the other thing is like, and this is very like I am seeing a mirror here because I went through this exact same process. It's like there's this fallacy that in order to finally own that you have to change.
Mm,
I think in order to finally own that you have to stop thinking that you have to change. And this comes from what you said about I go on stage, I have social anxiety, I don't know what I said, and I don't know if anybody was mad at me. It was just like
mhm,
all is that's the analysis that doesn't belong there anymore because
mhm,
you don't have to be a certain way to go on stage. You just have to be you. And if you cuss, you cuss. And if you are scatterbrained, you're scatterbrained. And if you go from topic to topic and there's no whatever, like I think like what people call charisma is not really a style of personality or a style of speaking. It's just the person that's not editing themselves or overanalyzing themselves
mhm,
and just letting themselves be who they are without having to like monitor if it's being received correctly or if it's going to create discord or if it's going to be either universally accepted or the opposite.
mhm,
Because I think when you think about it, and confidence is not something, it's the lack of something. It's not questioning yourself, it's not editing yourself,
mhm,
it's not changing yourself, it's just no no filter from the impulse to the action.
mhm,
And you might think that that means, well, then you never criticize yourself or you never accept fault, but actually I think it's the opposite. I think it's insecurity that refuses to accept mistakes, that refuses to
mhm.
accept fault, that refuses to be vulnerable on stage because they're editing themselves for public consumption, public opinion. Like they feel like in order for their voice to be heard, they have to appear perfect. So
Yeah,
those are the people who do not accept criticism or feedback or fault because they're protecting an image. But if you are not protecting an image and if you're just yourself, you're the first person to notice when you made a mistake. It's almost immediate. It's
yeah,
the oh, I shouldn't have said that, or I said that wrong, or that was misheard, and then you're the first to say, by the way, I didn't mean it like that. Let me
mhm,
correct the record, and it
yeah,
comes out naturally because that's again the lack of filter. But if you have a
mhm,
filter, you say something, you realize that you said it wrong, somebody points it out, and you're like, no, you misheard me. You took me out of context. And
yeah.
I hate being taken out of context because that's not what I meant at all. That's insecurity. Confidence is being like, yeah, messed up.
Yeah,
It's okay. You know?
yeah. Yeah, I struggle. I struggle with that. That's why I don't post as much on my TikTok because there's a part of me that's trying to edit, but I can't do that. So like if I start posting a post and I have to re-record it twice, then I'm done because that means it's not time to speak. But there's a part of me that's afraid
Yeah.
of feedback.
You you're a writer. Do you write, right?
I don't. I'm an orator. I
Okay.
try to.
So okay, but okay.
I'm
If
supposed
you're
to.
not a writer, but you at least know that the first draft always sucks.
Yeah.
That it's part of writing to do it again and again and again until it comes out perfect.
Yeah.
So the rule that if it doesn't come out the first two times you don't do it, I think you're blocking your
Well,
genius.
because then
I
it
think
starts
you're like,
becoming scripted to me.
no,
Like
no, no,
I
no.
want to just say the thing, and if it doesn't come out the way I want to say it, then I'll come back to it.
Scripted is reading a teleprompter or a script.
Yeah.
Scripted is not rehearsing until it comes. That's rehearsal. Actors do it, and public
Oh,
speakers
that's
do it
the
all the
thing.
time.
Oh, no, no. Here's the thing. So I'm a retired competitive Irish dancer, belly
Uh-huh.
dancer, singer, and musician.
Mhm.
I only do things that I'm really good at, and I don't do anything that I'm not good at. I don't practice anything. I don't rehearse anything. I just show up and do it. So if I
But you
have
know
to
that you're
do
good at speaking.
that, I know. So I
And
just
you
do
you
it.
rehearse dancing too. So you
I
don't
don't
you did not
know.
get on stage and dance perfectly Irish dancing the first time. You had to
No,
learn it.
but what I would do is not do the step I was taught. I would do the step that came out of me, which is why I became an improv belly dancer because
Mhm,
I just don't. I've told myself that I don't retain the information very well.
mhm.
So I play music by ear. I never took singing lessons, but I joined a bunch of bands. Like I don't rehearse things. I show up and this is what you get, and then I run away.
I would encourage you to try. You don't have to call it rehearsal. Just try the third, fourth, or fifth video, and you'll realize that it's just as authentic. You
Ugh.
just notice the mistakes and redid them. Because I realize that you have a personality and identity toward it, but in reality, like there's nothing scripted about recording 3 times and doing it again a fourth time. That's not scripted.
Ugh.
And any improv actor or stand-up comedian will tell you the same thing. Stand-up comedians, they repeat their routine like a million times before it's
Mm,
perfect. Plays do the same thing. They go on workshops before they go on Broadway. Every
yeah.
writer will tell you the same thing. That nothing about repetition eliminates talent. If anything, it hones it. Athletes will tell you the same. Concert pianists will tell you the same. I don't think that I think the association you have with just letting your instincts come out is a good one. But I think
Mm,
the association you have with if you have to repeat it, it's not authentic. I don't think that's right. I
mm.
disagree. Let's get to your reading. So, mm, are you looking for a career change? Are you trying to like actively like activate it? Because there's one very close.
Yeah, I have a little side thing where I do end of life navigation using all of the skills that I have in
Mhm.
consulting, and but I don't feel like I have a very business oriented mind, so I haven't let myself like fall into it. So I'm just working for a hospice agency, but I don't think I want to do that anymore. I kind of feel like
I'm
the
sorry.
messaging I've been getting is that either the job doesn't exist or it will be, I have to keep showing up in these spaces and somebody's going to see me and say, I want that, and then offer me something. So it's kind of been sitting a little bit.
I'm sorry. I keep correcting you because you know yourself better than me. But yes, you have a business oriented mind. Yes,
Oh
absolutely.
my God.
I don't want I mean, I'm seeing it in your chart, first of all. And second of all, I'm seeing it in your personality. Just the fact that you think that about yourself makes me angry because it's a lie. like
Yeah.
it's a lie.
I have a lot of wounds. I have a
You
lot
don't
of
have
wounds.
to start a business, but you could. You absolutely could. You don't have to, but you could. Okay?
Yeah.
Um, your 40s, your mid 40s to mid 50s, from age 44 to age 53,
Oh, great.
are very much about, they're not about leadership, but they are about presence and voice and monetizing both and building your impact through there and your revenue through there, and presence and voice. Now, that doesn't mean you need to be a public speaker by trade necessarily. Maybe it does mean that, but it means that you are going into a chapter of your career where it's a level above the practice of what you do, but the messaging around that and the ideas that come from that. And I think that not right now, but 2027 is a year where you have a big 11 in your chart. And 11 means a lot of things, but when it's in that position of the chart, it means that it's not destiny because you have to grab it, but that there are opportunities for your ideas and voice to gain a lot of visibility and a lot of traction very quickly. To get listeners, to get followers, maybe not necessarily social media, but like followers, a following,
Mm,
and to turn that into income. And that is just 1 year, but that's the seed of the next chapter of your life. So I think there's two different conversations, whether you should seek a new job to make progress and whether you should continue to feed into the presence and the voice that you came to this reading talking about, that very much is your future,
mm,
that your numerology chart says this is where you should go.
yeah.
And these things, they don't happen overnight, but they do get big boosts at certain transits and certain periods. And you have one coming up in 2027.
Mm,
So I think we can forget the business stuff, whatever, maybe later. But I do think it's time to figure out what belief or system or process fits you and your personality, where you can know that you're ready and not have any more qualms about it, to start making content as much and as often as you can, because that's the way that the siren call will work, and that's the way that you'll be found. That doesn't always mean social media. That sometimes means in person
yeah.
public speaking engagements, like you've been doing, like a
Yeah.
TEDx talk, stuff like that, like
That's,
finding opportunities to speak. But also, like, social media is a good tool for that too. And I don't think it's a coincidence that's the topic you brought up first,
yeah.
because your soul is feeling that pull,
Yeah.
that knowing that that's what's coming next for you in your career and your life. And by the way, like, and it's not just me, everybody in the comment will agree. I'm not looking at the comment section right now. Everybody in the comment will agree. Just the way you showed up to the stream means that you don't have anything to develop.
Mm,
You are already good at talking and getting your point across and doing it with a very unique energy when you're just doing it and not thinking about how you're doing it. And maybe it helps if you're uh, filming yourself while having a conversation with somebody else that can bring
mm,
these topics out of you, so that you feel
yeah.
like you're in conversation rather than talking to a camera.
Yeah. I
That's a
do a lot
good,
of
like,
podcasts.
yeah.
Yeah. I like podcasts.
But
Yeah.
also, like it doesn't have to be like a hidden person. Like, you get a friend. It's like, I'm gonna talk to the
Ah,
camera,
I see. Yeah.
but you're
Yeah.
gonna be in the room. You're gonna ask me questions. I'm gonna be talking to you, but I'm gonna be looking at the
Yeah.
camera.
Yes.
And then that the presence of somebody brings out a different side of you that edits yourself less, especially if it's somebody you're comfortable with.
Yeah. I think that's my generator side in my human
Mhm.
design. It's like I need prompting,
Mhm.
because often what I post on TikTok is something that's happened at work. And I
Mhm.
went viral last summer just saying something random, and I was like,
Mhm.
I didn't actually of all things, I would never have thought that would be the thing
Yeah.
that would make everybody want to listen to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I need like a reason to be talking.
And I want to, like, I don't know if this will help or not, but I still feel the need to say it because I feel like we are always both at the same time empowering and limiting ourselves with our beliefs about ourselves. These statements we make, just like, I need prompting, I
Mm,
need
mhm.
X, I need Y in order to bring out my best self. There's
Yeah,
an irony there because beliefs are very powerful, and we know this. Like, people heal their bodies with beliefs. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get out of cancer. I don't know how, but I'm gonna get out of cancer, and they do. And it's not always magical. It's just the attitude and the belief that activates things. Like, it could be metaphysical. It could be something else. We don't care, but like, beliefs are powerful. So it's sometimes beliefs are like the training wheels in a bicycle. They allow us to feel comfortable in something new, knowing that we're not going to fall, so that we develop the skill. But training wheels eventually have to come off. So you can start with a belief like, I need prompting, to kind of develop that muscle. But eventually you have to realize that all that was a belief that allowed you to tap into the best side of yourself, that later you can drop and say, like, I don't need that anymore. I can just do it without prompting now.
yeah,
And that comes from skill. So just make sure that those beliefs don't become so solidified that they continue to limit you once they become expired. And I
mm,
think it's the same with, like, and this is not necessarily about you anymore, but just bringing out this idea, like, it's the same with all these spiritual rituals that we have, like with crystals. I think that crystals, and this is my personal opinion, I think the crystals are not about the crystal. I think crystals are the training wheel that allow us to access a belief that we can't access otherwise. It's saying, like, if I do this and rub it before I go on stream, I'm going to have a really good stream. And I do.
mhm,
But was it the crystal? Was it the belief?
mm,
And that's extremely effective. There's nothing wrong with that. But
yeah,
eventually you have to realize, like, the real power is in your mind and not in the external source. Because then you're like, if you develop this web of beliefs around the powers you can access when the conditions are right versus when they're
mhm.
not,
Yeah, 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 yeah,
then that stuff starts to become limiting.
yeah. It's about the perfect yeah, yeah.
Mhm. But it's okay in the beginning, by the way. It's okay. Because I used to have this belief too. Like, I started out saying, like, I am so good on a live stream when I know people are watching and the thoughts come out perfectly. But if there's no audience and I'm just talking to a camera to record like a YouTube video or whatever, it doesn't come out as cleanly. I started with
Mm,
that belief, but eventually I realized, like, it doesn't matter. Um, so eventually like, I think it's useful in the beginning, but you like, it's also useful to remember it's all in your head.
yeah, yeah. Ugh.
Why? Oh, what is that disgust?
I don't know. I don't know. It's funny is I have like my last lecture, somebody told me that I reminded them that the truth is also medicine. And working in hospice and palliative care, it's like there's a lot of medicine involved. And I've always felt like there's something missing.
Mhm.
And when they said that, it like activated something in me. And it's like, I have to figure this out because this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I have a unique view on this particular thing that affects everyone. But there are other ways to do it. So the other thing is there's a health policy fellowship that I've been invited to think about applying for, and the application process closed on the 3rd, and I forgot about it, and then they've extended it. And I got an email
That was for
yesterday.
you. That was the
I
universe being
know,
like,
I
you're
know,
supposed to apply to
absolutely.
this.
I picked up on that. I just I got it.
So now you did. Are you
And now
applying?
I have to do it. So
Do it.
yeah,
Don't let it
yeah,
pass.
yeah. It's an opportunity.
There's an ice cream truck outside your house. All you have to do is go get out the ice cream. So you can listen to the music, but if you don't go out and get it, then the potential goes away.
Yeah.
Go get the ice cream. Anyway, back to your reading. The chapter of your life for your voice to be your main source of income, and your ideas to be your main source of income, and your presence to be your main source of income. begins in 2027. And now that's less than 6 months away. That's 5.5, 4.5 months away. It's coming very, very quickly. So my advice for the rest of this year is not like definitely apply to this, but
Mhm.
also at the same time that you're not pressuring yourself, you're at least mentalizing that this is coming and you're going to figure it out. And
Yeah.
you're going to dip your toes in the water and you're not going to like, and I'm not giving orders, just like suggestion, like don't like the funny thing is about like and I like your story will have this pattern too. It's not like you're just beginning on your journey. You've already had success. You've already had viral content. You've already had all these policy opportunities. You're not a newbie. So
Mhm.
you'll see this in your path. But I think that maybe you perceive the next stages to be harder when they're really just a version of the same thing in a different context or
Mhm.
different skills. But the weird thing is that you never really stop feeling imperfect, like you
Mhm.
can't handle all of it, like some pieces are ahead of you, like you're dropping the ball somewhere, and yet you keep advancing and you keep leveling up and you keep increasing your impact and your income and the power of your work and the level of your talent and the level of your genius, they all keep going up while at the same time you feel like you haven't figured it out the whole time.
That's
So
so my life.
that's how it works. That's how it works. It never ends. You
Oh,
like
Lord.
ask like, and I hate that we always have to use the example of like a CEO. Like I don't respect, like I don't fuck billionaires, but like it's like people you admire, talented people you admire the shit out of.
Mhm.
If they're honest, they'll tell you they still feel that because it's the truth. Because confidence doesn't come from a lack of feeling out of depth. Confidence comes from feeling that lack and still doing the thing
Yeah.
and knowing that that's part of it. An athlete will tell you the same. A concert pianist will tell you the same. A successful content creator will tell you the same. Meryl Streep will tell you the same. It's just how it works. You always feel like you haven't figured it out yet, even though you have.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's this been the reason I've gotten to this point is because despite all of the things in my head is telling me, I continue to say yes. I often say yes and then find out later that the thing is much bigger than I ever imagined. It's just I'm compelled to say yes and then I'll figure it out later. And so it's like there's something inside me that doesn't care what's going on up here, that is just going to be like, we're just going to keep doing the thing. And now I'm at a point where the last lectures I've given have been paid. They haven't been paid much, but it's better than the exposure I was getting before, you
Mhm.
know. And being invited to do projects that I think sometimes I look at myself, I'm like, I'm just this little small social worker in Pittsburgh. Like, why do these people care to hear what I have to
Yeah,
say? And
voice. Come on. Ugh,
I know.
small social worker. Come on. Give yourself some credit.
I'm trying.
Like 99% of the social workers in the world have not accomplished what you've
I
accomplished. It's
know.
a fact.
There aren't very many of us, so
Yeah.
like I
Yeah, but
definitely
it's the
stand
same.
out.
And it's not to diminish them, it's to read you accurately.
Yeah.
You've done more.
Yeah, I have.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
You know what? There's another factor here that's this is important to watch out for. But like this is just for people who are in our vibe, and for people who are not in our vibe, they can think differently. It's fine. Whatever. I think humility is demanded by society for the wrong reasons, and thus
Mm,
we feel the urge to be humble in certain areas to not create hate or discord or pushback. When
yes.
in reality, I have no problem with somebody saying, "I'm really good at this. I have I'm a genius at this. I am talented at this." I don't find that something to debate. I don't find that something to feel anyway about. I love it.
Mm,
So some people won't like it when you say, "I rock at this."
yeah.
But people in our vibe, they know that when you say it, it's because you mean it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. So sometimes the urge to be humble is the urge to be liked by people who you don't need liking you anyway.
Mm, I feel that. Yeah.
Do you watch football?
No.
No? Okay, sorry. I just have I have a weird example because Caleb Williams, he's like he has a swagger. And he says like, "I'm gonna win the Heisman," and he won it. I'm gonna turn like he does all the
Wow.
things that he says he's gonna do, but people hate him when he says that.
Ah,
Oh,
yeah.
like you have to be more humble. You have to like no, no, no. I like when somebody knows they're a star, I confirm it
Mm,
because you know what? People know what they're talking about, and I want more people to be like that. I want more people to respect people's confidence and not try to tear it down. You are good, and you don't have to be humble when you know you're good.
mm.
I want to say good luck, but you don't need it.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
My only advice for you is take the next 4.5, 5 months to like kind of like when you I don't know if you've been through this either, but whatever. Kind of like when you mentalize yourself, like I need to go back to the gym, I need to go back to the gym, I need to go
Yeah,
back to the gym, and then 3 months later you finally do it. But there's this
yeah.
whole process of telling yourself you're going to do it. Same with
Okay,
you and the content.
okay,
You don't have to do it tomorrow, but start start planting those seeds of thought in your brain so you're ready by January 1st.
okay.
And you're going to be successful. By the way, like there's a lot of potential for virality and reach
Okay.
and recognition throughout 2027 for you. Please grab it and please
Okay.
apply to this thing.
I am. I'm going to today. I'll do it today. I promise. Thank you so much.
Nisha, it's been amazing getting to know you. I love readings like this. I love that you showed your full self and you talked about the things that scare you and the things that you don't feel perfect about,
Yeah.
because those are like it's not just that it makes for good content. Those are the people want to see on stage. Nobody wants to see a perfect person on stage. We tune it out.
Mhm.
There's nothing there for us. We want to see people like us,
Yeah.
and
I like
that's
that.
what makes content powerful. So this whole energy that you brought to the stream, that's your content self. And I know I haven't even watched your speeches. I know that's who you bring to the speeches. So you can bring that to the content as well.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
My pleasure. Again, you don't need good luck, but good luck. Godspeed.
Bye, guys.
Bye bye. Okay, so let's read some comments before we bring the next person on. I'm feeling like a connection with your testimony. Absolutely, I felt it too. I saw myself in her. I've been through all of all the stuff she described. Tanisha, I share this feeling at work. It's so difficult to feel like you have to prove yourself time and again. Yeah, I felt that too at work. If you're in a place where you have to prove yourself time and again, be open to looking for other jobs, because sometimes you can't change the environment around you, but you can up and leave when you have a better offer. If you know you deserve more, please go find it. Jennifer Calkin, how's it going, Jennifer? Hello from Annapolis, Maryland. Authenticity is fully embracing who you are, all the light and shadow. The root word of authenticity is auth, which is Greek for itself. Andrew's always right on with what he says. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it. The torn between someone offering us or we going to fight for it. So real. Yes. In the Teledipity app, Andres recommends book for your personal year. I was recommended Outwitting the Devil this year. I finished it in less than 2 days. Please apply to the thing, girl. Yes, absolutely. But Andres, I also heard something today that not all the seeds we plant, it will grow because it can have other factors, rain or a storm, with your perspective, plus plus. Did you read that from me or from somebody else? All the seeds we plant will not grow because of other factors. Maybe depending on the season, but seasons always change. No season is forever. So let's say you're planting seeds and you're going into a transit of patience or of surrender, of letting the universe work for you behind the scenes. What it means is not that the seeds you plant are never going to sprout. It means that the seeds you plant are not going to be sprouting on your chosen timeline, but they're still going to sprout. Or maybe they're not going to bloom in the way that you think that they're going to bloom, but they're still going to bloom You planted them, they will still give you fruit, just maybe not the fruit you expected, maybe not in the timeline you expected, but the seeds you plant always bloom into something. I think that's what you're asking. But let me know if that was not your question. How do we connect the mental of yes, it will work with the life? Because sometimes seeds do not work. Tell me more. I want to have a deeper conversation about this. Sometimes seeds do not work. Why do you think that? Why do you believe that? Why do you have this belief that sometimes seeds do not work? I think seeds work. I think they don't all work how we expect them to, nor work in our chosen timeline, but I think they always bloom into something. That's my belief. Let me know if you want me to elaborate or if you want to elaborate if I didn't respond appropriately. And of course, everybody else watching, ask me some more questions. I love this last conversation. Authenticity and confidence. It's so funny because we think we have to develop it, we have to learn it, we have to build it. But I think what I've discovered in the last few years is that it comes when you stop wanting it to come. It comes when you stop engineering for it. It stops when you stop trying to, it comes when you stop trying to define it. It comes when you simply stop overthinking and start just being your own energy. And that doesn't mean you will be universally loved. That doesn't mean you'll never be criticized. It doesn't mean you will always do everything perfect. It just means that you are being yourself and you'll have no problem saying, yes, that was a mistake. Yes, I said that wrong. Yes, let me rephrase. That's confidence. This confidence is owning that you are not perfect, not trying to be, never will be, just like everybody else, but you are you. And I think when we're trying to build confidence, we think that there's a world where everybody will like us, or charisma or authenticity. I think confidence, charisma, and authenticity comes from the mentality of allowing anybody who feels the need to dislike you or hate you for their own reasons, for their own narrative, to do so. Sure. Okay. Not going to try to change your mind. Just going to go where people like me. Or I'll stay where I'm not liked because I have to stay there for whatever reason. But it's not going to affect me because I don't need to change your mind about me. I just need to focus on the people who don't need their minds changed because they already see me the way I see myself, which is the truth. I think. Well, in gardening, it takes a long time for plants to grow. Usually people want the seed to grow faster and they become discouraged when it doesn't grow when they want it. People forget that plants grow on their own timeline, not yours. Absolutely. Same thing with the objectives in our lives. Sure, your soil may not be the greatest soil, but it can be improved with fertilizer and proper feed. Anything in the world is possible. Patience is key. We are taught everything has to be rushed. Absolutely. Absolutely. I co-sign, agree with all of it. Next reading. All right. Who is ready and has applied? Let's go into the next conversation. Who's ready and has applied? Oh, and let me put up the application instructions again. If you want to apply for a live reading, both of these things go to the same place. Snap the QR code, go to the URL, apply, then come back to the stream and say in the comment section, I've applied and I'm ready. Chris Fuentes, you're the number one commenter, so I'm going to bring you next. Let me find you here. Chris Fuentes. Check your email, Chris. You are officially invited. The link is in your inbox. and I'm going to pull your chart. All right, Chris, chart's in front of me. We don't want dead moments in the stream. That is not cool. Let's answer some more questions while Chris joins us. Let me hide the application form. More questions. What is the song? I have no idea. I'm just humming. I don't know if it's a real song or it's just in my brain. I have no clue. Anybody who knows how to spot ADHD from a mile away can see it in me. I'm a textbook. My whole life. I was diagnosed way before it was trendy.
Yo.
Hello. How's it going, Chris?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfect.
Amazing. Give me 1 second. Let me get to my
For sure.
kitchen. This is insane. I got the app like 2 days ago, and now I'm here.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I never had somebody on the stream that was so new to the platform.
Really?
Cool. Yeah. Usually, well, I mean, the stream is pretty new. It's only 2 months old, but usually it's people who have been on it for years. So tell me about yourself and what's going on in your life. What brought you to the reading? And yeah.
What do you want to know? I guess like just what's going on in my life. That's pretty much
Yeah.
it.
I would say like there's a reason you're here, right? You read something in the app that resonated. You saw the invitation to the stream, and you accepted the invitation and came here.
Yeah.
To get a live reading. So you're clearly seeking something, and I would love to start there.
Yeah. Well, it kind of so I mean I've been into some of the numerology stuff for a while. It's always been a fascinating topic for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I was talking to a friend and he actually recommended the app. So I came in through a referral.
Mm-hmm.
And when I downloaded it, it was like kind of crazy how accurate it was with my traits. And I was like, okay, like this is super weird. And even the timeline of some of the stuff was aligning pretty much on point with everything. I guess for me, something that's been going on recently, and I won't dive, obviously there's so much detail, but definitely year to date have grown more personally than I have in any other year of my life, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And things have significantly slowed down in my career in the last 3 to 4 months. And just overall life, I've become more isolated as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think triggered the isolation?
I think I'm definitely getting forced into it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time. I took a little break from, I guess grinding and like working towards something. I achieved the goal that I wanted. And after that, I kind of was like, okay, what is there after this? After I hit what I hit, and I wanted to hit for a couple of years. And then I kind of just partied a little bit too much and did dumb things and lost myself in that. So
you're 19.
Yes.
Not a single person in the world that didn't do that at 19. So
yeah, I actually got drunk for the first time last Halloween. So
it's cool. I mean, Okay, so what were you grinding on? What were you creating, and what was the career shift?
I run a marketing agency.
Okay.
I've been running it for about 4 years now. I started it in 2022, or I started working towards it in 2022. Year to date, if you compare last year versus this year, I had way more growth last year than I have this year. This year, I stagnated throughout the beginning 90 days. And then after that, I just completely stopped it just because I had hit the goal that I always wanted to hit with it. And I didn't really want to chase any more vanity or hedonism. And I kind of stuck for a little bit figuring out what direction I wanted to go in.
The story I'm getting is that you built stuff extremely young, had very good success. The success did not necessarily go away, but it slowed down, which is very normal for any venture. It's not ever like a staircase up.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with age. It's always scary when you stop seeing that upward trajectory and you wonder if you did it, if it's supposed to happen, if it's out of your control, if it's in your control. Those are all normal things. But it feels like that escalated into a larger question about what you're supposed to be doing with your life, and that's what's creating most of the anxiety. Yes?
It wasn't even because I'm okay with not constantly growing in terms of just like numbers or anything. I think that I think that the main issue came from the fulfillment that you expect to see when you hit a certain goal and you don't reach that. I think that's when I started questioning, okay,
Yeah.
well, this wasn't like, what is there after this? I worked so hard to get this and then I got it. And it's like, well, like that's not really what I imagined it to be,
Yeah, it's a very common story. And the funny thing is, usually people get this event
Yeah.
in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. You're getting it at 19, for better or worse. My opinion about that is that the problem we have is that we are sold a definition of success that is connected to the right action, which is our universe given power of creation, which all of us should be exercising at all times in our lives, and the outcomes that we link to them in our physical world, which is money, recognition, exclusivity, access, maybe popularity, maybe people's opinions of you changing in a positive way, maybe getting getting better treatment from everybody else, more respect, more appreciation, more recognition. And because we are sold those things as the outcome of succeeding in a journey of creation, we think that those things are what activate happiness. It's like, now I have financial freedom, so that's what makes me happy. Or now I have public recognition for my talents, and that's what makes me happy. Or now I have access to exclusive spaces, and that's what makes me happy. But in reality, none of those things, like, they're not bad either. Like, we don't have to demonize them, but none of those things really activate any sort of happiness or fulfillment by themselves at all, ever. We
Correct.
think that they do. We are told that they do. We all believe that they do. And even when we say we don't care about those things, we still seek them, all of us, myself included. But they're not where fulfillment and happiness comes from. Where fulfillment and happiness comes from the journey of creation, but from a different side of the journey, which is seeing yourself encounter insane obstacles that you don't know how you're going to figure out, and then not surrendering and then just stepping into the ring and saying, I'm going to figure it out, when you have no fucking clue how you're going to do it. And then 2 years later, looking back and figuring out that you did it. You did it. And through that process, you evolved as a human in your philosophy of life, in your description of your own existence, in your relationship with yourself, and your self-love and your self-validation. All of that grew tremendously. And now you are stronger and have a better relationship with yourself because you went through that. So that process of growing because you had to bring something into the world is the perfect mirror that many humans go through, not all, but many humans go through as parents. It's the thing that you want to do, and then you do it and you feel completely out of depth, but you're not going to abandon what you started. And then you parent something into the world and make it real. And after you get the growth and the evidence that you were able to figure out insane obstacles by yourself, and that you made it, like you made it happen, and you did not back down from the fight, then seeing how those efforts actually improved other people's lives, how somebody's life became better because of the thing you built. And it's not always about saving people or rescuing them from everybody, just like the little thing that you were able to create that made somebody's day a little bit better. You link those two, the growth you go through and the ability to help others with a problem that you solved. That's where the joy comes from. That's where the happiness comes from. And it escalates and it escalates and it escalates, because then there's another level and another level and another level. And it's not even about starting a business. Artists go through the same thing when they create a beautiful piece of music or a film or a novel. And it's the same for sport, because we think that sport is very individualistic, like, oh, I'm going to win this medal or whatever. But like, you inspire people too with how you started and how you took the process and how you came out on the other end and destroyed insane obstacles that you had no idea how you were going to do. So it's that journey that you go through. It's not really the money or the recognition or the access or anything else. Those things are afterthoughts. They're not bad. They're not good. They're just not the point. Yeah, they're not why you're there. But by the way, like, I'm not saying like you were bad for not realizing this before. Like, people don't realize it. Some, not their entire lives. I didn't realize until like it was like over 30. So like don't even feel like I'm telling you like you should have known this. But like that, like what you felt like I achieved this stuff and I didn't get what I thought I was going to get. It has something to do with that.
Yeah. I think
it's placing the reward in the wrong place.
When I realized that, it was towards the beginning of this year, and I think there's a lot of things that came from that, and that stemmed now most of the issues that I'm having came from that period of like just, I guess, purgatory that I was in. I'm just figuring out what to do. But yeah, I mean, I think that especially my generation, you have a lot of young men as well that grow up with this idea of like, money, cars, everything, all this materialistic shit will help them feed how they feel about themselves. I always understood that was never my goal. But I think that, towards working for something, it's kind of like, okay, for me, the way that I've always been able to operate is have a pinpoint on the map and go. But go with like an insane fire on my ass of like, you need to be able to like go, or else it's do or die, right? So when life got comfortable for the first time, I was making money and I was doing all this shit. I was like, this isn't comfortable, because growing up, at least for me, I operated my place of comfort and the way that I've always been able to work extremely well is under a lot of pressure, right? But yeah, I mean, when I got the app, it like highlighted a lot of traits that I think I do have pretty accurately. So I wanted to hop on and see. Well, I'd wonder like what a reading for me would be, and like kind of a roadmap, or not necessarily a roadmap.
what's the biggest question that you'd like to ask me about your chart? The thing that you are either most curious about or most interested in?
I think when I was reading it, something that it said was balancing the help of others while also helping myself is something that I've never ever been good at. But like, I mean, also being helping me understand like everything as well, because I'm just getting, I'm just learning about this stuff as well. It's super interesting to me, learning about everything else. But that kind of was a highlight for me. It stuck out more than anything else when I was reading it when I got the app.
I'm going to interpret your life mission live. Before I do it, I want to add a disclaimer that I would only add to somebody your age, because you're at a very early point in the process, and I'm not saying like you should not be living your life mission in your 20s, because some people do, and your chart rings a little bit of that, not like next year, but of an important period in both your career and your self-actualization in your mid-20s. So this would be around 2032 and after. So I think that your chart does speak of an earlier peak than you normally see in numerology charts. But even then, what I don't want to do with this description is add to you the pressure of figuring out how to start embodying that right now, because A, you don't have to, and B, like, even let's say, for example, that you really resonate with the description I'm going to give you, and you want to build a business around that. You don't have to build that business right now. Maybe you build that business in your 30s, which doesn't mean you're not successful in your 20s. Maybe the thing you build in your 20s is not the highest expression of your life mission. It's just the first step towards it. That maybe is a little bit different. That puts you in a different space. That makes you learn about different things. That later escalates into that. Even if you have this early period of success in your life that is in your chart. So like, do you get what I'm saying? Like,
I don't. I'm not gonna take
now
it
I'm
face
gonna
value.
not face, like it's face value, but
Yeah.
you don't have to embody that immediately. You
Yeah, no,
have
I
plenty of
understand.
9-year cycles ahead of you, and plenty of adventures in front of you. So you can clock it and decide what to do with it with time, because you have tons of time. Okay.
Yeah. What I've learned with all this stuff is like,
Mhm.
it's a nice tool in terms. Maybe this won't come across at all the way that I wanted to, but like in terms
Say
of
it.
like making a decision on marketing or something behind that, you just take as many data points as possible in order
Mhm.
to make a logical decision, and that's the way I look at all the astrology, numerology is like not key decision makers, but I do take into account that the data that I get from these things
Mhm.
in my, I guess, North Star belief.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
I
yeah.
agree. Your life mission. There's a very funny thing about the place where your energy is most clearly expressed, without filters and without any editing, that regardless of how people perceive you, the first thing that they notice is this superhuman empathy that is very clearly present and very clearly expressed. And I'll describe it this way: is like, you are in a room with somebody that you just met, that you know nothing about, but you can very clearly feel their emotional state, even when they're trying to hide it really well. So if somebody is excited but with a poker face, you feel the excitement. If somebody's sad with a happy face, you feel the sadness. It's like you have this antenna to detect people's emotions so well, and you, in your most authentic state, you react to it without prompting, and they realize that you did. So you will come into a conversation. It could be a business conversation, it could be a friendship conversation, and it's like, let's say it's like you're playing video games with a friend or whatever, and like the conversation is just very normal, very banal, and you feel that sadness, and you'll just speak to it. It's like, "Are you okay?" Like I could feel something's wrong, and they're like, "Holy shit! How did you know that?" So it's not just because you have the talent to feel the emotion of the person in the room with you. It's also the fact that you point it out, that A, develops trust, and that B, people get from you very early in the beginning that you are so empathetic, that so attuned to what they're experiencing, that you express it accurately. And it's very important to remember that it's not necessarily, you're not necessarily able to guess the source of the emotion, but you know the emotion. So you can't be like, oh, you're sad about this, but you're just like, but what's going on? You're angry. You're not showing it, but I can feel you're angry. What's going on? It's this talent to feel and to express the empathy, and people are drawn to you because they can see that. They can see that you're reading them well, and that you're not scared to call it out, but not in a combative way, in a I'm here for your way, like let's talk about it, let's go deeper. Even if people don't take you up on the like, no, I'm fine, like they still register the fact that you read them, and they will feel drawn to you because of that, even if it's not accepted immediately. Eventually it will be. So normally you like, and this applies to the business context too, because for example, if you were a salesperson, or if you were in a job interview, or if you were like in like a corporate setting or whatever, like you still bring the emotions there and clock it in a respectful way, in a professional way, but that helps you build the trust and rapport for whatever it is that you're negotiating or talking about or deciding on, because it's your link to human emotion, and your fearlessness in just saying it in a normal, like, it's okay, like, is everything okay, is the thing that makes both people interested in you, people wanting to hear what you have to say, and people wanting to take a step deeper into the journey of you, whether it's in a business context or in a personal context. Like I want to know more. It's the first touch point. In marketing terms, it's like the first conversion. Like, okay, I'll sign up to this listserv. I'll sign up to this mailing list. I'll follow this person because I see that. But the product journey is goes so much deeper than that. It's just that this is the public side of it. You go a step deeper, and the emotion is out, and it becomes all logic, knowledge, and analysis. Once people get to know you, and it's not the first interaction, it's almost like you bring people in with empathy. But once you are in lockstep, in conversation, in connection, or in a business deal, now it's just where your talent comes in, is your analytical ability, your ability to have had the patience to absorb all the knowledge around the topic, all the books, all the ideas, even the ones you don't agree with, you understand them perfectly because you read up on them and can cite them from your mind, and the ability to make links between different areas of knowledge and different ideas that seem disconnected. Like, for example, just off the top of my head, like a technique for composing music as applied to a marketing strategy or a business context is knowing so much about all these different topics that you're able to take modalities or systems from one and just go insert them in another and have them work perfectly, because you see that even if they're talking about different things, the structure is the same, and this structure might create benefits in that structure, and your mind is the mind that the mind that is attuned to that. It's not necessarily about pattern recognition or about expression of thought or about ability to adapt, which are other forms of intelligence. Yours is simply absorbing knowledge, connecting disparate pieces of knowledge, and creating new ideas and new things from that storehouse of other people's knowledge and of other people's thoughts around certain things. And this is where, like, I would say that your genius depends on the input. And I would highly, highly advise you, if you not already are, to be a bookworm for the rest of your life, and it will always be adding to that storehouse. People's expertise, people's analysis, people's knowledge, to just always, always, always be learning and always, always, always be absorbing ideas, because that's the raw ingredient of your genius and your intelligence is absorbing knowledge. So you hook people with empathy. You change people through knowledge and analysis and connecting the dots between two things that seem separate, that explain each other, that bring out the solution to whatever problem they have. That journey, that funnel, that marketing funnel leads to what you actually do for people. As a friend, as a business person, as a practitioner, is helping them make change in their lives, helping them take risks that they're afraid of, that they've been putting off, that will benefit their lives in many ways, that they are terrified of. So you're the person that walks into somebody's life and says, it's time to quit the job. It's time to get divorced. It's time to move to another country. You're kind of like the universe uses you in that way, both professionally and personally. Like, you're the person always encouraging people not to stop talking about what they're struggling with and to do something about it. Usually not just in a slow form, but in like an aggressive, like, turn it all around, like flip the script, like just shift, take a left turn and take the risk and don't look back, because it's exactly what you want and you keep putting it off. This is where you take people. Once you hook them with empathy, shower them with knowledge, the effect is that they feel comfortable with taking risks that they weren't, and comfortable with going on journeys that they wanted and they kept putting off. And that whole journey leads them to better relationship with themselves, a better form of self-love. So your life mission is to hook people through empathy, to give them knowledge they were missing, encouraging them to make important changes in their lives, leading them to a better relationship with themselves and higher forms of self-love. That's the way to link all these ingredients into a coherent narrative, especially one that you understand well, because it's a marketing funnel, basically. So you apply it to this, to kind of the kind of business you want to build, you'll see all those themes reflected. Like marketing consultancy or whatever, like, or whatever. But the whole point, not just of this being your life mission, but of you having this life mission, is that we are always assigned the life mission that we need the most, because we struggle with the most. It's not something you're an expert in. It's something that you yourself have unbalanced. So, like, when you think about everything I just described, it's almost like you always need that person for you. Like, you always need the person to empathize with what you're going through, to give you the knowledge that you're missing, to push you to make aggressive changes. And you don't have that. And you understand how important it is for people to have that, so you become that for others. And that applies to all life missions. So that's the description. When you think about how both specific and ambiguous that description is, that fits so many things that you could do, so many businesses that you could build, so many fields that you could go into. You can find those themes everywhere, but you are the person that approaches their impact on others through that chain. How does all that sound to you?
Really accurate. I think one of the best things that I've acknowledged about myself is being able to walk into a room and being hyper aware of like where everyone stands socially, emotionally, and how they like feel about themselves, and like their mannerisms, the way they react, the way they're like, I can tell when someone's lying when I've known them for more than like a day. It's like, it's crazy. That's been something that I've always been like, I'm really good at this shit for some reason. And yeah, the analysis as well, making those links super accurate, and as well as the changes. I mean, I was the kid in high school telling everyone to drop out and start a business.
Yeah, that's it. That's the impulse expressed really young.
Yeah.
So how does that change your perspective on what you're supposed to do next?
It's an interesting question. I think honestly I'm gonna have to sit on that and think about that for a long. I don't want to rush into an answer just because I think hearing it out loud from somebody else,
Yeah.
because I've always known I was good at that, but hearing it from a third person perspective without you even knowing me is kind of crazy.
Numerology is crazy. I feel kind of like the urge to say something. Were you watching from the beginning of the stream, like from the very beginning? Did you hear me talk about like don't go into extremes in any ideology?
I did not hear that part.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So I was just talking about like when you have a really strong idea of something, like what you want to do, how you're supposed to live your life. Like there's always the counter idea that is also half true that you have to think about. And it doesn't mean that you're not right, but that there's always a balance. Like you need water, but you can also drown. You need fire, but it can also burn down a forest or a house. Like you don't want to go into extremes like this is how it's supposed to be and this is not. And I like what I'm feeling and what I feel called to say is that I can detect very clearly that you are of a mindset that I actually agree with, which is that that you don't need a degree to be educated or to begin your life. That you can educate yourself in many ways, and that you can read books and develop skills without going to college. I don't know if you are of that mindset, but I'm feeling it. And I agree with it. Because in all honesty, I don't remember anything I learned in college, but I remember everything I learned on my own. When I took a course outside of college that I was interested in to learn a skill, when I read a book that I wanted to read, I will log it. I will remember it forever. But the shit I was made to do in college, like I don't remember any of it, and I don't think it's influencing me in any way. So when I look at my story that way, I can see how somebody says it's like I don't need a degree. I just need to be thirsty for knowledge and seek knowledge and be a lifelong learner, and that's education, and that's just as valuable as education. That's true, and I co-sign that. But there's the part of college that was super valuable, which was the development of the social self, the automatic friends, and the automatic connection that you get at that phase in your life that is actually very hard to recreate in later stages of life, because you're never in a place seeing people every day that are your age all the time. And like it's not just about the partying with them, but about like seeing them grow and seeing them change and having conflict and resolving it and just developing bonds with other people your age that the college university that just creates so naturally without any effort. And if you choose the path that I think is correct, where that's not necessary, I would encourage you to figure out how to replicate that so you don't, so that's also a part of your life. And I think there's many ways that don't involve a university. But when you said that you were feeling lonely, I think that that's probably one of the best changes you can seek and figure out, is how to meet more people your age that were not going to high school with you, and develop bonds with them in situations where you're constantly interacting with them multiple times a week. A sports club, like a collective community of whatever, like you can either find one or build one yourself, but you don't necessarily need college for an education, and I agree with that. But don't lose the engine for social connection with people your age that is so important at this section of life, by forgetting that it's just as important to feed into that as it is to feed into your
It's
ambition
so
and
funny that you
self-actualization.
mentioned that. So I moved out of my hometown and I moved into a building where it's mostly like, I mean, I think I'm the youngest person in the building, and I was thinking of just next year, but like getting just somewhere on campus. But
Yeah.
one thing for me is there's two things about the lonely thing. I think right now in the phase of life, I think that for the longest time I have avoided being in my own head. Um, so I would constantly drown it out. So I think that I want to embrace being alone. But luckily, I don't. For me, it's never, because I'm so good at like reading people emotionally and making them laugh and making them feel good. Is I've never had issues in being in
Yeah.
any social circle. I mean, you could drop me in the middle of fucking nowhere and I'll be like, "Hey, what's good?" Like, I'll be
I
dapping
can see
everyone up
that in you. It's
between a
obvious.
week.
I don't even need to look at the chart. I can see that in you already, just from our chat. So I agree.
What do you think these next? It was something also that I want to say is something that it said is, this is hopefully I don't get canceled. One of my favorite artists, just because he's such a complicated individual, is Ye, obviously formerly known as Kanye.
Oh.
He's such a complicated individual, obviously.
I don't
But
like
like,
him.
no, yeah, well, I think that's why I like the overconfidence that he's had since the beginning of his story. I've like exuded some of that sometimes. I'm like too confident in the fact that I'll just rush into things because I'm like, I got it. And then I'll be like, oh, fuck. And it said something like that in my chart of like overly self-confident to the point of self-detriment. And I was like, huh, that's super interesting. It's the first time that got pointed out. But as far as these next 4 months closing out the year, I'm in year 7. I thought, from what I was looking at, from when I was doing my own research, is that correct?
Yeah. 2026 is a 7-year.
So what, I mean, reading for the rest of the year, I know you can't, no predictions or anything, but like just.
It is a natural year to be isolated and to go into yourself, just like you're describing. That's what 7 years always tend to do to us, because there's a spiritual purpose to it, which is to look back on your journey from the 1 year to the 6 year, to celebrate the things you did right, to point out the mistakes and what they took from you, and to decide how you want to close out this 9-year cycle, the 2 years that are left, the 8 and the 9, in the best way possible, by both magnifying the good qualities and correcting the ones that tripped you. It's a year for self-inventory and for rethinking your plans, because you started the 9-year cycle with a very specific, and maybe sometimes not so specific, but you could see the themes, like with a very specific plan for where you want it to be by the end. And now that you are 70% of the way through, or whatever the math comes out to, you can see how you still want to finish out what you started, but maybe not in the same way, and maybe not leading to the same destination, but one that matches it vibrationally. Just not necessarily exactly what you were seeking once.
What do
Or
you mean vibrationally?
vibrationally, as in, for example, you started out saying, I want to build a business to be financially independent and build my very first successful business. And now that you're in a 7-year, just like you're saying, like, you still want to finish what you started, but now you don't care about maybe even the financial independence, or maybe even the level of success that you were aiming for. You just want to turn it into something else that is still giving you freedom. So it's the same vibration, because the vibration you're seeking was actually freedom, but maybe it doesn't need to look like what you thought it needed to look like when you started chasing it. It maybe can be either smaller, or maybe can change into something else, or maybe you can let it go. And I'm not saying any of those are the answer, but one of those, or just like something smaller that can stay small while you go build something else after. And those would be the same vibration, the same destination, just not exactly what you wanted in the beginning. And it's not just about career. It's the same about you, who you wanted to be, what kind of life you wanted to live, what kind of people you wanted around you, what your day-to-day what you wanted it to become. You had an idea before. Now that you've learned some lessons and changed in certain ways, now you can understand that maybe the original goal was not gonna give you what you wanted to give you, and the secondary adapted goal might give you more happiness, and it's still the correct ending to the story, the first season in the TV show of your life, and makes sense in terms of what you planted and what you got, but it's still a change.
Yeah. I think that's the path I've been going down, is making that change towards, in 2020, my goal was I want hella cars, bitches, all this crazy, stupid shit.
You're
And now
19.
it's not. Well, yeah, I started when I was 13.
Yeah, but also give yourself permission to be stupid at your age. Don't.
That's something
beat
I've been
yourself
trying to
up.
work on.
Yeah.
Is being able to be like, hey, I still got time.
Yeah.
And then year 8, from what I read, it's going to be a good year as well. Well, every year's a good year, right? Because you're alive. But I'm saying, like,
the year, let me describe the vibration accurately, because 8 years can be very good years, but we don't want to associate the 8 with like everything goes well and everything explodes into amazingness, because sometimes we get that interpretation, and that's not that's like looking at the tip of the iceberg. The 8 accelerates the consequences of long-term decisions you've been taking for a while. It's all the irons you had in the fire, they start to harden under the 8 and become what they were going to become. So in an 8 vibration, consequences are accelerated. Good consequences from good decisions, bad consequences from bad decisions, and you get them both at the same time. It's the great equalizer, as in, like, you've been going on this road, planting these good seeds, bloom. Planting these bad seeds, not catastrophe, not horribleness, but like the complicated consequences that you now have to address, rebalance, and make right. So you learn the lesson and absorb the growth that the cycle is trying to inspire in you. So like it's an 8-year. People will describe it in many different ways, because it really depends on what you've been doing from year 1 to 7. Sometimes the 8-year is like insanely awesome, and sometimes it's like, what the hell? But it's just a reflection of the universe helping your plane land wherever you've been flying it to this entire time. And that's, again, I'm not trying to say like, nah, like because you also don't want to like get it in your mind that, oh my god, now all this bad shit's gonna happen. This is not necessarily even like, by the way, like we always, and I think I even say this in the content, maybe in the yearly podcast or whatever. It's like nobody did 100% right in their 9-year cycle, and nobody did 100% wrong. It's like maybe 60-40, 40, like 70-30, whatever it is. So you're always going to get a little bit of both in an 8-year, like a little bit of like really awesome advancements and opportunity and growth in sales and recognition, whatever. It also like, oh my god, I didn't pay this credit card, or oh my god, like I let these friendships fall apart because I was too focused on work and now I have to repair, or oh my god, like I wasn't taking care of myself and now I have this like, I don't know, like I gain weight and I want to get healthier, or I like I have this like my teeth because I wasn't brushing them or flossing. Like, is that those kinds of things? Like, it doesn't have to be like you lose everything and everything, but like it's those kinds of things. It's like it's the universe showing you like, of the road you've been on, here are the receipts, and for the ones that you don't like, there's an opportunity in an 8-year to fix them quickly, to fix them effortlessly, and to fix them cleanly, so they don't escalate into the 9-year or the 1-year where they might become even more intense if you still ignore them. Because the power of the 8 transit is that it also helps you, like the earlier you see it and fix it, the less impact it's going to have. So it's like, oh, this bill I haven't paid, like let me just take care of that first before I travel. That's a perfect 8 thing to do, because then in the 9-year you don't have to think about it anymore. Stuff like that.
Sweet. That was awesome, dude. Thank you.
My pleasure, man. Good luck.
One last question.
Yeah.
What would you tell yourself if you were my age again?
Let me think about that instead of giving a token answer. It's going to sound like this, and it probably does. A 60-year-old might tell me the same thing about me turning 40 in a few months. But I think especially for a 19-year-old, be as ambitious as you want to be, but don't forget to have fun. Don't forget to hang out with friends and connect with friends and make new friends. Don't forget to have objectives that are not about professional aspiration, but are just about diving into a hobby that you love, a card game, a board game, a sport that you love, that is not about you going to the Olympics or you becoming the best, but just you like developing mastery in something else, or a music instrument. Don't fast forward to having a ton of responsibility, because there will be plenty of time for that. And there are certain pockets of time and opportunities that are not about money and not about professional aspiration, that are all around you, that won't always be there.
Awesome, dude. Thank you.
My pleasure, man. Good luck.
Yes, sir. It was great meeting you.
Thank you
so much. Definitely using that referral link in the app. But yeah,
I appreciate
that.
It
was so nice meeting you, brother.
Likewise. Good luck,
You have
man.
a good rest of your day. See you, dude.
too.
Peace. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Let me read some comments. That was a great reading. I think Chris is the youngest person to show up on the stream so far. So it's a beautiful thing to be looking at this stuff so early. I wasn't even looking at numerology at 19. I didn't really. I mean, my grandma was into astrology, so like I was aware. I had curiosities about it, but it didn't really become like an obsession for me until after I graduated college. Let's see. I wish I was still 19. LOL. Well, a lot of people do. Yeah. You know, I like being my age. I don't think if I was offered the opportunity to be 19 again, that I would take it. I don't think I was as either confident or aware of myself or what I wanted as Chris is. So maybe I would have done more awesome things back then if I had been. But like, it's not that I had a bad time. I had like, I think college was incredible, and I miss it so terribly. But I don't know that I would go back because I like what's going on in my life right now. On astrology, when we are 19, it is our first lunar node return, and usually we have some life transitions for our calling. Yeah, I would say that was accurate for me. Gold medal syndrome. Well, I mean, I think if that's what you saw in Chris, then that would probably apply to me too. Owning your crap. Okay, yes. Everyone can't like us. We aren't a jar of Nutella. The world is an oyster, especially when you're younger. A catalyst. Many opportunities ahead. It's crazy how someone else's journey can be so applicable to your own. Always, always, always. Starting a business that young is wild and admirable too. The wisdom in Chris. I cannot see what his future holds. Same. 1,000%, Andres. I agree with you. You don't need a degree forever, student. 100%. Maybe create a community specifically of others who aren't going to college, so you can all be in a community for each other. Exactly what I was saying. Yeah, because I think it's very important. I think my degree, I think my college years were worth the investment and the time, just because of all that social stuff, not necessarily because of. I actually do think that I learned in college. I do think that I absorbed knowledge I would never have sought for myself in certain classes, just not all of them. And the social stuff was way more important anyway. 8, very Saturn. Like, sorry for the lack of context. Yeah, 8 and Saturn are very similar in vibe. Yeah. Yes, I am now doing it closer to my 40s. Dancing, singing, playing an instrument for the first time, drawing, etc. Absolutely. And be willing to try anything, even if you look like a fool. Yes, Jen. Yes, Jen Calkin. 100%. Last year, being a teenager, enjoy it. That was so good. Andres, I feel sometimes for those of us who were wise beyond our years, we forgot to get to be our age. Yep. I don't know if I was wise beyond my years at 19. I think I was pretty dumb at 19. I wish I had someone to give me that advice when I was 19, Andres. Thank you. Yeah, I think at 19 I was just very, very focused on being something rather than just being. And I think that, as I said when I was giving that advice, I think a 70-year-old will tell me the same about 40, and the advice is just as applicable to me. So I started studying astrology at 14, but numerology a bit later. I also feel like this generation is having to ask themselves existential questions earlier than we ever did. Yeah, because the whole paradigm for jobs and careers and skills got destroyed, and that's why they're being forced to ask those existential questions later, because we in older generations postpone that stuff by just following the script. You go to college, you graduate college, you get a job, you get a promotion, you get another promotion, you get another promotion, you get married, you have kids. Like I didn't get married or have kids, but same, like you follow the script until you realize something's wrong with it, and then you force the existential questions. Gen Z has no script to follow because we are destroyed it for them. I mean, maybe that's a good thing. but they're suffering in many ways, and I feel bad for them because like all these promises about like what life looks like after 19, like they don't exist anymore at all. Partly because of AI and partly because of all these technological changes and geopolitical changes and economic changes. Like they just don't, like the script we promised them, like it's dead. So of course they're facing existential questions so young. Like it's very very obvious why that is. And I just hope, because I always like, I don't think I've ever met a Gen Z that I'm not like, whoa, you are way wiser and stronger than I was at 19 by like miles and miles and miles. Like I'm genuinely impressed with all. However, I also feel like, how do I say this? I feel like the polarization of opinion and knowledge and anger that is being driven by just media delivery systems, this media addiction that we're all getting at all ages, but uh, the consumption of like the YouTube streams and the social media feeds and everything, like we're all being affected by it. But imagine having that faucet of shit being dumped into your brain when you were that age. Like I think I would have gone off course in many ways. Like at 19, I was protected because I was, my information sources were being filtered for me in ways that were constructive. I was made to read Viktor Frankl, A Man's Search for Meaning, and learn about art history and learn about philosophers and learn about world history for class. And like, it's not that they're not going through these subjects, but think about the differences. And it's not their fault, but think about the differences where, like, on the one hand, ask chat GPT for it. You don't have to force yourself to read it. Even though when I was that age, I was doing it the night before, cramming and taking Adderall, but I had ADHD. I wasn't just taking Adderall, but taking Adderall and pulling an online to do it. I still had to read the book and write the paper. And I was getting like information from either the source or the deep analysis, and they're getting everything filtered and magnified in emotion because it's algorithms. And there's no way that does not warp your vision of how the world has the problems that it has and how we can fix them, because now these sources are magnified independent media that's not always evaluating problems in the right way or prescribing the right solutions, and the real in-depth information that's out there is stuff you can skip because you don't have to read the book and you don't have to write the paper and you don't have to have the debates in class and all the stuff that older generations went through, that I think was extremely valuable. So what I'm worried about for the whole world is extremism driven by media addiction through our smartphones, but especially for that generation, because I don't think that they have competing sources of information. And I think that we are seeing signs of that. And I worry about that. But it's not their fault. And I think they are dealing with problems that they did not create, Gen Z. And in many scenarios, the people who created them are either going to die soon or have already died, and that's just insanely unfair. So I understand. I wouldn't know what to do with the advice you gave him back at 19. Yeah, I would have ignored it. So, but maybe that is what this time in our universe is asking for. I would love to talk to you, Andrew. Life is nuts right now. Yeah, we have we're ready for the next reading. So if you, by the way, if you applied and are ready to come on the stream to be the next person to get a live reading, say I applied and I'm ready in the comment section. Let me put the instructions back up. By the way, I think I might need a bathroom break before the next reading. So let's pick somebody, and I'll take a 30-second bathroom break before they come on. Growing up in Argentina, I feel like the script never applied to us, to me at least. Well, yeah, I think so, because in Argentina, the script broke down in like 2002. So you have been kind of like living what the rest of the world is only experiencing right now for like 30 years. So I would agree with that assessment. I had to find out who I was, tried to stay true, and that along the way I was able to find people, projects who resonate greatly, like Teleliberty, 100%. And groupthink too. Yep, groupthink. I used to work on Capitol Hill, and the only way we could get anything done was agree to disagree. We had actual discourse, not agree to disagree. That's what we all need, but it's missing right now. It's gone. And I think, like, I honestly think, and it's a crazy thing for somebody who has an app to say, but I honestly think if we all went back to flip phones for a year, a lot of stuff would get fixed. We don't have to get rid of the internet, just the smartphones. I think they're what is creating the harm in many ways. Mainly because I remember a time where we had to go home to use the internet and not have it with us 24/7. And that was better. Okay. If you applied and you're ready to get read, say so, and I'll choose somebody, and then I'll take the bathroom break while they jump on. Who has applied and is ready to be the next reading? Okay. Mm. Jen Cocken, we've met before, haven't we? I think I gave you a private reading at one point. Let's bring you on. Just trying to find you in the application form. Jennifer, when did you apply? I see you. Found you. Okay, Jen, there's an email going to your Gmail with a link to join me. While you hop on, everybody watching, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to take a bathroom break. So while Jen joins us, I'm going to take that bathroom break, and I'll be right back. 30 seconds. Hey, Jen.
Hey, just so you know, the last name's Koken, like the
Koken,
drink.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and you did a private reading with me 2 years ago.
I remember. I remember
I
a
was
little bit
writing
about
my
your
book.
story. Yes.
Yep.
So, tell me. Well, tell everybody who doesn't know you about yourself, and also what's the instinct to join the stream today and get another reading
Let me get out.
was about.
Let me get out the other one. Hold on 1 second. Okay, good. Well, it's so funny because an alert popped up on my phone because, I've had the calendar for a couple of years. I swear by it. If you don't have it, go get it. Like the days when it's a key date, if I don't listen, I'm in a whole lot of doo-doo. I'll just tell you that much. Yeah. So I'm an executive leadership coach. I do organizational culture consulting. And when we talked was right when I was in the midst of writing my book, Make Imposter Syndrome Your Superpower, right? And we were talking at the time about, was that the right avenue to go to? I was also working on a movie script. All these things were taking my attention. And I think at the time I was like in that completion cycle, and I'm now in my 3-year. And so here's the irony, and one of the reasons I wanted to come on. Number one, the book came out a year ago. I quietly did everything behind the scenes. I never went public, never did a press release. I finally got it on the Jumbotron in Times Square a few weeks ago and haven't done anything about it since. Okay. Finally, this morning, I'm sending out press releases because it was like seeing you going, right, you need to and hearing the reading that I came on. I don't know the lady's name who was the social worker. Like, okay, to myself, what's your deal? Get your stuff out there. Somebody needs to hear it. People need to hear that we're human. We have brains. We have imposter syndrome. So what? And like you said, everybody has it. The other thing that struck me when we met 2 years ago is we were talking about relationships. And I said, I'm perfectly happy single. And you said to me, a lot of people tell me that and I don't believe them, but I get it. And I swear to God, 5 months later, I met the love of my life. So now I'm in this amazing relationship for 2 years. So I just had to come on because I'm like, I know Andres has some wisdom for me today. And I love that you're doing this now because I think I didn't know it's only been 2 months. So this is great. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Wow. I mean, so much to react to. I think that's a story that you hear all the time about how the second you
stop looking,
the second you, and I think it applies to beyond the love life, like the second you stop worrying about the timeline where it never happens and just embrace it, you go into the timeline where it does. But now you didn't even need it. Not that you didn't want it, but you didn't need it. And that's when it comes. And it's a very common story. There's it would be crazy if there wasn't a metaphysical component to it, because it's just such a clear pattern,
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think it is that it's funny because my August forecast, if I'm remembering it correctly, was all about, there may be some be okay to not be okay. Be okay to expose your faults. Be okay to own things. And I think when we can own every part of who we are, the yuck and the yum and the light and the dark and the ouch and the yays and all that stuff, when we're so solid within who we are, it starts attracting the right person. When we're seeking something to, I don't know if it's complete, because I don't like, oh, you complete me. I actually don't like that. But when we're seeking, I guess, validation, it just never goes the way we want it to, because we're an incomplete person trying to find somebody to validate us. And truth be told, it's been a difficult 2 years. It hasn't been an easy relationship. But as I like to say, I was thinking about this the other day, I started getting tears in my eyes. It's like our rough edges have smoothed each other down. Yeah.
That's the right relationship.
Yeah.
And it's the same with everything else, isn't it? I mean, you talk to executives, so you've seen the story from the other side. It's not that I don't even think that like it's not that you cannot become successful if you are needing it or seeking validation or seeking like recognition or seeking like a change in people's reaction around you or people's narratives around you, and that's the thing that really drives you. I think that people who operate that way can become very successful, but that doesn't mean that it leads to happiness. You know,
Yeah.
these are two
Yeah.
different
I think
things: becoming successful and
totally
becoming
two
happy.
different things.
Yeah, they can be
And
together,
I think,
but they don't always
yeah,
are.
right. And I think too, we often try to do things in order to feel happy rather than, like you mentioned too, I think it was Chris,
Mhm.
and everybody was saying, we wish we had that advice when we were 19, but we don't know if we'd listen. It's so true. Cause we were so, I don't know. I would think I was, in college partying at 19. So to have that information. And I think that's the other thing about Gen Z is they truly are seeking what they're passionate about, what their
Mhm.
purpose is. And even the work I do now on executive presence and what is that thing that stops people from getting promoted? I couldn't have articulated that 10 years ago because I had to live it
Mhm.
to see it, to be able to kind of unravel that. And I feel like that's really true for all of us when we get to that place where we're happy and we look backwards. There's a lot of trials and tribulations along the way that we would never have thought we would have arrived here. And if our arrival point is what the destination is, you're missing the whole boat, right? There's going to be moments in the journey where it's not comfortable. And if we can embrace all of that and recognize, it's going to blossom into this beautiful, unique flower. I think
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
Yeah. And anybody can recognize that in their own life story because it doesn't even have to do with age. Like you had this goal that you were chasing. You wanted to get into X university. You wanted to save money to buy X thing. You wanted to and the things you had to do to make that happen. The second you get the thing you were seeking, you celebrate maybe like 20 minutes and then you're like, I miss the struggle. I miss
Yeah.
the part where I was still climbing. And the
Yeah.
proof of that is that you immediately seek another project and another thing. And there's nothing bad with that because the joy actually is not coming from the finish line itself.
I think the joy is coming from the growth, but it's like we don't realize it along the
Mhm.
way.
Mhm.
And then we got to put ourselves on this. What's the next hurdle? Because we're so,
Yeah.
I mean, is it that, or is it that we're used to or want a desire for struggle? I don't know. I mean, both could be true, I suppose. You don't think so?
No, because an example from my recent life is that when I felt like not that the teledebris was finished, but the teledebris was stable, the first thing I did was go seek a sport. And I was never a sporty guy. It was just when I was in high school, I really wanted to do fencing, and I always had to postpone that dream, never could. And then when I felt like my business had become just a job and I needed something else, I went to go do that. And I don't think it's seeking struggle. I think it's seeking another area of life where I felt like that I feel like I can't handle, that I feel like I'm not good at, to go show myself that none of those things are true, and or just another thing to do, another thing to feel excited by, to feel driven by, to and there's no end point to the story, but it's already been 4 years and I'm there every day. There's a social light coming through there, and there's all these life lessons coming through, like how you step into competition and you do this and you do that. Like it's about flow, it's about self-trust, it's about discipline, and it's about training. Like all the there's philosophy coming through there too. I would never say that that's me wanting struggle. I just think that that what we do as humans is seek adventure. So when the adventure stops in a place where we're already settled, you just want another one. And people do that with travel. People do that with hobbies. People do that with their gardening. stuff. Like there's always another movie to go into, you know?
Yeah, I think maybe when I was saying struggle, I meant like the struggle of the growth. It's like
Yeah.
the ability to
Yeah.
transform, like the caterpillar into the butterfly, right? And that's where imposter
Mhm.
phenomenon comes in. Is what we don't realize is that our brains are trying to protect us. That's all that's happening. It's an
Mhm.
amygdala hijack, and so therefore, those moments we doubt ourselves. Well, guess what? That's because we're growing. That's because we're learning a new thing, or for me, I have a little bit, not as much as I used to, but a little bit of social anxiety when I go into someplace new. It's that age old, is anyone going to like me? Am I going to get along? This year, I made myself sign up for acting classes to that very
Nice.
point, because
Mhm.
that is like the next level for me. I've been working, excuse me, behind the scenes, doing tech, that kind of thing. Started singing and performing with some local bands, which is great, but it's still, you're with a group acting, you are bare, vulnerable on stage. And I want to explore how to bring the vulnerability I bring to my keynotes and to my books and that kind of thing to a character, because I don't know how to be vulnerable as somebody else. And maybe that's a good practice for me, leveling up vulnerability in my own life.
Completely agree. And I think that's the trial by fire for being, I don't know if visible is the right word, but for being like for being public, and
Yeah.
and knowing that criticism will come, that some people won't like it, that some people will make fun of you, that it won't be universally loved, but
Yeah.
but doing it anyway. Just like going to a park and
Yeah.
dancing, even if people are like, what's that crazy person doing? Because that's being vulnerable in public. It's just dancing.
Yeah.
It's the
It
same thing.
reminds me of totally the same thing. It reminds me of something. I think somebody was mentioning, or maybe it was in the comments, or maybe you mentioned it, about not everyone's going to like what we do. We may get criticism, but those people who are your so-called friends who don't like what you're doing, then they're not your friends. And those are people to, it's when we're more ourselves, and I'm just putting these thoughts together, so it's not going to become fluid, but when we are ourselves, I think we attract the right people who love us for who we are. And it reminds me of a group of people I used to be friends with that I'm no longer there. I used to have this tiny little Smurf blue car, and it just made me happy. It was like every time I would go, number one, I could find it in the parking lot. It's like a dumb example, but I could find it in the parking lot. And every time I looked at it, it reminded me of the Smurfs. And I think the Smurfs are hilarious. And oh, I forgot the name, the Minions. Like, I love the Minions. It just totally goofy. And a friend of mine was like, I know, we were talking about the car, and I said, well, you know why you bought it, right? He goes, yeah, to bring attention to yourself. I was like, whoa, dude, you have no idea who I am, because I actually that's not why I do anything. I do everything to make a difference, like you do. I do everything to see if I can impact people's lives. If I'm vulnerable and exposing my guts, it's because I think that's going to make a difference for someone else. So no, everyone's not going to like you or understand you. Keep being yourself. And maybe it's time to like forego those people and find people who love your weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Whether it's 1 or 20 or whatever.
Whether it's 1 or 20. They
yeah,
don't like your
yeah.
weird. Go find other weird friends. Find people to be weird with.
You know what I was thinking? Like, because I pulled up your chart. I'm ready to go in there, but I just got this idea. Like, why don't I ask you what Chris asked me? I'm turning 40 in 4 months. So, what advice do you have for someone my age?
Ooh, that's a good question. And I'm reflecting on my own 40s. The thing of it is, okay, you're so in your lane. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're so in the lane. When I was going from my 30s to my 40s, I didn't know what lane to pick. I didn't know where to go. So I would say keep staying true to yourself. And if you are reflecting and thinking, oh, I'm 40, I should have all these things, like me, I don't know if you're married or have kids or you want those things or not, or partnered, whatever, and you want those things. But I think sometimes when we get to that age, it feels like we should check all these boxes. But the only boxes you need to check are the boxes that are true for you. And so if in your body it feels light, then that's true for you. If in your body it starts to feel heavy and weigh you down, that's not the thing that's true for you. So don't measure yourself against anyone else. Always and forever measure yourself against yourself and who you are for yourself and how much you love yourself. And can you look in the mirror every day and love who you are at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day? Have you lived that day true to who you are? And can you lay your head on the pillow knowing that you stay true to who you are? I think that's the most important thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You hit the nail on the head. I think, well, we've been, for anybody who's coming to this stream, who was born in the late 80s, for whatever reason, 40th birthday is the first heavy one, I think. Like 30 isn't, but for like everybody, all of my friends, like we are like, it's going through from 36 to 40, just insane existential crisis. Because I think that's the first time where you realize, like, I don't know if this is the right way to say, like, you're not young anymore, or more like you don't have all the time in the world anymore. Like, you have to start editing a little bit, because when you're 20s and your 30s, you think like, whatever, like, I'll figure it out. And like, there's still a long road ahead, but like, this is the first time where you're like, okay, time is not endless anymore. And it's going by a little bit faster than I thought. And that's where, like, I think the 40 number is so scary, because it's the first time you feel that in life.
Yeah.
Or at least that's how I describe it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think number one, that's the time, you start losing grandparents and parents. So there's like a level, you're now closer to that, the elder generation. And it's funny because my godson turned 35 and he started calling himself middle-aged. And I'm like, shut up. You're not. Just like, no, on average, people from my background and where I'm at, we live to be 70. I was like, dude, you have lived a very different life. But what you're describing to me, I'm about to be 62. And that never occurred to me that I had, until I started getting like about to turn 60. That's when that hit me. And I think it is an existential crisis, but I think it's what I like to call a soul life crisis. Are you fulfilling your soul's work or not? Like, talking about that lane, are you in that lane or not? But I do appreciate that is a wake up call to say, okay, if I am committed to these things, as you've said in many of your readings and many of the forecasts, you got to start taking action with what you're committed to. You can't just sit on top of a mountain and ohm it into existence. It actually requires action. My 50s, I like to call them my F it 50s, because I stopped giving F's about anything. Like, my jar was empty. I just didn't care anymore. So maybe you can have that in your 40s too.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say, let me just take that and change it to F it 40s and just speed through that now.
Please, you can have it.
Yes. Okay, Jen.
Andres.
I wouldn't always say this, but I think you might have thought that it was coming from you, the instinct to not promote your book all of 2025. It was more aligned with the transit that you were in last year. I think it wasn't a year to either be forceful or ambitious with your professional goals. It was a year to have most of the attention on your personal life. Not that anything was wrong there, but that it was almost like the universe's window to say, the book is done. Regain balance in your life. Reorganize everything that went out of balance while you were writing it and finishing it, and reconnect to every other area of your life, family, friends, romantic partner, anything that's not income generating, and feed it and grow it, and your book will be there to be promoted next year. That would have been the message I would have given you last year if you had gotten a reading. And that's no longer applies, but maybe I think maybe there's an element of it that was about the things you're mentioning with visibility stuff, but maybe you were also just feeling the vibe like it's not time for me to do this. I don't want to be out there promoting this yet because I have stuff to deal with outside of the work lane. And again, not necessarily in a negative way, but just like I have gardens to water that have not been getting water, and those are more important right now. That's the first thing that jumps out at me.
Yep. And I would say part of that is my health, because you may or may not remember I had cancer in 2020. I had breast cancer.
I did not. Oh.
And so October was 5 years, and I came off the meds I was on that had caused chronic fatigue, chronic pain, a 35-pound weight gain. And I started going to a functional medicine doc and lost 16 pounds. I'm back on my bike. I'm healthy. I'm sleeping. The pain's gone. I had my knee replaced. So there was a lot that went on. And you're right. In 2025, I'm going to get moved by this. That is actually, I can see the foundation. Like I needed to, like you said, the garden, but I needed to fertilize the soil and make sure the soil was fertile enough to handle the visibility. That definitely tracks. Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't really fear. It was noticing that you couldn't carry that load at the time. And you respected that.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. That wasn't in my consciousness. I actually thought it was fear. Thought maybe I was afraid of something, but I get that lands. Yeah.
And that changed this year.
Yeah.
And not just this year, 2026 and 2027 for you are they have the not just at the 9-year cycle level, but at higher levels of your chart, they have the energy of new beginnings, of a new book in your life being written that's disconnected from the past, that clearly builds on this book as a new role for you, and that clearly begins with that, with the stepping into the role that this book is opening up for you, and following that beyond the book. It feels like it's the coaching that's falling off, not the topic, not the lessons, not the wisdom. It's the coaching service that is being wrapped up to bring you into a new way of impacting people and generating income. And that you might remember from the earlier reading that I saw all this vibration around monetizing an energy and a voice and opinions. That's not quite what is here. It's built on that, but it isn't only about that. I do think that there is a different, that it's not just about public speaking or books, but that there's a different kind of business or product or service coming out of this new role and the new topics that you were discussing in the book that are not one-on-one, they're not coaching, but that they build on these topics, and you as the voice of it and the messenger of it are building something new in this third cycle of your life that is another business, or maybe not, like maybe it doesn't have to be a business, because this might apply to artistic projects too, but they are income generating and there is something specific being born. I don't know that you necessarily have to understand exactly what it is. Maybe you have visions of it already, but it is seeded by the launch and the distribution of this book and any other opportunities that are coming to you in these 2 years. I think that the transits here are very much about people knocking, people inviting, and people pitching certain things to you, and not necessarily you accepting all of it, but that some of these things that people bring to the table are things that will inform these ideas that are developing into something more specific. I would bet that you don't know exactly what this new thing is until the end of 2027, the end of next year. But that every event of 2026 and 2027 is kind of like feeding it little by little. Even the opportunities that don't develop into something. Like somebody comes in and tells you, I want to invite you to this because you would be doing this, or I want to invest in this business with you. You explore it, you're open to it, but then you realize it's not a good idea. There's still ideas there that are like, I could actually do a part of that in a different way, and then they start getting added. So I think other than just promoting your book and being out there for the next 2 years, my biggest advice for you is accept all pitches without taking on the actual invitation, but listen. Listen to the ideas people have for you and the places that people want to place you in. Some of them might be a perfect fit and you can take them, but I think that there's an information gathering phase happening, and that even the things that don't evolve into anything are almost like messages from the universe, like this thing that this person's giving you, like there's something here, and like you could just either do it alone or do it with somebody else, but like, and like it's not about like stealing that, but like it's like 90% of it doesn't fit, but this 10% you wouldn't have thought of, and this is what, like this is the right road kind of thing.
Okay.
So I think even when it seems like, no, this isn't a fit, take the meeting and listen, even knowing that you're not going to say yes. Because I think that there's going to be a lot of people inviting you to a lot of things even you might already be feeling this, but this year and next year. Are you feeling that already?
Interesting. Yeah, I am feeling that already. And I'll tell you my little side projects. I've been vibe coding 2 apps. One has already been deployed, and the other one is actually an entire platform for companies to develop their leaders through a different approach to one-on-one meetings. And I've spent like literally 1,500 hours vibe coding that app, getting it to where I want it to be. And I'm like, oh my God, all that work, now what? But I get it. I'm going to keep putting one foot in front of the other and accepting those invitations to showcase it and the other invitations that are coming my way. But then I also think about all the spam email I get about people that are going to solve my problem in like 3 moves or less.
No. Like you know which ones of those, like I'm not referring to those, like
okay, good.
But like closer, like it's still like somebody you know, or their friend, that they have something to present to you. Listen. And remember, this advice probably is not appropriate for the reading. Just want to share it. Remember that an app is like a restaurant. Even if you don't need a software developer to get it out, you'll need it to maintain it when it starts growing. So just keep that in the back of your head. Once the traffic comes, things break, and you may not have those 1,500 hours to vibe code, and you may need somebody. So
yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. I have this somebody in mind. It's perfect.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Any questions come up or anything?
No. I think what you've given me so much during this time and our conversation that no specific questions have come up. Yeah.
Jen, I'm so glad you came on the stream. I do remember our reading 2 years ago, and I remember we vibed a lot back then and just didn't follow up on the connection. So here's another opportunity to connect outside of it. I do think I think the reason that I've stayed informed is because your LinkedIn activity, because I think like you always pop up there. But anyway, feel free to reach out for whatever I can help out with anything, and would love to stay in touch. It was great to have you on, and you were definitely exactly the kind of person I love to have on the stream, not just to read, but to hear from, because you have a lot of wisdom to share too. So I'm very, very grateful that you came.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for what you've done for me and for so many people in the community, and I keep referring people to you. I don't know if they're
Thank
signing
you.
up or not, but I hope so because it's probably the truest, most accurate, and I've gone down a lot of rabbit holes with a lot of different people, and that this is the one I count on every single day. So
Thank you.
thank you for all you do. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Probably probably one of the best compliments I've ever gotten. I appreciate it
Oh,
very much.
you're welcome. You're welcome.
Well,
Thanks,
big
Andres.
hug, and let's stay in touch.
Hugging back.
Talk soon. And
Okay.
link to the book. Email you got my email with the URL to stream. Reply to that with the link to the book. I'll add it to the comments, and when we edit clips of this of YouTube, I'll include it there too. So make sure you send that over.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
My pleasure. Absolutely.
Okay.
Talk soon.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. Let's look at the comment section. Okay, let's see. Jen, you're a warrior. You dropped this queen. Absolutely. Cosign. Let's see. My absolute favorite part about these lives are hearing the wise stories and words of wisdom from others. Absolutely. Same here. That's what I love about these lives. And that's why I keep doing them, because I learn from everybody who comes on. I see myself in everybody who comes on, and everybody watching is too. And it's a space where we realize that we are more alike than we think, despite us having different dreams, different personalities, and different brands of fears and insecurities and strengths and weaknesses. It's a space, it's a reminder every week that a lot of what we think is unique to us, or a unique struggle for us, or unique limits that we face, it's actually pretty universal. And that's a beautiful thing to be reminded of once a week. Andrés fala português, mas eu acho que ele fala inglês para poder difundir telegipity. Sim. Eu falo português, eu posso dar leituras de numerologia em português, mas eu não he começado a fazer streams em português porque os streams são pequenos agora, e eu quero utilizar o idioma que todos entendem. Mas algum dia no futuro eu posso fazer streams em português e leituras em português, mas agora acho que ainda não é boa ideia. Então, sim, é importante que, se você é brasileiro e quer uma leitura gratuita no stream, que você fala inglês, não tem que ser perfeito em inglês, mas falar e entender inglês. Se você quer dizer algo em português para eu traduzir ou entender, está bom. Mas se algo de inglês é importante, mas algum dia eu vou fazer os streams em português também. Só que eu tenho que começar com o idioma que todos entendem, para que todos possam participar. Sorry for everything. Just answering the question in the comments about doing readings in Portuguese. I'd love a reading. I share telepathy with people all the time. It's scary accurate. Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much. So just gave 3 readings back to back, and the stream lasts 6 hours, so I'm going to give many, many more. If you're here to get a live reading, you are more than welcome to just give me a couple 3 to 4 minutes of talking and answering questions and just chilling and ranting about any topic you want me to rant on. Because for me, for my process, for my reading technique in general, I need to clear my mind, my energy, my vibration between readings before I jump into somebody else's chart. It's important for me to have the break in between. Doesn't mean I'm leaving. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna be here live on camera. But this is the time where I need a good 5 to 10 minutes to answer questions and rant and just clear my energy and reset my batteries before I bring the next person on for their reading. Hope that makes sense. So let's chat and let's talk about things. Of course, also important, if you want to be the next person to come on the stream and get a live reading, start commenting, start asking me questions, because I tend to choose the person that has been the most active when it's time to bring the next person on. So even if you, sorry, I'm drinking sparkling water, so I'm gonna have to burp. If you want to be the next person, even if you don't have a question, ask one. Get me ranting on a topic. Get me explaining something that you're curious about, whether it's about teledipity or numerology or myself, my shit, my shadows, my insecurities. I am an open book. I talk about everything. Well, not everything, but if I don't want to talk about it, I'll just say so. So it's fine. And let's chat for a bit before the next reading. So give me some stuff to talk about. Give me some good topics. Let's see that chat. Would you be able to explain the psychomatrix writing? No, because I don't know anything about that. I don't know what that is. I can't explain it. Never heard of it. Don't have opinions on it. I'm unaware. I need to share with you that teledipity appeared in my life just when my awakening of consciousness began, and it was amazing to be able to live this time having something to help me boost. Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate that comment very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to help in any way that I can with numerology and with the shit I write and comes out of me through numerology. It's a pleasure and an honor. I constantly see repeating numbers, or what does it mean? I've seen your TikTok, but it's strange and the messages are different. Sure. What number are you seeing? What has been the number that have you seen the most often lately? And I'll interpret it for you. Andres, what would you say is the one key important thing to know about our numerology? Honestly, I don't know if this is a cop-out answer, but it's how I would answer your question. Everything that I have in your profile and your teledipity profile, because I wouldn't say like you have to know about your life mission, you have to know about your expression, you have to know about your solar age. In reality, you have to know about how those numbers combine and what they create in terms of talents and weaknesses and geniuses and types of intelligence and types of urges and types of decision-making processes and what that mission leads to. And the whole teledipity profile is built to be able to combine that information into an interpretation for you. So I don't think there's any particular side of the chart that you have to know about. I think you have to know about the combination and how it's and how all those numbers combine into the story of you. And I think that that's what the teledipity free profile does very well. What is an epicycle? So the reason, like, I don't know, like, at least for me, epicycle and cycle are basically the same concept. The problem is that if you keep saying cycle when you're writing about numerology, it becomes confusing because you're in your 9-year cycle of your 2-year life of your 2-year life cycle in a 9-year cycle. So like if you just keep saying cycle, you don't understand. So you have to use different words. So I use epicycle for the 9-year cycle, and then life cycles, which are the 3 youth, maturity, advanced age, just cycle. And basically in sentences where I have to talk about the two, just for language clarity, I'll use epicycle. Whether it has a specific meaning that is different, I don't think it does. I just use it to divide the concepts so that what I'm trying to explain is more clear. But what numerology does is it slices your life in a bunch of different ways. So a chart has your life mission, your 3 life cycles, youth, maturity, advanced stage, and each of them have a different number. Then you have your pinnacles, which are like it's one per 9-year cycle, but then the youth ones and the mature advanced stage ones are the same repeated over and over. So there's 4 pinnacles, and then there's your 9-year cycles, and every cycle and every number has a year, and then each month has a number, and then each week has a number. And so when you're interpreting somebody's charts, you connect all those dots to figure out what's happening in a person's life. You don't have to know anything about that. A numerologist has to know about that. But when a numerologist is trying to explain that to you, it's more clear if you do use different words. That would be my answer. Sou muito grato a você pela disponibilidade, pelo trabalho transformador, por ser para outro, e desejo transbordamento de amor na vida de cada envolvido neste projeto. Brenda, muito obrigado. Eu estou muito agradecido a você por as suas palavras bonitas e o seu agradecimento. Terei muito gosto de fazer uma leitura para você em português quando esteja pronto para fazer os streams em português, mas eu aprecio muito o seu comentário. Obrigado. Muito obrigado. Andres, have you studied human design? Seen any parallels between that system and numerology? I have not studied human design. I have seen my human design chart, but this is a personal choice that I have, a decision that I made many years ago that I feel strongly about for myself, not for anybody else, that has helped me a lot, which was to become an expert in one system and not to learn a bunch of different ones and try to combine them. For me, in the very beginning of my journey, the decision to stick to numerology and always learn about numerology and never something else, to ignore the astrology books, to ignore the any other systems that are out there, and to just become the pure 100% numerology guy was a commitment I made, a very conscious decision that I made, and one that I will follow for the rest. So I might look at my human design chart, but in reality, like, it's not that I don't think it works or it's real. Like, of course, what I got from it was accurate. So that's as far as I can tell. But for me, in my case, I have enough with numerology. Like, I rarely need to look at another system for answers, because numerology is like in my brain. It's like my algorithm for life. I'm never even thinking about it. It's just coming out naturally. Like, I'll go to a restaurant and I'll notice the number of the table, and I'll understand, like, I'll get an interpretation for it, but not because I'm doing like, oh, this means this. It's just coming out naturally. I always know what month I'm in, what week I'm in, what day I'm in. So, like, it's almost like remember that movie The Matrix, where like they would see these numbers in green, but the people who understood the numbers could see the whole reality behind them. That's how I feel with numerology. So, like, for me, I both have the commitment to stick to one system, and I also don't have the hunger for other systems, so I don't really dive deep into them at all. It's not a judgment of those systems. It's just that in my brain, in my life story, numerology is more than enough. It covers all the needs. And I think it's better also as a practitioner, as a content creator, and as a person managing a numerology app, to also keep that clean, so we're not combining things. Andres, how did you learn numerology? Books. All the numerology books I could find. I became obsessed. I was 21, and I found I think it was one of those old sites about like a lot of different things in astrology and tarot and everything else. But I bought the numerology reading, and I was like, what is this? This is too accurate, scary accurate. Like, I've never been read like this before by any system. So just because I'm ADHD and I have hyperfocus and I become obsessed with the things that call me, I just went and bought not just like the books that were available, but I went to find rare books that were out of print. And I started collecting them. Books from the 1970s, books from 1918 is the oldest one I have. Books from the 20s, and just collecting everything that was available, reading it all, noticing the differences, the similarities, and then just walking around for years and years and years with a numerology calculator and observing. Would pull, would always those astrology people, they like try to figure out what time you were born. Luckily in numerology, it's not as creepy because you don't need that information. You just need their full name at birth. So I would, like, for my boss, for my coworkers, for everybody in my family, for historical figures and celebrities, and even people in reality shows that I watched, I would try to find their full name at birth and birth date and just read those charts. And a lot of it was no longer from the books, but from observation. Big events in my friends' lives, big events in my coworkers' lives, employers' lives, celebrities' lives, historical figures' lives, and then just either recording it in my journal, which I had a big journal that I later digitized, or just remembering, because I have a really good, like, elephant memory about all that stuff, and years and years and years of that. I started with numerology in around late 2010. And I didn't even start creating numerology content until 2015. So it was about 5 years of just observing and learning and recording thoughts. And then, in all honesty, like, even that isn't enough, because you learn so much about the system you're practicing after you start practicing it as well. So I think I become better every time I give a reading. I've given so far over 600 paid readings. And in the streams I do, like, what, 7 or 8 a week. So, like, it's I think with learning any system, it's the self motivation, the hunger to absorb as much information as possible, and the patience to know that mastery takes years, not months, and that there's always something new to learn too. También hablo español. No solo hablo español, soy mexicano de nacimiento. Crecí en México. No dejé México hasta los 19 años que me fui a vivir a Los Ángeles. Entonces, no solo hablo español, el español es mi lengua materna. El inglés es mi segundo idioma. Was there something in particular that catapulted you to dive this deep into numerology or starting teledipity? Obsession. I don't know that. How can I describe it? I think my belief is that you become obsessed with the things that are supposed to be a part of your life. And that's not a choice. That's your soul telling you what you should become obsessed with. When I was a teenager, I became obsessed with Alfred Hitchcock and his movies. And it's the same with numerology. Collected all the books, bought all the VHS movies, watched all the movies. And, like, just I have this obsessive personality with something that calls me. Same with writing, because I wanted to be a writer since very young, and I would write and write and write. So, like, I think it's not that you choose a topic that you're interested in, it's that the topic chooses you. And the sign that a topic has chosen you is that you can't stop thinking about it and you're obsessed with it. So when you feel like you're becoming obsessed with something, that's a sign that you are meant to become an expert in it. Now I'm curious if you're a projector or what energy type. I believe it was manifesting generator that I am in human design. I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. Beautiful that you follow your calling to specialize in numerology. Your mastery is helping the world. Thank you. Appreciate it, Maya, very much. Thank you for your answer. Absolutely, my pleasure. Any other questions? I need another 3 minutes of drinking water and answering questions before the next reading. Give me some more. Give me some more. Enlighten May. You always ask great questions. Hit me with a few more. I hope you're doing well. I hope that you're getting closer to getting started with your project. Or not, I know you already started, but getting closer to deploy the next stage. Because I think you're ready. What if someone has 1,000 obsessions? I think that everybody has multiple obsessions. You don't just have one, right? I can give you a list of maybe 6 obsessions that are still active for me. I think that you have to pick the top one to be your main driving horse and feed the other ones as much as you can. But I very much believe in the concept of mastery, becoming a master at the thing that calls you, and that requires time and dedication over many, many years. So it's not about no longer being excited about other things that pull you, but to choose this is like, if I'm gonna make one my thing, it would be this, and go for that, and then keep the other ones alive as much as you can on the side. Because we talked about this with Nutty, who's very active in the comments right now, and she had one of the, she got a rating on one of our first streams, and we talked about the difference between, like, not all your interests, not all your hobbies are supposed to be your vocation or your income generating activity or your life mission. They're all supposed to be a part of your story, but not all of them are about career. 1 or 2 may be about career, and the rest, they still belong in your life as hobbies, as places for community, as places for developing your brain in other areas, for finding things that you're good at that you never realized you were good at. And then one of those 2 are the main ones for your career. I think that when you come to the point where you're confused about which one should be your career, it's not that you don't know which one it should be. It's that you're being you're worried about picking correctly. You're worried that you'll choose the wrong one and that you'll regret it, and that later you'll look down and said, "Oh, I should have chosen the other one." That's the thing you're trying to optimize against, and the thing that you're worried about. I think that if I just asked you to choose one without the pressure of you making it your thing, you'd be able to identify your favorite one very easily. But it's the pressure of assigning that thing as, like, this has to be my thing, is what brings the anxiety of picking wrong or choosing correctly or making a mistake. But the truth is that a mistake is not a possibility. It's not an outcome that's real. I could have chosen another one of my obsessions other than numerology and become obsessed with it and try to make it my thing. If I had, I would have still been happy. I would have still found ways to monetize it. I would have still been just as passionate about it and obsessed with it. And I would have still been living my mission, just in a parallel timeline where the ingredients are a little bit different, but the impact is the same. So let's say I'd chosen, like, philosophy. I don't, whatever. I don't care. Like, I don't think that the success or the failure was in the choice itself. Like, which one of your obsessions are you picking? It was in just the commitment to one, and the maintaining of that commitment for many, many years that creates the success. It's not the thing itself. It's your ability to commit to that road and walk down it. All of them can be successful. So it's not about picking the one that will be perfect. It's about picking the one that you really, really, really think you can carry for years without becoming bored. And whatever that is, that's the right choice, and you don't have to question it ever again. Eu também tenho ADHD. Our Portuguese, there's many Portuguese audience members, but the one commenting in Portuguese says that she wants to learn about ADHD because it's incredible that Teledipri talks about that. Yeah, Teledipri talks about that because the founder has severe ADHD. I've taken the diagnosis multiple times because I move countries, so I have to get a new diagnosis every time. And I got my first when I was 16 years old. So it's very consistent. Whatever system they use to diagnose me, I always come out with the highest score. ADHD is a superpower. It's not a disability. It makes you special. It makes you unique. It gives you, by the way, this obsession power that I'm talking about. It's called the hyperfocus in ADHD, and it's a known thing. So I don't know like how much advice I have around ADHD other than stop thinking about it as something that limits you. Start thinking about it as something that makes you very special that you would never want to eliminate. I'm actively immersing myself in becoming a master interpreter of colors for aura photography. That's amazing. And it's so fun getting a bit obsessed with this field. Absolutely. I love it. That's a great thing to become a master in. Color science, color interpretation is so powerful and is so correct. Colors are vibrations. Literally, they're light vibrating at different wavelengths. So they have an emotion. They have a interpretation, and I think you could interpret colors the same way you interpret numerology numbers. Tuning in for the first time to the stream in this conversation is very apropos. Thank you. Why is it apropos? Tell me about it. Oh, because of the colors. Oh, I got it. Sorry. Also, in the app, how many different life main objectives are there? Mine says I'm here. Okay. There's, I don't know the exact outcome, because that phrase, the life main objective phrase, is a combination of multiple different parts of your chart into one sentence. It is not law. It is not saying like this is your life mission. It's the closest approximation I can make from how your numerology chart builds into something. So I don't want you to take that sentence, and the app says it right there. Like, it might ring true to you. I'm not saying this is what you're supposed to do. Is like how to combine those numbers into like a clear interpretation of what somebody with those powers and those life transits and life mission would do in the in the extreme positive version. But it's about how the energies come together, maybe not about the exact literal definition of what I'm saying. You might have noticed if you've been watching the stream, I read somebody's life mission, Chris's, a few hours ago, and I gave him that, but as a human interpreter that can adapt the ingredients to the specific person that I'm talking to, and that will make it more specific. In the app, because I don't know who's downloading it, all I can do is build that phrase as a really close approximation to what the experience of getting a live reading is. But there's a limit to what you can do when you don't know who's in front of you, because part of being a good reader, part of being a good practitioner is not just interpreting the system, but filtering it for the person you have right in front of you. Thank you. Lucky for all of us, you chose numerology. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. I try not to influence myself, but I don't stop living, even if I may not go forward, and it really works out, because everything becomes learning for me as well as for the other. Absolutely. Absolutely. Any more questions? I want to answer a couple more before we give the next reading. It's been a great stream. You know what? I love this stream. Sometimes I get down. Well, not down, but I'm like, when we have not so good streams. And I've noticed that a really great stream always comes after like a not so good stream. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for everybody who's here today. It's a really good vibe today. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. More questions. One more, promise. And then I'll do the next reading. More questions. Why don't I ask you a question and then we can talk about that? What do you feel? You have a dream that you're chasing. People who really vibe with teledipity are very much dream chasers. They want to create something. Doesn't necessarily have to be a business. Doesn't necessarily have to be income generating, but they have a vision of something that they want to make real. It's a very clear pattern for the people who really, really vibe with my content, because I think I write from that place all the time. So if you resonate with it, it's because you are like me in that way. So if you're dream chasing right now, how would you describe the thing that's getting in your way the most, the thing that's stopping you the most, the thing that's keeping you from jumping into that dream full force? Try to describe that in the comment section and we can talk about that. Maybe you said this, but what's your life path number? 5. I am a 5. I am a 5. I love the 5. 5 is my favorite year. What did your practice look like when you began studying numerology? What methods of knowledge immersion was helpful as someone learning with ADHD? So this is very studied about ADHD. I don't know if you have it. If you don't, just want to give you that message because it's not just my opinion. It's very scientifically understood about this specific neurodivergence. The ADHD person does not actually have trouble with paying attention. The ADHD person has trouble disconnecting from the thing grabbing their attention. The reason it feels like we forget to clean the house, or we forget to pay the bills, or we forget to do all the menial stuff is because we're so focused on our obsession that nothing else exists. So people with ADHD, they will never have any trouble sitting down and reading a book for 12 hours. If it's a book that they chose for themselves, that they want to get the information from, or they want to experience. They will never have trouble sitting down, writing a book that they want to write, doing something that they want to do, but it's because they can only really pay attention to the things that motivate them, and they cannot fake attention to the things they're not interested in. And that's why it looks like from the outside like they have difficulty paying attention. It's because they don't care about the topic. Why are the ADHD kids don't pay attention in school? Because they don't care about math, or they don't care about anything. Like they only care about the topic that pulls them. So in school, I sucked at math, but I got like in Mexico it's 10, in the US it's A+. I got perfect scores in history because I loved history. I would pay attention in class effortlessly. And I went to the exam and I answered everything without having to study because my memory was grabbing it all because it was a topic that I was interested in. So an ADHD person does not really have trouble sitting down to work on the thing that they're passionate about. In fact, there are studies. I have to remember the book where I read this. I don't know it off the top of my head, but if you want the book, I'll give it to you later. There's a high instance of ADHD with entrepreneurs because those are the people who become obsessed and won't drop something until they see it real. It's there's a lot of entrepreneurs with ADHD. Are a lot of artists, famous artists with ADHD because of this. It's called hyperfocus, what I keep calling obsession. So I don't know that I needed like a technique to learn. I was just could not put down the numerology books no matter how much I tried. And the same with other stuff that I was obsessed with as a kid. Yes, regarding dream chasing. Biggest block is fear, doubt, negative rumination. I have severe ADHD, rejection sensitivity dysphoria. I think teledipity is helpful because it's more akin to internal guidance. Yeah, I can't do work I don't give a shit about. Exactly. Neither can I. We're incapable of it. That's why sometimes I can't respond to emails, because I like, it's just sitting down to respond to emails is like, it feels like the hardest thing in the world. But sitting down to write a bunch of content is not, because that's what I love doing. So, fear, doubt, negative rumination. So I cannot give you a formula to eliminate fear, doubt, and negative rumination. I can give you a message that I wish I had understood earlier, which is that there is no overcoming fear. What you perceive as people who overcome fears or who are not afraid is not people who overcame fear, but people who learn to ignore it. I'm still afraid. I'm still sometimes insecure. I still have imposter syndrome. Those things don't go away. You just stop listening to the voices when they come. I've given this example in other streams. Forgive me if you've watched and you've already heard this, but in the spirit of answering this question for the person who asked it, I used to be a smoker. I smoked a pack a day when I was very, very young, and quitting nicotine cigarettes was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, and I've had to do it multiple times, not just once. But when I've fallen off the wagon and come back to the nicotine habit, I've never done it with cigarettes anymore. It's always with like patches or nicotine gum or whatever. But anyway, point is, almost 17 years after quitting smoking, because I quit it at age 22. I still crave cigarettes. I will still be in my balcony looking at the sun and thinking, oh, it would be so great to smoke a cigarette right now. The craving did not go away. It never did. What happened was I stopped acting on it. I stopped doing something about it. I trained myself to ignore the voice when it comes. I want a cigarette. There's no way I'm actually going to follow through with it, because I know I don't want to mess up my lungs, no matter how pleasurable it is. It's the same with fear. You don't ever stop listening to that voice, because the voice is your inner child, a former version of yourself, like a scar, a wound. Healing isn't really erasing those instincts or those voices. Healing is learning to not let them drive your decisions, not influence your emotional state, not affect the way you either feel about yourself or whatever it is that you're doing. You'll hear the voices, you just will ignore them. Kind of like you ignore the person you don't like when they talk, or the TV show you're not interested in when it's in the room, or the trash bag on the street that you walk by. You notice it. It's just irrelevant. It's neutral. It doesn't produce a positive or a negative reaction. It's something that's there, and you keep going. So my advice is, don't think about becoming the person that doesn't have fears or anxieties or insecurities. Think about becoming the person that does what they need to do despite all those things still being there. And I think that that's the trick. Have you seen any correlation between numerology and neurodiversity? You can never. So I don't think it's constructive to say this number usually has ADHD, because it's always going to be wrong. That's what correlations are. Like, they might find like statistically significant combinations, but even when there's strong correlations, you cannot apply it to everybody. And with numerology, it's very dangerous to do that. For example, it is very common for people who have ADHD to have threes, a number 3 in a major position in the chart. But listen to what happened in your mind when I said that. The first thing you thought about is like, do I have a 3? Is the 3 in my chart? That's why I don't like saying those things. Because just because you have a 3 doesn't mean you have ADHD. And just because you have ADHD doesn't mean you have a 3. So I don't think it's constructive to make those connections for the same reason. Because I'm not going to say to somebody, oh, I think you have ADHD because they have a 3 in their chart. And I'm not going to say to somebody, oh, I don't think you have ADHD because you don't have a 3 in their chart, even when I've noticed the pattern. So you have to be careful with trying to make those connections like a law or a rule, because then you send people into bad interpretations about themselves that are not constructive. There you go. Maya is a 3 life path. Yeah, I'm a 3 expression. So I have big 3 in my chart. Not life path, but there's a humongous 3 sitting right there. All right, I'm ready for the next reading. If you've applied and you want to be the next person, say I applied and I'm ready. And I'll pick somebody from the comments to jump on. Who's ready to be the next person? Maya, you're going first. Let's do this. Maya, do you go by another name? I'm trying to look for you in the application form. I'm not really finding a Maya. What's the first name that you use, just so I can find you here? Bento? How do I find you, Maya? Ah. Yeah, found you. Check your email. The link to join the stream is right there. And now I'm going to pull your chart. Ready to go, Maya. The chart is on my screen. Let's do this. Rawr. Here we go. Hey, Maya. How's it going?
Good.
So tell me about yourself. Tell me, I mean, I feel like I know so much just from the comment section, but introduce us to the lore of Maya and the story and what's going on in your life and what drew you to the reading today.
So the lore, I'm from the United States, but since I first left the States at 18, knew I wanted to live somewhere else, not in the US. And so I've lived all over the world at this point. I'm currently a global nomad, which I think feeds my ADHD need for stimulation. Currently living in Albania and moving to Italy at the end of the month.
Nice.
And I'm a life path number 3. I have severe ADHD, hyper creativity, hyper verbal, all those things. And I'm learning, I'm late diagnosed, like late in life. And so I'm just learning like, oh, I'm not just broken and retarded and stupid and can't function. I just function differently. And now I'm learning how I support myself in the functioning. And I would say my long-term hyper focus is spirituality and in like all like just understanding consciousness and what is going on here as a human. And so I've been focusing, like honing in on the soul and like, how do we embody the soul more? How do we listen to our soul? How do we follow our soul? How do we serve our soul to the world in the way that the world wants from us and is calling for? So that's my little intro.
Nice. So when you were seeking the reading, was there something specific that you were confused about, worried about, wondering about, wanted me to look at?
I guess like my struggle, which is actually also what I help people with now more and more, but it's like making money, doing what you love, doing your soul's purpose, going all in and out of, like both of my parents were school teachers and very like, you have to get a job and get medical insurance and live this kind of very narrow life that's safe. And I was like, I can't do that. And I feel like I've been just kind of deconditioning my whole life. And I still feel like I'm in this part where I'm struggling to do my spiritual work, my healing work, my soul's work, and pay the bills. And so I'm constantly like, do I need to like go get, and I've tried to kind of get jobs that aren't meaningful and purposeful. And I just can't do them more and more. So I'm in a struggle there still. And I am also multi-passionate with like a lot of creative outlets. And so I tend to kind of jump around between like DJing and painting and writing and making music and podcasting. And I'm like, how do I wrangle this?
If you said that what you want to do is spiritual work, even though you have all these other passions. So you already identified the one that you want to be your income source, right?
Yeah.
And have you been trying a while to monetize that, or is it a recent decision?
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing various things for years. Like I've been doing human design readings for about 6 years. The last year or two, I've been doing more like coaching and just energetic healing work in different capacities, which I've been, again, kind of like honing in on what I want to offer, and also like what do people want. But I still have just a ton of fears around rejection, around like past life stuff of like getting killed for doing this stuff, or all the conditioning, you shouldn't, if it's spiritual healing work, then you shouldn't get paid for it. You should just do it for free and help everybody that needs help. So yeah, I was heavily programmed with a lot of that stuff, and still coming out of it.
For like over 10,000 years, spiritual practitioners have been charging for their services. There is nothing anti-spiritual about charging. As people need to pay rent and buy their own food. And there's no difference between somebody helping you fix your shoe or your electrical work in your house or an artist creating a beautiful painting and wanting to sell it than there is from doing spiritual work for somebody and charging. Probably one of the most I had it too, but like I'm probably gonna piss somebody off, but I believe it. Probably one of some of the most toxic beliefs out there. It's just that spiritual work should be free. Work needs to be compensated. People need time to become experts and compensation for the time that they've spent becoming experts. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing wrong about putting a price on your services. And feeling like there is the fastest way to kill your dream at the start. And I understand that there's a difference between understanding the logic of it and embodying it. I also think that there's that you go on like just like anything that you're uncomfortable with at first and then you become completely fine with over time, you have to take it gradually rather than imagine that there's a moment in time where you eliminate that belief. Kind of like dipping your toes in the cold water before diving in. I think that it's perfectly fine to say, I'm going to start charging $10 because that's where my comfort level is. Even if that's undervaluing yourself, it's much better than charging $0. And once you get comfortable with that, the jump from 10 to 30 is really easy. And then from 30 to 80, and then from 80 to 150, rather than saying like, I have to charge $2,000 because it's not even about how you pitch it or how you sell it. Like you have to, the most important thing is that you charge what you're comfortable you can deliver in value. And even though your assessment of that is usually wrong, like you can deliver much more than what you are charging it at, it's better to start wherever you are and then force yourself to raise it as you gain the confidence than just forcing yourself to eliminate that belief overnight. I don't think that's any different from the first surgery that I knew that a brain surgeon had to do versus the 100th. Eventually you have a confidence where you know you're going to do a great job, but you never start there. It's about starting and getting yourself in the groove. And then I don't know, I think like most of the upgrades we're seeking, there's no like magic sauce other than doing it until you're comfortable. And that doesn't have to take years, but it does take time, and you want to be patient with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I've been on that path of like, okay, like just doing it as much as I can, and then also pricing it and offering that. But I feel like this fear of, because it's not fixing a shoe. It's like spiritual work that can be difficult to like describe, or kind of like intangible or ethereal. And so there's this like feeling of lack of capacity to communicate what the value is. Like I know the value, I see the value, I'm getting more evidence and collection of like what happens to people and how their lives change. So that's helpful. But yeah, the communication part has felt like another big obstacle.
I think that when we're trying to get into this field, we get a lot of like the social media algorithms, like they pick these people for us, like market it this way, charge this way, do this, do that, do that, and like most of that advice is just bad advice, or doesn't fit, or is not aligned with you. So I think that instead of thinking about how to market it or how to pitch it, I think that the way I see it, the model is much simpler, which is what you're doing. You're not selling human design. You're not selling the benefits of human design. You're selling the way you see life and the way your brain works. And people have to get a sample of that before they decide to go pay you for it. So I feel like the sale is not something you have to engineer. You just have to get as many people as you can to get to know you and the way you use the system. And eventually you're asked, like, can I get a reading? I think without having like the knowledge or the formula, I think that's how teledipity happened in the beginning. I didn't think people understood numerology enough to pay for it, so I just had everything for free. The profiles for free, the forecast for free. And now that's an example. Like, I wasn't really making videos at the time, but like I was showing how I interpret it, how I take the system and apply it to somebody's life. And after a while, if somebody like is getting value from it, they're the ones who ask you, like, can I get a reading? I was asked before I was offering it, only because I was putting myself out there. And I think the same, like right now, it's funny because right now, I don't, like, I'm giving the readings away for free in a different stage of my business, because I think I'm looking for a different value than just charging. But even then, just doing these readings for people in the stream, I've been asked, like, do you do private ones? Which I'm not doing right now, but it's creating the demand already for somebody who doesn't want to come on the stream, but is so just doing it publicly is what creates the interest. Because you're not selling human design, you're selling your way of interpreting human design, and people have to see that before they can decide if they want to pay for it, I think.
And yeah, I was referred to your app by a friend in Mexico City who was like, do you know this app? It's amazing. And I looked up and I was like, oh my God. And then I tell it to people. And that's how a lot of my clients come, is through referrals of people who are like, you gave me a reading and you changed my life. And so now I'm buying one for my friend or sending them. And then, it's just like, how do I expand that reach?
How do you expose your approach to human design? So that more people can see if they might want to get it from you rather than somebody else.
Yeah.
Because really, like, it's not really the system, it's your approach to it. I don't know that I don't know that we always remember that, but like human design, astrology, like whatever it is, it lives and dies on the person. It's not the system itself. So it's more important to find your way of doing it and to promote that rather than the system itself.
Thank you. That is helpful.
Absolutely. So what's your biggest question about this year and your decisions right now and what's coming, so we can talk based on your chart?
Yeah, about this year. I definitely feel like I'm about to, I'm launching something with a friend in Brazil, and it's basically a mastermind for other people who are trying to follow their souls and make a living in the world. And so we're in the midst of launching that and kind of going through, that the struggles and the fears and the intending and the connecting and sharing. But yeah, I'm feeling like I'm hoping like I feel like I'm on the verge of a shift as far as my work and giving my gifts in a way that is like more powerful and clearer. So yeah, I guess I would like to know what to focus on exactly in this time for the remainder of the year, especially.
Did you start learning about this stuff in the middle of 2019? Is that when your like education on these topics began?
Human design is because I've
it's
been
right on your
living
chart.
human
It's
design
right on your
since
chart. Yeah.
Okay, since 2010. But then my intuition was like, don't study anything for years and years and years. And finally, 2019, I found my mentor and started studying it in depth. So yes.
Okay. So perfectly aligned. And your chart talks about this, and the word has different meanings, but in like from the spiritual perspective, it's this one chapter of your life, the apprenticeship stage. And I think it's about more than human design. Maybe it's also about starting a business, about monetizing, about your way of doing it. This apprenticeship stage very clearly begins at the middle of 2019 and ends in the middle of 2027.
Okay. All right.
You're in the last step of that.
Okay.
What that tells me is that you're not late, you're not delayed, and you have not like botched any part of that process. The universe needed you to absorb all this knowledge throughout that time. And we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years total of this one transit of absorbing the knowledge and developing the mastery of it and the power in it before you shift into the next stage. And more curiously, there's 2 years in that long-term transit that talk about starting to actually step into the role of practitioner, but as a practice rather than the real thing. And those 2 years are the middle of 2023 to the middle of 2025. It was like the trial run.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that fit?
Yeah, I would say
That would be your 44th birthday to your 46th birthday.
Okay. Yeah, I was focusing more on human design in that period. I would say.
But is that where you started to monetize or create content or do something more active around it?
Yeah, I was doing more like in 2023. I was teaching. I started like teaching human design workshops and classes, and I made like a jewelry line. And then, I was teaching through 2025, and then I shifted into more of the like separate from human design in a way, like more of the healing and coaching.
Sounds like more of like a trial run on business, on like a monetization, maybe.
Yeah. I was studying and taking courses and doing like, how do I, how do you market? How do you monetize? How do you do this stuff? Yeah.
I would say very confidently that not the place where like all the success hits you at one time, but the place where you actually start feeling like there's traction and there's progress and there's milestones being hit right after your 48th birthday next year.
Okay.
And from now until then, it's still a little bit of a preparation stage, but it's the very final pieces of it. So almost like you're putting the finishing touches in your new home. You already furnished it, but you're picking the paintings and the flowers and just the little details before it's finished. All of it is a long way of saying you're not late.
Okay.
And this is your path. And honestly, like, because when you're talking about like whether to get a job or not, or how to sustain yourself or whatever, like you've made it this far without a permanent solution. So what's another 6 months, right? I mean, it sounds like a stupid thing to say, but the reality is I remember so many years where I had maxed out credit cards and just like my finances were all over the place. And sometimes I had no idea how I was gonna like get all the bills paid, but somehow it always happened. And sometimes I didn't even have a job. Sometimes if you trust that you've been able to do it, so why wouldn't you continue to be able to it? That's how you just maintain that weird stability before you get to the real thing. So there's nothing to worry about. I don't know what the specifics are, but you can figure it out. Like you're almost there. You're almost there. You're closer to the point where this is your main source of income than you are to the point where you were completely lost.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Like in 2023, I think I was closer to completely lost. And like, I have no idea what I'm doing, where I'm going, nothing's working, like freaking out. And in the last year or two, it's more locked in of like, oh, it's not just human design. It's also the energy work, healing. It's a lot of things combined, but now it's like getting honed in on the soul focus. So now I'm like, okay, I know I'm going, kind of. I know what direction I'm moving pretty much. Like, I'm out of the country. I'm living where I want to live. So like, I know that I'm headed there. But then there's the fears that are like, how much longer can I keep, borrowing money from my mom to pay rent, or like, when I need to, which there is income coming in slowly that's increasing from the work, but I want to arrive.
You will. In many ways, you already arrived, because now it's only a matter of time, not of figuring out stuff that's hard.
Yeah.
Be patient. It's coming.
Okay. And I'm reading all the books. I'm doing the homework.
I hope it doesn't feel like homework.
It does. I mean, the books are always aligned with what I'm into anyways, but I guess it's like that feeling of wanting to arrive and the frustration of not already being there. And then it feels like, okay, like what else do I need to do to arrive, to like get there and survive at the same time?
Yeah. And it's a funny thing, because I could have probably did hear this wisdom many times and understood it, but it's hard to kind of like embrace it until, for whatever reason, you enter it. And that can happen at any time. It doesn't have to happen later or now, but like, it's just something to try to not forget, is that the feeling of I want to arrive, you can get it after you're making money, after you have a big audience, after you like, because there's always something that is unfinished and not yet done. So people will stay there even after and you might already see this in your story, like you're so much more ahead than you were 3 years ago, but that same feeling of like I want to arrive, like if you're not careful, that stays with you throughout the journey too. And there comes a moment where you realize it's not actually about the money or the place of the business or where I am in my healing journey, or where I am with my weaknesses and my strengths. There has to be a moment where you say, even if I don't have everything that I've been planned, even if all the flowers I've been planting haven't bloomed yet, I've already arrived. And you can say that at any point, and it is a powerful thing to shift into that, because I don't even know that it's a manifestation technique. It might be. It's more a happiness technique. It's feeling like, yeah, some things are still yet to happen in my life, but I'm here. I'm a finished product. I will continue to learn and grow and change, but I love the present. I'm happy, and I'll continue to plant. I'll continue to water my gardens, but I've arrived. And that's more a statement and a feeling than a place in time or a specific point in your journey.
Yeah. I call that being in the having instead of the wanting. Just like, I have it already. It's here. And this morning I was like writing about all the stuff that I'm freaking out about, the things that aren't working, the things that are stressing me out. And I was like, okay, yes. And like, what am I happy about? What do I appreciate? Like now, like all the amazingness around me. And that list was much longer than the freak out list. So it's like, okay. I feel like maybe sometimes like the ADHD mind and the hyper focus and the creativity, I use it to my detriment, like for destructive purposes and for evil rather than for good. Like instead of imagining what could happen, I catastrophize and think of all the horrible things that might happen or haven't happened. And
100%. I did the same thing. Maybe still do in some areas. But it's a thing we do. It's a thing we do. Yeah.
Is there anything in my numerology as far as like strengths or superpowers that you see that I could maybe lean into more in this final phase of my apprenticeship?
I think that it's very interesting because the way you describe yourself, someone would think like, well, that's not the kind of person that would have this kind of superpower. But I think when I describe it, you'll recognize it within yourself. I think that your superpower is to not just maybe deliver an interpretation of the divine language like I'm doing with numerology in like my style. I think that the way you would do readings is more like based on these ingredients that I see in your chart.
Mm-hmm.
The plan of action is do this first, do this second, do this third, like to organize that interpretation, not into like a description, but into like an action plan that has a formula. So I think that whatever you sell or whatever you deliver is kind of more like a, and that's why I said like you might feel like this isn't you, but it is. Like you can organize knowledge into steps. Level 1, level 2, level 3, and steps with action. Like level 1, figure this out, make this plan. Level 2, figure this out, make this plan. So organize this wisdom into implementation steps.
Okay.
This is where like I feel like you might approach it a little different than I do because of the differences in our chart. I think that that's where your mind always wants to go in the delivery of wisdom.
Okay.
Do you recognize that or not yet?
I've started kind of doing that in my healing work of like, I kind of made my own system. That's a 3-step system. It's 3 sessions that have different focuses that take people through like an arc, a journey, but I have not applied that necessarily to,
Your
like
brain works
objective.
that way naturally.
Yeah.
It tries to divide things into smaller bits that are digestible, that build on each other. And I think that that's going to be a major ingredient in how you help people.
Okay. Yeah, and that applies to some things. I'm working on like some kind of courses now in different things that I'm hyper focused on, and yeah, I can apply that to those.
Well, good luck. Godspeed.
Thank you.
It's almost time. Less than 6 months.
Yay!
It's been great meeting you, Maya. And
Yes, you too.
all the very best in your upcoming move and all your ventures.
Thank you. And yeah, I deeply appreciate your work. Your app found me in a time when I was going through massive shifts, and when I saw my description, I started crying, and it's definitely helped be a guiding. Like I said, it's almost like an internal guiding light rather than external telling like, oh, you should do this. It's like it's connected to my soul and my inside, so it feels like a mirror. Yeah. So thank you.
What a beautiful description. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor. And I hope that I can keep doing that forever for you and for anybody who feels called to it. That's all I've ever wanted. So thank you. Thank you for letting me know it's happening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Best of luck. Talk soon. Bye-bye. Beautiful. Let me read some of these comments. How does everybody feel about that reading? What did it make you think about a part of yourself? Did it make you wonder about something specific that was brought on by that description, but maybe it's different for you? Let's answer some questions. Let's talk about what just happened before we jump into the next. I'm dropping off. It's midnight here. I'll join another time. Hey, sorry. Nice siling. Nikling. Sorry about that. You applied for a reading, so you'll get a reminder when we do the next one. And I will remember your name and I'll try to get you in earlier. Appreciate you joining us for the stream, and sorry we couldn't get to you. Usually it's not like I do it on purpose. I'm just choosing from the people who are available. But usually if you want a reading and you don't want it on the day you were seeking it, there's a reason for that. And the readings happen on the day that is important for whatever reason. The universe is perfect, timing is perfect. It's very it's a thing to always trust. How's everybody out there? Let's do some chatting. Let's do some ranting. How what are the thoughts in your mind right now? What's going on in your life? How would you verbalize the thing that you're struggling with the most? Or how would you describe the thing that you think I might be able to help you with the most with my opinions? And we will rant about that for a minute. Tell me. I can also, well, we'll leave that for later. I want to hear your thoughts first, and then I'll say what I was about to say. Let's hear your thoughts. We talked a lot about ADHD. We talked about pricing your services and the discomfort with pricing them high. We talked about charging for spiritual work. We talked about mastery and the development of it. Let's dig into those topics. Also, by the way, just a reminder, if you're waiting around to be the next person to get a live reading, it will help your case tremendously to be super active in the comments and ask questions so that I can start seeing your name a lot. And then when I call the next person, I'll recognize the name and I'll choose you first. So help me. Comment. Hey, Alejandra, are you still around? Alejandra, maybe today I can answer your question about the 33 if you're still there. But I need the signs of life first. No comments. What is going on? Did people fall asleep to my voice? Should I be doing AMDR or whatever that's called? I didn't know that I had a soothing voice. I've always been told that I'm very loud. That people can hear me from across the street. I was in a workshop once, and one of the girls told me, like, every time you say something, the whole room vibrates because it's so loud. Give me signs of life. I don't know if I'm talking to myself. I don't know if everybody just left this stream and left me alone. I remember, I don't know where my phone is, ADHD person. I remember I wrote some topics to discuss if there was ever a period where I didn't get questions. But now I can't find my phone. I'll find it. But maybe I can get a question first. All right, no takers. Fine. Let me just find that. Where did I leave it? Maybe I can find it in my computer. 1 second. Okay, I have one. You ready for me to dive into my rant? This past Sunday, I attended a concert by Daniel Cesar. It really put things into perspective about mastery. He started his music journey 9 years ago or longer. It only now that he was able to sell. Yeah, 2 shows in his home city. We are from Toronto. Yeah. Let me talk to that for a second. You know, it's an uncomfortable thing for people to hear because Usually when you're really excited to get going with your dream, it's out of the right reasons, because you want to master something, you want it to become the thing you give to the world, you want it to become the way you make money, and most importantly, you want it to become the way you help people. That's the place where when you get started, you have no problem with the concept of mastery, because you don't really care how long it takes. If people told you it's going to take 10 years, you wouldn't care, because you're choosing it from the right state of mind, which is this: I want this to be part of my life story. I don't really care how long it takes. But then there's the other case where, and there's nothing wrong with it, I'm not judging. I've been there too, actually. But it's a little bit of a more complicated place to be choosing a dream, which is the place where your current either career trajectory or financial situation is so stressful and so painful that you need a quick solution, and you're attaching that quick solution to the dream you've always had and you've always known you should be chasing, that you feel either late on or just desperate to move into. And that's a very vulnerable place to be, because that's where you are normally very open to these ideas that it can happen very quickly, that you can learn something and be a master at it in 6 months to a year, that you can launch a business and it can already be covering all of your financial needs within months, within less than a year. And it's especially vulnerable because that's where you are vulnerable to people selling you that promise and you paying for it, when the reality is not that it always has to take 10 years. But the reality is that the best way to chase a dream like that is when you're not desperate and when you don't need immediate change in your life, because that's when you make the best decisions. And that's when you can really put the energy into mastering something rather than jumping into selling it because you need money. And again, what I'm saying here is not that you need to wait 10 years, but that the road is always longer than you think, and that the road is 10 times smoother when you're not desperate for a change. So if you are in that place of vulnerability where you need to either fix your financial situation or get out of a job that is sucking the life out of you, my advice is to separate the two goals, because they're different. Yes, it's time to start chasing your dream, and you can start today, but try to figure out financial stability and your work environment as a separate objective first, to land in a place to land in a place that maybe is not going to be forever, maybe is not the permanent solution, maybe it's not what will fix everything, but at least will be a place that will not suck your energy, that will not stress you out, and that will help you cover your expenses and give you the free time you need to focus on the mastery on the side. Because maybe for you, it depends what you're doing, right? But maybe for you, mastery is a 3-year journey, not a 10-year journey. It really depends on both the context, the thing you're choosing, and also the things you've already developed mastery on in previous chapters of your life, because you already have skills and expertise and knowledge about other topics, whether they're connected or not. Those build into what the next stage is going to be anyway. But trying to fix the professional and financial dissatisfaction with the life mission dream, my opinion, is always a losing strategy. You're not going to make the right decisions. You're not going to be able to enter flow, and you're not going to be able to enjoy the ride. It's always going to be stressful. And some of the greatest success stories I've known and heard from people I've given readings to, from people I've read books about, and from just like the observation, and I saw this before I started Teledipity, but it also fits my own story. They didn't quit everything and start the next day. They did not replace their former income within a year or less. They started on the side, on the evenings and weekends while they held out their jobs. And 1 to 3 years later, they were ready to quit and just do it full time. And that's what I mean by separating the two objectives. One is find a job that can help you pay your bills, that won't stress you out or won't make you suffer in the way that you're suffering. And two is start building your dream on the side without the pressure of making it your stability immediately. That's how I would answer that comment. I'm also curious what one pivot moment or experience has changed your life the most. Let me think about that. Yeah, I think there was one. I think it was by far the most important one. My original dream was to be a screenwriter and to write movies. I went to LA with that dream. I studied this in college, screenwriting in a university in Los Angeles. And when I graduated, I was looking for jobs in the film industry. And I applied to a bunch for months and months, and I kept getting rejected until I finally got a job offer. And at the same time that I was getting that job offer, I also got an offer to get a full-time job at my university in what used to be my student job, in something that had nothing to do with film. It paid better. It was more stable, and it was actually maybe a more interesting opportunity because in that job offer, even though it had nothing to do with film or writing, I would be a manager and I would have people reporting to me and run a whole office. So it was kind of like a promotion, even though it was my first job ever. And I had that fork in the road. Be passionate about the dream or take this other opportunity that you never dreamed about, but was very interesting, would pay me better, and had some interesting opportunities. I don't want to give the whole story because maybe it's not important, but it was a big deal for me at the time. I was 23, and I really felt like if I didn't take the film job, that I was abandoning my dreams and that I was doing something other than what I came to the US to do in the first place, because I'm from Mexico, an international student, not even a US citizen. So like it felt like I was abandoning something. And yet my body kept telling me that the film job was wrong, that it was not a good idea, that it was not the right place. And my body kept telling me that it was okay to abandon that dream and to take this other job. The rest of my life depended on that decision right there. In that job, I learned about technology. In that job, I had to do a lot of public speaking because it was a call center, and I had to train employees and motivate employees. And I found other parts of me that I loved that I had never tapped into. I found other talents that I had that I never knew were in there because I was forced to do them. And whether it was the technology or the public speaking, all those things are part of Teledipity today, and all those things came out of that job. And at the time, it felt like I was abandoning my dreams. Important pivot point. Hello, Andres. I'm from Brazil. Big fan of Teledipity. Always talk about it. Everyone in my job to join, and they got scary at first time reading. Love your job. Helps me a lot. Just keep it. Thank you so much, Erica. Appreciate the comment so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor. Brianna, do you have any tips for when you hit turbulence in your flow? When I hit turbulence in my flow, I think I think flow is a curious thing because I know when it's there and I know when it's not. I maybe have a not very elaborate, but maybe have a little bit of a technique to tap into it. But sometimes it's just not there. This is something that artists, writers, and athletes understand. Like sometimes you're on and sometimes you're not. Sometimes you go to a competition and you do everything perfect, and sometimes you feel like you don't know what you're doing. Same with writing. I might sit down to write one of those teledipper emails, and it flows naturally. And there's other times where I'm just staring at the screen and it can't come out. So the flow is absent. I think what I've learned is to not force it and to not fight it and to not really spend too much time thinking about it. If you're wondering whether you're in flow, you're not in flow. If you're wondering how to get into flow, you're not in flow. If you're wondering why you fell out of flow and can't get back in, you're not in flow. So the way to get flow back is to stop thinking about it, to stop worrying about it, to start trying to control it, and to stop trying to control it, and to stop trying to figure out how to optimize it in any way, shape, or form. Flow enters when you're calm, confident, and at peace. It's really hard to tap into it when you're worried, anxious, or fearful that it can't come. And you know what it's like a lot? This is actually a really good example. When you have insomnia, when you're trying to fall asleep and you can't. I'm sure you've experienced it. The more you think about why you're not asleep at 3 a.m, like, oh my God, I need to fall asleep. I can't fall asleep. Like, what's going on? What's the problem? Should I take something? Should I not? Like, the anxiety that comes from not sleeping prevents sleep further. So the most important thing to do in one of those moments is to stop the thinking. Just quiet the mind. Don't worry about it. If you're not going to fall asleep, then you won't fall asleep. But don't try to make sleep happen. And then it happens. It's the same with flow. Don't try to make flow happen and it'll happen. But if you try to activate it and deactivate it as if you can control it, you're more likely to disconnect it for longer periods of time, if not permanently. Okay, I'm ready for the next reading. But everybody watching, it's time for the next bathroom break. 30 seconds, less than a minute. Don't go anywhere. When I get back, I will choose the next person to do a reading. We won't do more Q&A. We'll jump straight into the next reading. So hold on for less than a minute. Bathroom break. We'll be right back. I'm back. Boom. Alrighty. Who's still here? Who wants to be next? If you want to be the next person to be read, I am ready. Let's get going. Say I applied and I'm ready in the comments, and I'll pick somebody. Who wants to be the next person? Say I applied and I'm ready. There seems to be few takers right now, so this is a perfect opportunity if you've been waiting. The first person to say I applied and I'm ready is probably going to be chosen. Oh. How's everybody? Well, so Reb, you didn't apply, but you love a reading. You have to apply first because that's how I get your information. Otherwise, I won't know what chart to pull. So it is important to apply first. You can apply by going to that QR code or this URL right here, teledippery.com/live. That's where the application form is. You have to fill it out before you come on the stream. There's some agreements. There's some stuff some information to send me. Make sure you apply first, and then after you applied, then you can come back and say that you're ready. It is important to apply. Okay. Reset by Nas. You're coming in first. Brianna, I've noticed all your engagement. You'll be next if you're still here when I'm done with the next reading for Reset by Nas. So Reset by Nas. How do I find you in the application form? What's your first name? Just give me something to search you by. I'm sure your name is not Reset by Nas. How do I find you? Okay. Mm-mm. I don't see that name in here. Did you apply today? Oh, I found it. Check your email. The link is out. Check your email. You'll find the link right there to join me on the stream when you're ready. Boom. Who else is watching? You want happy to answer a question before Reset by Nas joins us. We don't have to be quiet the entire time. Annette, check your email. The link is there. Come join me quickly. Let's answer some questions. Oh, here's Annette. Hey, Annette.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Tell me
What
about
a
yourself.
great call or like live stream so far.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been a really good day.
Yeah, you've done good. Congrats
thank
on this.
Thank you very much. Tell me about yourself. Life, this year. What do you
It's the year
do?
5. So I feel like, can you envision someone being like in a movie scene where they take everything off the table? Like they just, yeah, I just did that.
Give
I'm
me more
at fuck
details.
it all. Like fuck
What
it all.
happened?
I don't know. So everything you said resonated. I thought the last 6 months was like, as I'm listening to you, I'm like, no way, no way. And then what I do is I listen to the first month and then I replay and I try to do the books as suggested. So I get through them and then I do the thing and I'm like, holy fuck, why is this guy so spot on with down to the book? Like Outwitting the Devil was for this month or for August. I finished it right before August started. So it was very introspective the first 6 months. I feel like it's like I'm 35 and it feels like I just woke up. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
And I don't know, like I've pretty much quit both jobs. I haven't focused on my own business enough. But it's gained a few tractions like in 2024. I do know the people that could put me at the tables and the places, but I have like self-trust issues. Anyways, this June, I quit one place just last week. I think it was Thursday. I'm like, hey guys, I'm done. I packed up my things and I got out. What am I going to do? I don't know.
Wow.
No clue. I know it's to probably focus on my own thing finally and make it about me and stop living in somebody else's shadows. Because that's what I was doing for a while. But like, yeah, I came in and I just did everything that I normally wouldn't do. I'm usually very responsible, very like I have 3 kids. I started very young. I was like 16, had a baby, like did the thing, you know? And so I don't know if it's like I'm finally finding myself as my own identity and I'm just not willing. I don't know. Boundaries. 5 was a wild year and I love it. I love every inch of 5, but now I don't know. You're like, yeah, that sounds like 5.
Yeah, it does. It does. I still feel like there's so much context missing. Like, what's your business about?
Okay,
Why
so
did you leave those jobs? Like, give us more detail.
Okay, I specialize in lymphatic drainage massage, but I do it for post-op, oncology. I do neurolymphatics too, so I do help with ADHD, ALS, MS, these things. But I started off lymphatic drainage in 2016 in Colombia for like training there before it became like a thing everywhere else. So it's been a while I've been doing, but I've never done it full time or to my full capacity just because I just self-worth, working through it. Didn't think I was like worthy enough to be in those places and sit at those tables and to do those things. Like, that's that. So I don't know.
To do these massages, to be a like or.
So I got into paramedical camouflage as well this year to work with the scarring post-surgery. Do I even think that I'm going to continue this? No. Do I think that I may make it a business and have other people train under me so they can go on and like produce them? Probably. I have a very entrepreneurial mindset. So like, although this is one thing, I love health. I love how incredible people feel after seeing me. I love the relief I give someone who just finished doing chemo and radiation. And like, I love these things. I do. But like, I'm tired of being hands-on.
Okay.
I've hit that point where like, I'm tired of doing the manual work.
Okay.
I want to create a system and a process. I know I can do
Okay.
that.
A system for people doing it themselves, or
where I train somebody and then it like
Oh.
continues in that way. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. So you quit your jobs to do this?
I don't know. I just quit. I was just enough. It was like I just had enough of everything and everyone. I'm like, forget this. I wasn't even forget this. I had like, fuck this. Peace. Figure it out.
So what's your plan for the rest of the year?
I have a little studio space I just got.
Okay.
And I'm thinking to just restart there. I have clients. I have people that'll come and see me. I have a reconstructive shoulder surgery in December.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have to hire someone to take up the massage portion of things while I heal. But it's a lot of fast track movement as the year 5 is. It's just a lot of like, it forces you in, or I feel like it has forced me into spaces and into decisions and things that is pushing my trajectory further, faster. Correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're doing it perfect, and you also have a really good plan, because your plan, you know that long term you don't want to be the practitioner anymore, but you also know that just to get the ball rolling, you're going to do it for a little bit, and you already have clients and you're going to get a space. That's the perfect plan, because there's your short-term plan and your long-term plan linked together, and that's all you need.
But is I'm worried.
Why?
Like, I do have 3 kids that I'm fully responsible for. Like, I am a single mom. I do financially in every capacity. All they have is me.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, being so abrupt to do this was very much a me move and not a them move.
Mm-hmm.
And so my concern is like, you just finished saying too, like 11:11 on the dot. You're like, I wouldn't say to just quit everything and start the thing.
Mm-hmm. But you do have a way to make income without getting another job, so that's different.
It's almost like I still don't trust myself enough that it'll work out.
That's normal after the big event. But the difference between, like, the advice I was giving was for somebody that does not have an immediate plan to make money.
Right.
You do, because you have clients and you have a practice. That's different.
Okay. Now sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I want you to talk first. No.
Okay. So I'm a life path 6, I think, right?
Let me see.
And does this?
You don't have a middle name, right? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. Because it influences the chart.
I know it does. Yeah. No.
Okay. Let me pull out every chart. I was waiting to pull it because I wanted to ask the question. Okay. Yes, you're life path 6.
So does that, okay. The question is, does my work kind of affects me energetically? Where sometimes I get their tiredness, if that makes sense. Like they'll leave invigorated, but then I'm very tired, and I have a nurturing nature about me. And I don't want to turn that off, but I don't know how to separate that. Like you do, like you see how you figured out your thing where you like to take a break and have us talk. I still haven't found my thing. And I'm wondering if in my life paths or in my numerology, is there like a thing, maybe not a precise thing, but something that can help me offload the feelings?
It's not connected to numerology, but you do have to find that thing, because it's the same kind of work.
Yeah.
What this is an energy exchange. and you cannot pull from a bucket that keeps getting drained. You have to refill it. And
Right.
what I was taught is not a specific technique, but the need for developing one that comes from you, that fits you, that can be elaborate in the beginning, and that can just become second nature after hundreds of sessions or whatever, and like it just, you just know how to do it. But I like sometimes the very elaborate rituals help us, and sometimes they hurt us because they reduce our confidence when we don't get to do them perfectly, or we don't get to do them exactly as we wanted to. So you want to be careful not to make something super elaborate, but also something that's very clear. That's an energy reset. And as long as it's through visualization and clear intention, which is basically like internally the process of, I am reclaiming the energy that I gave away. It's coming back to me, and the visualization of that process, it works. And you definitely have to give yourself time between sessions, and you have to build some, like, it honestly doesn't matter, because it's all about intention. Any kind of energy work is about that. It's about the belief that you can press certain buttons vibrationally, and that pressing those buttons works. So use like crystals, like whatever, like, and it's not really about the crystal, or you can dance, or you can, like, it's just the, like, this is what I'm doing right now. I'm cleaning, I'm reclaiming, and I'm refilling the battery. And I remember in the beginning, it was like a 15-minute thing. Right now, it's just like, I can even be talking about something else, but I'm visualizing that whole process, and it still works for me, because at the same time that I'm very careful about doing it, I also don't give it over importance, or over perfectionism. Like, I have to do it, like it can be something, and it works, but it doesn't have to be super elaborate. And don't worry about whether it's a 6 or a 7. It's just the act of, like, knowing that you're depleted and that you need to recharge.
Okay.
And visualization. Yeah.
Okay. So sorry, go ahead. No, you go.
I will not talk until you say what you were going to say.
Oh. So next year
Mhm.
ends up being a 6, and then I'm a 6.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can see how your mind works. You expect certain things to mean bad outcomes. Like, you're like afraid, like there's something in there that's going to say you're going to have a bad time.
No.
Okay.
It's more so just like a little bit of confirmation in my choice being the right choice. Not so much that failure is a thing. It's going to happen, whether I like it or not. It's just how I take the failure, right? Whether I improve it, make it better.
It might happen, but it's not the end of the story.
And majority of success stories come from failure, like failing 100 times before getting to the thing right. So that's not it. It's almost just confirmation to trust my intuition and my gut, which I have a very hard time doing because I put myself in situations that really fuck me up. So
I have a question for you. Is this the first time that you do you take a risk this large, or have you done it before?
I think the biggest risk since, I would say, having my kid at 16 was a really big risk.
That was a choice. That was a deliberate choice.
Yeah. And I knew I could have been disowned by my family. I was from my dad's side, and it was just like my mom, you know? I think that was a big risk, but I really wanted that. I think second to that would be this, but this risk isn't just me. That was just me, right? Like, although I was having her, it was really only affecting me. Right now it affects 3 other people.
I think that you could see that a million different ways, because you think it didn't affect your kids when you were unhappy in your job?
I hide things really well.
But still, when you're not yourself, when you're stressed, when you're worried, when you are having work stuff in your mind, where you're knowing that you're not chasing your potential, but you should be, when you're worried that you're not chasing your dreams where you should be, that also affects your kids too.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes.
So at the same time that you think you're taking a risk that might hurt them, and there's a narrative where you're helping them, because whatever happens, they need to see a 35-year-old dropping it all for a dream and going to chase him, because you want them to be doing that. You want them to do that
Yeah,
earlier. You
absolutely.
want them to be that brave. You want them to be that you want them to honor what their dreams are and what their happiness is going to be, even when it looks risky and even when they don't know what's going to happen. You want them to make that same choice when it's time for them. And
Mhm.
them seeing you do it is the most important thing, because they will both remember
Mhm.
and it will become a part of their operating system. My
Mhm.
mom did it. So I don't know that you're not actually helping them, or that you're not actually doing what you want to do as a mom, which is show them, A, that it's never too late, and
Mhm.
B, that it's the most important thing to honor your dreams and your potential and your talents.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That helps the perspective. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was processing as you were saying.
Yeah. It's the truth though.
Yeah, I
Because
didn't look at it that way. I looked at it more so as a place of like, for now, we can't do certain things.
you
And
have to
I've
think,
given
like,
them everything
yeah,
and some,
yeah. You have
right?
to
'Cause
think about, like, how much we learn from how our parents handled their lives, and how
they
much gets into our subconscious, like the people who stayed in unhappy marriages, the people who
yeah,
stayed in jobs that they hated.
yeah.
It becomes a part of our operating system.
Well, I grew up like that. We immigrated to Canada, and so it's like, and what my mom saw, what my dad, I'm Iranian background, so
Mhm.
during revolution and
Mhm.
how they are. So everything with them is our parents, I think collectively at this age group, our parents in general, everything is work hard.
Yeah.
You have to have a job. You have to do the thing. Even if you're unhappy, you got to get up and do it.
Yeah.
And so I've been trying to change that narrative for them.
Mhm.
And I want to be the person that breaks the cycle. Like
Yeah.
things are not okay.
Yeah.
My daughter recently got a job. I didn't ask her to, my oldest one. And my mom's like, well, you're going to be doing this till you're 65. I said, absolutely not. You are not doing this until you're 65. There
Exactly.
is an option everywhere. You
Mhm.
can do anything.
Mhm.
I am even through high school. I'm like, you don't need to figure out what you want to do at 16 when
Mhm.
you're not going to know when you're 26 if you still want to do the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
figure it out.
Exactly.
Like, the world is your oyster. You have so much to do, so many options. Just chill. We'll
Yeah.
figure it out.
You know what you just identified without realizing it? Who's the voice in your head making you
Little
feel
me.
bad about your choice?
Oh, my mom.
It's not literally your mom, but it's
I know, figuratively.
the part of you that replicates your mom to protect
Mhm.
you. And you don't need that protection right now, and you don't need that worldview right now, but it's in a part of your brain. It's not your whole brain. It's a part of your brain.
Mhm.
And it's the part that needs to be ignored right now,
Okay.
because you don't want to live a life that reflects that advice. So of course you're going to ignore it, because that's not the outcome you're seeking. Is and not it's not to diminish her life story or anything else, but you're looking for something different, so you're not going
Mhm.
to follow that wisdom. And furthermore, when have you not done everything in your power to take care of your kids?
Never.
So what tells you that you're not going to do that? Whatever happens from here on, of course you're going to do that. From the events from here to when your business succeeds, you'll do whatever it takes to make sure that they're taken care of, because that's in your nature. You've never not done that. So you taking this risk is you, a part of you, trusting that no matter what happens, you're going to have that covered. Just, and like, you know what, like when I paint a picture of the future, I want to be very clear. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. I'm saying, like, even if the worst happened, there's solutions. It's not it's not the end of the world. Even if it doesn't work out, you get another job, whatever. Like, there's a million solutions.
Yeah.
But just saying no more, I want a better life and I'm going to risk something to get it, that's a success in and of itself, because A, you're also honoring your needs and your happiness, and those matter too. And B, your kids need to see you doing that, and that matters for them too, regardless of what happens from here on out. Just that choice mattered.
Okay. All right. Can I get a sneak peek on like November?
Why? Why are you worried about November?
Because then I'm going to prep for surgery.
Okay.
And so, I just want to be like, it's little, because I don't know. There's something about November. And
are you
should I just
feeling there's
wait?
something about November? Are you thinking there's something about why are you so focused on
It's
November? Just because
the
of the
last 2
surgery
weeks
thing?
I've had weird dreams. I know it's going to sound corny, but I've had weird dreams about November and how November is going to turn out. And it was very much so like, not that anything bad was going to happen, like whatever, but it was very, it seems like I'm going to have a lot of reflection in November. And I just want to know if December I should move it to my surgery to January and just chill there and let like the process.
I'm going to be quiet for like 20 seconds so I can figure out how to verbalize the advice I want to give you in the most
Yeah, that's fine.
constructive way. So give me a second.
No problem.
There's a difference between a hunch, a feeling about a date,
Okay.
or the importance of a date, which may be true.
Okay.
And the narrative you build around it.
Yes.
And believe about it, because that comes from your mind, that comes from you, and that is one thing you can control. So be mindful of situations where you unnecessarily write a negative story that doesn't need to be there just because you have a hunch about a date.
Okay.
Because I think that's what started happening. Like, oh, Norma's good, like, because you feel, and I'm saying this with complete empathy.
No, I know.
I'm not judging you or criticizing you, but like,
no,
like,
I don't think it's malicious.
Oh, November's an important date, and somehow you went directly into, maybe I shouldn't have my surgery then. That link is not mandatory.
Okay.
It's not even in the numerology.
Okay.
You could just as easily be like, that's when my business takes off in November. You can easily write that story too and believe it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
What are you thinking about? What's coming to mind?
Nothing.
You sure?
Yeah. Okay.
Wait. So,
waiting.
You shifted into a pretty exciting transit in this year, right at the beginning of this year. It's not just about this being a 5-year. This transit lasts until your 41st birthday. No. 1 second. 35. Yeah, until you're 40. No. I was looking at 2035, not your 35th birthday. So wipe that out. Sorry. I was
You're
looking
right.
at the wrong part of the chart. Still, you shifted into a new long-term transit at the beginning of this year. This transit lasts 2 years. It looks like the slow, methodical preparation of a new venture that becomes, doesn't mean that it doesn't solidify until then, but that
Yeah.
becomes real, expansive, and financially profitable right at the beginning of 2028. So the 2-year transit began in January of this year. You've already been in it for a while. And that's why I would bet it's not just about the 5-year. The moment January started is the moment you started saying, fuck this, I need to get out. And you were
Yeah.
not feeling that in December. It was January. Something shifted in January. And it was almost instant, the disgust that you had. That was the universe saying, it's time to go. It's time to go. And that's why it was almost inevitable that you were going to take that risk, because you had tolerated that place for a long time, and then it just became unbearable. That was just the universe telling you the timing had come to leave. It was perfectly aligned.
Shit.
That said, it is very clear to me that this temporary plan that you have of starting as a practitioner before you create a system is exactly those 2 years, which right now is only a year and a half, because you've already been through the first half. So the rest of 2026 and the rest of 2027, it does begin with that. It's just the simplest way. In fact, I would advise you to keep getting ideas about what this becomes, but to not try to implement them immediately. Just shift into this mode of where you're giving the massages and making all the money you need from them.
Okay.
And once towards the end of next year, once that is so stable and so reliable, which is not just about the money, but about your confidence in being self-sustaining without a paycheck and owning your own revenue, the next stages of teaching others and stepping back from the practicing will begin right at the beginning of 2028.
Okay.
It's a very clear transition. And I also think that it's going to start working immediately, as in you are not just going to get the clients that you have, but you're going to be able to fill that schedule very quickly. It might be like intense because now you have all these massages to give, but it's still temporary. It's just the foundation of this new house. And it doesn't really last very long according to this chart.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're seeing in November on the numerology side. It's just a normal month.
Okay. Cool.
But what I see is an aligned choice, a perfectly timed risk, and more importantly, a commitment to own your revenue from now on. It's in this chart, the freedom that you get from it. Because later on, 10 years from now, when you're 44 and this transit I was talking about before begins, that's complete and total financial freedom. That starts right there. And that's what you're building toward.
I'm sure. Okay.
And like I want to give you the most important advice that's not linked to your numerology chart. Back when I quit my last job, I went for a walk in nature, and it just I wasn't planning on it. It was just a completely like instinctual thing. Somewhere from inside of me, I just thought it, and it felt so right. And I had to go buy a notebook and a pen, write it down and sign it. And what it was is, no matter what happens, no matter how many ideas succeed or fail or what the project looks like, from here on out, I will always be my own boss. I will never have a boss again. That doesn't mean I might not be a consultant or a freelancer, but I'll never have a job again. I will take care of myself, and I'll be self-employed for the rest of my life. Whether it's Teledippy or something else, it doesn't matter. But this is a commitment and a contract that I'm signing for myself. At the time, it felt aspirational, but I meant it. Still going 11 years later, because I think it's a mindset and a commitment. And that doesn't mean every year was easy, but you can keep that up as long as you want to, because it's the strength of character that makes that real. It's not the circumstances or the ideas themselves.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate your time. Honestly, I appreciate everything that you do. I have a calendar. The calendar is like on my screensaver for every month. I've circled the days on my calendar to know that these are specific dates and like why they are. It's honestly, you did incredible. I'm very, very grateful that I was referred to Teledipity, and I'm so grateful that you actually take the time out now to do these readings. Yeah, you're amazing. Well done.
Thank you. I'm
Well
grateful that
done.
you came to the reading, because you gave your kids a gift.
Thank you. I
Their
appreciate
whole
you.
lives will be different because they saw you do this, and you're going to succeed.
Thanks.
And you're going to look back on this year as the pivot point,
Mm-hmm.
the year that started your hero story, and the most important year of your life, because you took this risk.
Yeah.
I see
Yeah.
it. I know it. I want you to believe it.
Yeah. I've just had like a long trial and error process, that now that trial and error process feels like it's finally finished.
Mhm.
The fear is there simply because there was so much that I'm sure you can see that has happened.
Yeah.
From childhood to now.
Yeah.
So it feels too good to be true, if that makes sense now.
Yeah,
Right?
it
So
does.
it's sorry.
No,
I'm also a crybaby.
It's okay.
So I needed that confirmation just to be like, yeah, like this is real.
It is real.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
And life does not have to look or feel like anything that's in the past.
Thank you.
The energy that's starting is completely different.
Okay.
You don't have to expect any year to repeat anything from, like, this is a line in your life. And
Okay.
it's the truth.
Okay.
And
Awesome. Thank you.
you said the fear is there because you've gone through hardship, and I think that's true. I think the fear is also there because it's the first time you do something like this. That's normal.
Mm-hmm.
Fear there with the first time you walk on a stage. Fear there the first time you walk on a field for a sport that you're new in.
Mhm.
Fear the first time you play a piano when you don't know what you're doing.
Mhm.
It's not that you're not built for it. It's that you're a newbie. Fear the first time you got in a car and drove.
Mhm.
That's what it is.
Mhm.
It's not an inability to handle it. It's just being a newbie.
Mhm.
And that's part of the process and completely normal. It has nothing to do with your ability to make this thing happen.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Like, I truly appreciate you. Thank you. This was a gift.
Pleasure and an honor. And
Yeah.
I will not say good luck because you don't need it. Get
Thank
going.
you.
Just call
Right.
in those first few clients. Always in the beginning, every time that somebody gets a good massage from you, don't be afraid to ask them. Please recommend
For
me
the
to my
review.
friends. Please recommend me to your friends.
Okay.
I am building this from scratch,
Mhm.
and it would be a huge help.
Okay.
Everybody will say yes, but they won't think to do it unless you ask. So ask.
Okay. Okay. I will. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Well, not really. You don't need it, but
Like,
Godspeed.
not bye-bye. I'll be in the chat.
Exactly.
Toodles for now.
Godspeed.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's read some comments. How do you handle replenishing yourself after spending your time and energy talking to people energetically when you finished all your readings? Yeah, that's what I do. Every time I say that I can't start a reading right away and I need to answer comments, just like I'm going to do right now for the next 3 to 5 minutes, I'm actually doing that internally. I'm just running that whole process. I can do it while I talk. It's just a kind of like a ritual that I built for myself. It involves visualization, but it doesn't really, like, my system does not have to become your system because there's no perfect formula for doing it. Like almost everything in life is not about copying somebody's formula, but developing your own. And at an even higher level, almost everything in life involves believing that it's going to work. I have this little ritual for making money, blah, 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 and it's going to work. If you have the belief that that works, then it works. It's all about belief. And also about not making those rituals super difficult, super elaborate, super complicated, because the more difficult, the more elaborate, and the more complicated, the less likely you are to do it. Simplify and work on the belief side, and these things are magical. It's all of it. It comes down to belief. Can't pour from an empty cup always sat with me because I couldn't understand how it was possible to not get depleted if you're poor. If you pour, then someone told me it's about pouring from an overflowing cup. Yes, pouring from an overflowing cup, but I don't know. I don't know if I disagree with that or not, or maybe it's a different way of putting it. The fact of the matter is that humans are not overflowing cups. We get tired. We cannot work forever. We need rest. We need to step back. There is no just stepping in and being awesome forever. If you've watched enough of these streams, you know that by the end, I am also very open about it. It's like I start noticing when it's time to just step off because I've been doing it for 6 hours, and then that's it. So if I said, "Oh, I'm an overflowing cup, I can do it forever," eventually that's just not real. But that's very natural. That's how human bodies work. Athletes, they're not training forever. They have rest months, not just rest days. When you're training for a marathon, when you're building muscle, you need the rest and recovery days. You cannot write a book every day. You cannot like the creative powers. They do deplete, and it's okay because they can be refilled. But I don't know if it's about adopting the belief that it's overflowing and ever present. I think it's more constructive to know when it's depleted and know how to replenish it. And you can make that a quick and easy process. But even then, eventually you hit your hour mark. Like I cannot keep clearing after 6 hours. Eventually I'm just going to come to the end of the stream. And then honestly, Wednesdays after the stream, I don't do much else. I replenish, but then I'm not going to keep working. I'm not going to do anything else because I'm not an overflowing cup. My cup can deplete. And then the recharging has to be more than just a couple minutes. It has to be that night and the next day. So I don't know if it's going to be overpouring forever. To do that, you have to find your source so you can be a resource. Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. Você fala português? Eu falo português. Eu falo português, mas o live stream eu quero que seja para todos os usuários do TeleGPT. Os usuários do TeleGPT moram todo mundo, o mundo todo. E então alguns falam espanhol, alguns falam alemão, alguns falam francês, alguns falam italiano, alguns falam inglês. Mas se eu falo inglês, todos ou a maioria podem entender. Então, para o live stream e para as leituras gratuitas, eu preciso manter o stream em inglês. Eu não posso dar leituras em português, pelo menos não agora. Se o stream se torna muito mais grande e tem mais segmento, possivelmente eu possa fazer streams só em português, mas agora acho que não é bom, porque as outras pessoas não entenderiam. E o objetivo do stream é que todos entendam, para que todos conectem com a sua história e todos aprendam algo da sua história. Então, uma desculpa, mas eu não posso dar leituras em português. Eu espero algum dia oferecer, mas no oye y no neste stream. Hola Andrés, hola Astrologística, ¿cómo estás? Hello everybody, sorry for the language shift. Just want to be friendly and respond to commenters in their native language, but my answer is always the same. I want to keep the stream in English, not because I'm choosing English, but because that's the language that most people can understand wherever they are in the world. And the free readings need to have that same boundary right now, because I'm not just here to give a free reading because I want to give free readings. I'm here to give a free readings so that other people can watch your story and connect with it, learn from you, learn about you. And we can't do that if we do the readings in another language. So my first language is Spanish. I was born and raised in Mexico. I moved to LA when I was 19 years old for college. Then I moved back to Mexico when I was 31 years old, 12 years later. I was in LA most of that time. Then I moved to New York for 3 years. Then I was in Mexico for 4 years. 4 years. I did the whole 2020 experience lockdown stuff in Mexico, my hometown. Then I moved to Europe in 2022. I was in Lisbon for a year, and I've now been in Madrid for 3 years. Let's do some questions. I still am in replenishing mode. Not ready for the next reading just yet. So ask me some questions. If you want to be the next person to be read, being active in the comment section will help you get chosen first. So ask me some questions. Let's rant. Let's talk about some things before we jump into the next reading. What is this? What's in my face? I don't understand what that is. Oh. I have this burnt Palo Santo. And I'm all the charcoal is getting into my face. I have Palo Santo. I don't burn it as often as I used to, but it's there on my desk. Laura Fabiola. All right, cool. Not ready for the next reading yet, but I'll be in the next 2 to 5 minutes. Give me stuff to talk about. Remember, it's important for me to take a pause between readings so I can be the best reader for you. If it's too close to the last one, I won't be as good as I will be if you give me just some rest time. And the rest time doesn't mean that I stay quiet the whole time. The rest time is a great time to ask me questions so I can rant for a bit. And ranting on other topics helps me replenish the energy as well. So we get to talk about fun things, and I also get to replenish before the next reading. 2 birds, 1 stone. What should we do with the information in our profiles? That's up to you. I don't know. I mean, nothing, something. Teledippery is not meant to give you instructions on how to live your life. Teledippery is meant to interpret this divine language for you. Sometimes just to confirm things you already know, because confirmation can be powerful. And sometimes just to add perspective that you weren't thinking about that might help you make better choices. But I did not build Teledippery to be prescriptive. Follow these steps to become the best version of yourself. Follow these steps to unlock your superpowers. Follow these steps to be X, Y, and Z. So not judging anybody who likes that. I don't vibe with that. I don't like that. Probably because just the way my personality works and the way I am, I don't like people telling me what to do. So I rarely, I try to bring the same energy to my content. I don't like I'll give my opinion, I'll give my perspective, I'll tell you what I would do in your shoes, but I don't like to say you have to do this to unlock X, Y, or Z, or you have to do this to become X, Y, or Z. So I don't really do prescriptive stuff. I've been asked to do it. I've been told to do it many times, especially when I was not that careful about who gave me advice and for what reason. It's a note I followed off and like, why don't you build something to? I'm sorry, and I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of that person, not you. So don't take this tone as a criticism of the question, because I think it's a valid question. But like, so people telling me like, why don't you tell me what to do with the information? How do I apply this to my life? It's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to tell people what to do. Or tell people how to activate certain things. I want to give them the information they're seeking from numerology, but I think my purpose for teledipity is to either show you what it means to trust yourself and make your own decisions, or remind you that that's the holy grail in life, is to find this part of you that knows what decision comes next. It knows what you need to do to chase your dreams, that knows when it's time to take a risk, to understand how to feel it and trust it and go for it. And the reason numerology helps with that is because numerology is an external validator of that same internal energy, because they both come from the same place, which is, you can call it source, the universe, universal intelligence, whatever you call it. It's the same driving force. It's just one is externalized, the other is internal. But it's the reason why somebody says, like in the last reading, like, I took this risk this year and the forecast told me that I was supposed to take this risk. Why? Because when you enter a 5-year, you're already feeling like you need a change. You don't even need a numerologist to tell you that, because it's already a very strong emotion that's happening inside of you. So of course, when you read the numerology chart, it's not telling you something new. It's just confirming what you already felt. And the confirmation is extremely powerful. But the point of it is not to say, well, Andres told me I had to take a risk this year. I don't want that. I don't want that power. I don't want that. Like, no. I'm saying numerology says this is the time to take risks. Follow it if that's exactly how you're feeling right now. Because the source of your decisions has to be that feeling. And all numerology is doing is confirming it for you. But all of this is to say, I'm not the prescriptive guy. I'm not a prescriptive person. I don't like to do that. What influenced you to move to Lisbon than Madrid? I like, it's hard to say. Like, it was never like a very clear decision. Like, based on clear formulated things. I think that I love Mexico and I love my hometown, but I like to live in a large city, and Mexico City is too intense for me. There's certain kinds of large cities that I vibe with, and certain kinds of large cities that I don't vibe with. It has nothing to do with Mexico City not being awesome. It's just that that I do. There's a certain type of overcrowded, intense energy city like Mexico City, New York City, that I don't really vibe with. And there's other large cities that are more like, that have a different rhythm of life that is more attuned to me. So because I wanted to be in a large city, and because in Mexico, I didn't really feel like the choices fit me. And I also had an EU passport because my great grandfather's Croatian. So I got a Croatian passport so I can live anywhere in the EU. I just came to Europe to explore. I was in Lisbon for a year. I really loved it. But it wasn't a great fit. So I then moved to Madrid. It was the next country over. Both Lisbon and Madrid are countries where I speak the language, and I don't really have time to learn a new language right now. And I don't think it's respectful to move to a country expecting to speak English rather than putting in the work to learn the language. So I thought, well, maybe just go to Spain. And I've been in Spain for 3 years and really love it. I'm not sure if I'm going to stay here forever, but right now I'm just exploring. I'm getting to know cities. I'm moving to cities where I can follow my hobbies and continue to do my work and live a nice quality of life, and then I'll reevaluate. I don't know. That's my best answer. I guess I meant their significance of each segment, but that advice was also very helpful. I know, May. I know. I was not making fun of you, but like, yeah, I don't know. Other than what I can tell you in a reading, and all the information I shared with you in the app about you, about your forecasts, about your year, about your month, about your week, about all of it, beyond all the stuff you get from Teledipity, I don't know that I can say much more. I think that at that point, maybe if you've not that you end, because every year it changes, right? But like once you've consumed everything that I send you, I think, and once you've gotten a reading from me, I think at least my source of knowledge has already been delivered, and I can't go any further. Is that a good answer? It's funny. And again, I'm not making fun of you, but I find it sometimes really funny because I send a whole detailed weekly forecast to premium members. This is the vibration. This is what it means. This is how it reflects sometimes in certain people's lives. These are the good choices that you should make. And this is the key date to look out for. And all of it is explained. All of it is analyzed. All of it is interpreted. And then sometimes I get the responses like, but what does all that mean? And my only answer is what I said. There's nothing more. Everything that I mean, everything that it means is what I wrote. I don't know that there's much else to say. Mexico City is too much. Yeah, it's I'm not really like, cause it's great to visit. Just like New York is great to visit. So I'm not really hating on either of those two cities, but Mexico City is a city that triggers my stress more often than other large cities do. And the same with New York. I just get stressed more because of the conditions of those cities, how they're designed, how daily life is, how the weather works, how the things that can happen to you in those cities, like all of that. Like it stresses me out, so I don't move to those cities. Yes, everything you provide is very thorough. I'm just mid-existential crisis. I understand, man. I understand. What do you think my answer to you is? Get out of your head. Exactly. That's right. That's the answer right there. Sometimes overanalyzing is not about looking for an answer that you're missing, is more about the desire to do something, and analysis is the thing you're most comfortable doing rather than the thing you know is time to do. So sometimes overanalysis is how we check boxes when we want to check a box, but we are uncomfortable with checking the other boxes, and it's okay. I do it too. I did it this year. I've done it a million times. I'm not saying now go start the business or whatever. I'm just saying, like, if anything, it's a good thing to notice when you're seeking answers you've already received, seeking information you already own, seeking analysis you've already completed to death, and to know that there's no more there. Whether that means that you should act immediately, Sometimes it doesn't, but at least it means there's nothing more there's no more information available. It maybe it's just about timing or just feeling ready. Do you think that we can change destiny based on our decisions, or do you think it's immutable? Mariana Molinares. So I answered this exact question a couple streams ago. If after the stream, you don't have to leave right now, but after the stream, if you go to the YouTube channel and find a video that's called, let me give you the right name. It's one of the most recent videos. It's called, it's a video that's called Fate and Free Will in Numerology. That's the exact same answer of the question you're asking. So my thoughts are right there. Your destiny is not immutable. Your destiny depends on your decisions. There is nothing that's guaranteed in your numerology chart. Not your potential, not your life mission, not your success. It's available, but your choices are what allows you to grab it. It's not predestined. But there is a destiny. It's just not a guaranteed destiny. You have to want to align into it. All right. Let me just do one final energy clearance. I'm ready. Let's do the next reading. If you've applied for a live reading and you want to be the next in line, say, I've applied and I'm ready in the comments, and I'll pick somebody from there. Let's go for it. If you want to be next, say, I applied and I'm ready in the comment section. Okay, no one asked to be read for filth. Sorry, May. You see right through me, and it's great in the worst way. The reason I see right through you is because we are similar and because I know myself. So we went through this when I gave you the reading, May. I'm just talking to that former version of myself. I definitely feel antsy and I just want to do something. So spot on with doing what's most comfortable. Analyzing. Yeah. Yep. Okay. We have 2 takers. And we have time for probably 2 more readings. So who are we going to pick? All right. Because there's 2 applicants for the reading, I'm going to let the universe decide by flipping a coin. Let me find a coin. 1 second. I should have coins here. It's my wallet. Here's a coin. All right. Heads, Nicolas. Tails, Astrologistica. Now one on the floor and I can't find it. Where the fuck is it? Oh my god. Let me just grab another coin. Heads, Nicolas. Tails, Astrologistica. Heads, Nicolas. Nicolas Espinosa. Astrologistica, you can be next, so just hang on. If you stay, I'll have you as the last reading of the day. All right, Nicolas, let me find you here. All right, Nicolas, there's an email that went out to your inbox. You have a very interesting birthday. Very interesting birthday. Wow. I'll ask for your permission to share what your birthday is because it's fascinating. Never seen that before. I wonder what this adds up to. Wow. 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 Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you see me?
No, I cannot.
It says my camera doesn't work in studio.
Hmm.
1 second. Let me see if I can. Let me see.
Nicholas, if we're having technical difficulties, it's okay. I might just have to bring somebody else on, and maybe you can try after. Is that okay?
Sorry, you cut off. Yeah. If you want to go with
No, it's okay. But now you figured it out, right?
do you have me on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I can't see myself. So. Let's see.
Do you have headphones? Because there's an echo.
I do. My audio on my headphones are not the best, but let me see if I can make that work. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
And can you see me? Everything good?
I cannot see you.
Oh.
Just hear you.
Could you see me earlier?
Now I can see you.
Oh, you can see me now. Okay. I can't
Now I
see
can, yeah.
the feed, but let me see. I can probably get it on my computer. All right, sweet. Perfect.
Awesome. So tell me about you. Tell me what's going on in your life and tell me what brought you to the reading today.
En el curso de una semana. So, it was just kind of by chance. I just opened my app. I felt like I needed to reread my my monthly like forecast. And I read that it was going on, and I had some free time, so I thought, why not see if I could join. In my life, I'm kind of my forecast for the last 2 months has been very on point. I'm in a weird spot in my life where I'm not really sure what to do, and it feels like a lot of things are coming my way, but also everything feels like it's on hold, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to stay patient and figure out what I can do next without really knowing what I could do next, I guess. So yeah, a little bit about myself.
What's going on?
Oh, sorry.
What's going on is like job change. Can you be more specific? Like
yeah. So I moved to New York.
Also, the camera went off. Your camera went off.
Sorry about that. Let me see. Is that better?
Nope. Now.
Okay.
Okay.
Sweet.
Keep going.
So I moved to New York like 2 years ago, pretty much, and I used to work in freelance film production. Once I moved here, that kind of like halted for a minute, and I was doing some odd jobs here and there. Finally, I kind of started landing freelance film production and started going really good, which is also involves like money wise, it pays pretty good. So kind of my possibilities changed a little bit. I have to move at the end of the month. Like my lease is up and my living situation is not the best. So I'm looking for a
Okay.
new place, but that's also kind of on hold. In New York, everything moves very fast. So I have to like wait a little bit until the end of the month to find something. Um, I wanted to find a place by myself, which also involves money, but then also work has slowed down very much. So I haven't really had any film gigs. And on the other side, I have two other jobs that are kind of like part-time on call, which have also slowed down. Um, I'm doing fine, but at the same time, it's just I'm not really sure what to do with my day to day. Yeah, it's yeah, trying to find work, but also waiting because of situation freelance. Also for the other two jobs is kind of on call, so just waiting
Is
to see if that.
the way that you found jobs before, is that not working anymore? How did you go about finding those gigs before?
Finding those gigs was a per chance thing, but through the other jobs I had, just talking to people, making connections, which eventually led me to make different connections, which started to get me hired. And then, but apparently overall in the industry, it's kind of slow at the moment. So the people I usually work with are also having trouble getting work. It's more of a um, connections, knowing people, them calling you or not. So I'm kind of like seeing if I can make new connections, which is also kind of like a complicated, I guess.
What kind of film was it? Like, it was it?
I'm mostly working in commercial
Okay,
work.
okay.
So I'm a camera assistant. Um,
Hmm.
yeah.
And you like New
Yeah.
York? You have roots there. You want to stay there, or?
Well, so I've also been feeling so I'm originally from Ecuador. I grew up in Ecuador,
Mhm.
born and raised. I lived a year in Italy, and then I lived about 6 years in St. Louis, maybe 5, and now I've been in New York for 2.
Mhm.
Um, I'm kind of noticing I don't necessarily feel like I have a home city or country anymore. Um, my home city has changed a lot, and a lot of people have left, so that kind of feels a little different.
What is
New
it?
York
Is it
is,
Quito or
yes,
Guayaquil or
Quito,
Guayaquil?
Quito,
Quito. Okay.
Quito. Um, so that's kind of changed. My perception of that has changed a little bit. As I was mentioning, my rooming situation is not the best, so that also kind of um, I guess takes a toll within that feeling.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I like New York. I'm not sure if I would see myself here the rest of my life. I do want to go back to Europe, but that's also depending on job, or as you were
Mhm.
mentioning earlier, having like some type of visa or something of that sort.
You don't
So
have
I'm,
it.
I'm I don't have it,
Okay.
no. I mean, I could go for 3 months, but
Yeah.
uh, also money and everything.
Yeah.
Um, So I mean, I'm happy in New York. It's been a good change, connecting with Latin roots that I missed out on for the past 6 years when I was in St. Louis.
Mhm.
Um, it's been good, career-wise. It's been good for myself as well, just expressing myself creatively and trying to make new changes to my life and growing as a person, I think.
Mhm.
Um, so I'm happy here, but I don't know how long that will last. But it is a very stressful city, as you were mentioning. Um, so
I mean, it's for some
yeah,
people. It's not for me.
yes, yes.
I really hated the weather, and I also like, well, whatever. We will talk about that later. Um, the good news that I have for you is that these transits that were active in the years where you were working and doing well,
Mm-hmm.
uh, I can see how they were on pause this year. They come back into your life starting next year and onwards, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031. Uh, what's going on right now is not going to last forever. It's
Right.
very, I can't tell you like this is the date where you'll get a job, but
Mm-hmm.
it's very clear to me that at the very beginning of next year, you feel stable again in a way that's missing right now. So you have the second half of this year to figure out in the best way possible. I don't think that there's a catastrophe anywhere close to you. I think that you can find whatever you can, odd jobs, whatever, to kind of like navigate that. And I think that there's a reason that you're going through this in 2026. The chart is very clearly talking about artistic creation in 2026, about the events in your life inspiring some sort of creative work that's yours, that comes from you. I don't know if you write or like whatever else. Like there's this element of like, I don't know if this is gonna sound super cool, but there's this element of like, let's make Nicolas connect with his artistic voice and go through some shit so that he can pull that out.
Yeah, it very much has felt like that recently. It's kind of funny you say that, but yeah, it to a point, a lot of things have happened where a lot of things were going to happen this month or maybe even like last month, and everything keeps getting pushed to September. Um, and I'm also, it's the first time in my life where I'm somewhat stable financially, that I don't necessarily have to worry about like getting a job right this second in order to survive for this next month. Um, so it has felt a little bit like I need to take my time and figure out what I want to do and how I want to do it and express
Yeah.
myself creatively. And there's been a lot of
What's
bombardments on that. Yeah.
what ideas are you getting? What kind of artistic work? Is it music? Is it writing? What is it?
So I'm mostly a photographer.
Mm.
I paint a little bit as well.
Mhm.
Um, I've I've kind of struggled finding spaces to do photography, like studio spaces, stuff like that. I think in the past has been like a money issue. Um, right now, also just the house I live in. But I've been exploring different ways of doing creative, different things that I haven't really done before with a camera. Outdoors, I mostly shoot people. I've also been doing like a lot of not shooting people recently,
Mhm.
and have been having a lot of new ideas of new projects I could do. Um, I'm trying to like make some books. I've also started writing a lot, which is a little unusual for myself. I have a reading and writing disability, so that's stopped me a bit in the past. I didn't used to like it, and I'm enjoying doing that now. So photo wise, I shoot a lot of film, and I'm trying to explore a lot of different ways of altering certain images and how to utilize that in a different way that I haven't seen before, or that also just inspires me. Um, so that's yeah, I think photography is the main artistic part that
And I
I'm
think
pursuing.
you're approaching it the right way, because there's a double side to this transit. But it's I'll tell you the interesting one, but the interesting one is the one that you shouldn't be focused on, even though it's
Okay.
there. So the interesting one is that this is the kind, like, not that necessarily it's going to be exactly like this for you, but like this is the kind of event in an artist's life, and you have an artist chart. You do. I don't think it's just like a film as a technical career for you. I think you are an artist and a creator yourself, and your journey is taking you to that place.
Mhm.
Um, this is the kind of transit where, like, you, for example, would get in fights with your roommates, would have a lot of trouble digesting that conflict, would pour it all into some kind of artistic work, and would find later, a year or two later, that artistic work is uniquely successful and takes your career to the next level. But that's exactly what I was saying. Like, don't really focus on that part
Mhm.
yet. But I think that the artistic work that's coming out is actually super important to your career, and you'll find that out not like in 10 years, but in like a couple of years, because of the things that are being inspired like right now. Like this is a piece that's coming through the events that you're living. And it's also a spiritual evolution. There's also life lessons that are being taught here. I think that the
Feels like it.
energies that are risky in this 2-number combination that I'm seeing, that I'll warn you about, is in interpersonal conflict and the constructive use of your words. It feels like there's, or has been, or has the potential to be, yelling, insults, like maybe not physical, but very intense arguments and conflict. And that on the spiritual side of it, the test for you is, don't say it. Don't take in what's being said to you. Disengage, deactivate the bomb, and just get out as soon as you can. Rather than feeding into it, either trying to defend yourself or trying to stand up for yourself. It's the kind of thing where, like, just from the numerology perspective, the spiritual lesson is constructive use of your words and destructive use of your words. And on the mirror image of it, constructive and destructive hearing and processing of other people's words toward you. So, like, whatever's being said to you, whatever's like being like expressed about you, like, you do this, you are this, you're that, like, don't swallow it, deactivate it, leave it to them and not to you. These are probably not the people who can judge you accurately. These are probably not the people who can really have strong opinions about you, because they don't know you well. And it's the kind of situation where you feel the need to set the record straight and to tell them who you are, and to make sure that they see you appropriately. But it actually does not matter, because these are not people who have major roles in your life or will. So it's almost like this boot camp in letting people have the wrong idea about you and not caring, and not reacting with either trying to correct the record or trying to give that back to them, like, well, now I have the wrong idea about you too. Does any of this sound accurate? Because it's very clear in your chart.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I don't know if I have necessarily seen or feel like there's a situation where that might come, but I read it in the chart as well, and yeah, I feel like I have a
It's
lot of
on 2
time on
levels.
my
It's not just
hands.
one. Yeah, it's on 2, like, and because you mentioned your apartment as like the place of conflict, I don't know why, like, I put it there. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's another relationship in your life. Just like watch out for that for the second half of this year. In like there's no conflict, not ever, not in life, but in this year, in the next 6 months, that needs your participation in it, or that will be helped by your participation in it. And outside of that, it's probably great fodder for your artistic work. And your artistic work is the point of all this. And your artistic work is what the universe is making space for. I think you can find a job any week, any month. You don't have to wait until January. But I think you'll feel in January like your life is stable again, in a way that it maybe didn't feel at all like that this year. So whatever happens, whatever you need to do to just get through into December, the date that to keep in the back of your head is your next birthday is January. And that's very clear to me.
Okay. You were mentioning my birthday, which you can say it if you wish.
Yeah.
But I was curious what you thought about that, and also just because you mentioned it right now.
It's very symbolic. Can I say it, or do you want me to keep
Yeah,
that
you
private?
can say it. I don't really mind.
Nick was born on January 1st of 2000, like the first day of the new millennium. I've never seen that before. It's really cool. And then when I was looking at the chart, like, I mean, all charts are special. Your chart has its influences. You've read it in the app. I didn't realize that's what it would add up to, but it does.
Add up to in what sense?
Like, because 112 is 4, but I don't know why I was expecting like 3 or something. I don't know. It's just but anyway, artist, philosopher, and architect. Those are the 3 archetypes that come together in your personality, in your types of intelligence, in your contribution. But especially the artist bit. I would very much encourage you to keep writing, to keep photography, and to like just, you're in the film industry for a reason. It doesn't have to be commercials forever. It's your path. It'll go through many chapters, many journeys. Things are going to feel stable again, but you're in that field to become a creator, not just to work on other people's projects. And I think maybe in many ways, this is the year that both makes that clear to you, the talent and the desire, and that helps you tap into that with strength for the very first time. And that's why the year was what it was in your life. And the good thing news is that, I mean, sometimes these transits are not fun. Sometimes people have them for years, and you only have it for 12 months, and you're already past the midpoint. So you're all more than halfway done. And it has an end date, and that's January. So find your new apartment and keep creating, and start seeing yourself as an artist, because you are one. You agreed with the description, but I also want you to know that that's where your future is, your future income is, and your success is. So see it like that, not just something you like to do, but where your future comes from.
Hello.
Are you there? I'm here.
Sorry, you cut out 1 second. You
What's
said
the last thing you heard me say?
that I am an artist, and I am, and then it cut out something.
Oh, you're an artist. You agree with that. It's not news to you, but I want you to start seeing it not just as a hobby that you like to engage in, but as the place from where your future comes from, your future revenue, your future success. This is your path, and it's about more than the gigs or the jobs. It's where you're going to become a creator yourself. So I want you to believe it, to start acting like it, and to tap into it as much as possible, so that you're ready when the opportunity comes, which is not that far off.
Okay, thank you. I guess really quick, you were mentioning, like, right now you just said like the gigs and whatnot. Earlier you also mentioned that, like, odd jobs. Would you, depending on the chart, does it matter what like route I take, I guess, within that for the last 6 months?
It doesn't, because you're going back to film anyway. So this is just about your income from here until December. So it really doesn't. If it has to be DoorDash or something like that, who cares? It's just 6 months.
And as well as, even if I am like working in film, like whichever works
Yeah,
out,
exactly.
I guess.
Exactly. It does not matter. Whatever it is, it's going to be temporary. There's opportunities coming next year to go back to what you were doing before.
And then the apartment situation, I was planning on living by myself, but I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Is there anything within the chart that kind of aligns with what I should do or should not do? Not necessarily to tell me what to do, but
yeah, not specifically. I would tell you, go into your search with that objective. Be open to finding a place that might not fit that, but is 10 times better than what you have right now, because you never know what you find.
Yeah.
I've I lived in 4 different apartments when I was in New York. I remember how like there's no other city where it works like that. It's a very curious place, and it always had to be with roommates. But sometimes you just find these gems, not just the apartments and the locations, but the people there, where like there's actually like new friendships and new connections available. So I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but if you find that, take it, and then you can live alone later. But it's also okay to have that objective. So that's just my personal advice.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you very
My
much.
pleasure, man. Good luck.
Thank you. Many
Talk
blessings.
soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. Nice. Astrologica, are you still there? Astrologistica, let me know if you're still there and you're coming next. Do you believe that resistance to making a plan come true is a sign that you should give up? I have a dream I want to achieve, but I keep running into obstacles that seem to appear out of nowhere. What kind of obstacles? Because I think you may be reading it wrong. I don't know if your expectation is that when you're chasing a dream that's aligned, it's going to happen smoothly. It's not my experience. It's not the experience of most of the people I've given readings to, most of my close friends, most of people's lives that I've studied. It's not always smooth. The thing that separates the people who become successful with the dreams they're chasing and the people who don't is that they don't get discouraged when it becomes hard or when the obstacles keep coming, because it really in most cases it's just a question. It's not a question of talent or skill or even luck. It's a question of endurance. How much can you take while you push the rock up the hill? And if you just have so much commitment that there's no obstacle that's going to make you doubt that you're doing the right thing and that you're going to get to the finish line, then you're the person who's going to get to the finish line. Because trust me, if I said that chasing the dream that's aligned for you is a smooth process, I'd be lying out of my ass, because that was not my experience with everybody. So that's how I feel about that. But let me know if there's something more specific about that question. Thank you, Enlighten May. Awesome to have you with us for another one. Please come back. Loved your questions. I never intend to read you fulfilled. Ever, ever, ever. Astrologistica, are you there? I promised you the next spot. Let me know if you left or if you're still around, because then you get to go last. Otherwise, I'll just ask for somebody else. So let me know if you're still around, Astrologistica. And if you're watching, you've got questions, you want me to talk about something, any questions at all, I'm happy to. While I get ready for the last reading of the day. We're already at the end point, but I'm happy to give one last reading before I sign off. So let me know. If they're not available, apply it and can do readings. Sounds good, Reb. I take a good 2 to 3 minute break between readings, so I just need to clear the energy and get ready for the next one. So if Astrologistic is not here, I'll get you next. But ask me some questions. Let's get chatting. Let's get me ranting. Part of my energy clearance between readings is me talking on another topic so I can shift my attention. Hello, everybody. Bailey Amber. Are you still here? Ask me some questions, Bailey Amber. Also, remember, to do a reading, you have to apply first. Want to go to the link right there? I can also show it down here. teledipity.com/live, or just snap that QR code, fill out the application so I can get all the information I need to do your live reading. And also, participate in the comments. Ask me questions. Make it fun for everybody. It's been a great stream today. Really, there were so many good events today. It was just an awesome stream. If you missed it, there was so much amazing stuff that happened. I recommend you watch it. I mean, it's 6 hours, so I don't know if you'll have time to watch the whole thing, but we'll make clips. So just follow the YouTube channel, and we'll be sharing the clips. And I'll be sharing more videos. And I'll be present. And then we'll come back for the next stream. And we'll do it every week. It's fun. It's awesome. Give me some chatting, people. Also, like the stream, please. That is an enormous help if you're watching. If you've enjoyed the content, even if you're not waiting in line for it to be the next reading, help me out by liking the stream, subscribing to the channel, and thank you for joining us today. We have one last reading to do. If you're watching, give me signs of life. Just add a comment. Even if you don't have a question to ask, just say hi. I see that there's people watching, but the comment section went quiet for a bit there. It was super active, and then it was just like crickets, 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 crickets. Very cool. Still crickets. What's the biggest misconception about numerology when reading people for the first time? It's a good question. Let me think about it. Biggest misconception about numerology when reading people for the first time. That I can give you all the information you're looking for without sharing. It doesn't always happen, but sometimes people show up to a reading maybe with the expectation that I'm a fortune teller, or that I can just look at a chart and explain somebody's life beautifully without the engagement. But the reality is that all numbers have a spectrum of expressions. The 7 is not one thing. There's the unbalanced 7, the overbalanced 7, and the balanced 7, and there's so many versions in between. So part of me doing the best reading possible is getting a read on the person, how they talk about themselves, how they talk about their problems, how they talk about this chapter of their lives, so I can figure out where in that spectrum they are, and then give them the best interpretation, the best advice for all the transits that I see. Because the point of giving a live reading is that I can apply all the numbers to your context, but I cannot do that if I don't get your context. Otherwise, I'm just describing the generic 7, the generic 11 transit, the generic 5 life, and that may or may not fit, but that's me applying the algorithm in real time to the person, the situation, and the specific moment in their life, so I can give the best predictions for the future, advice on what decisions to make, and just advice, general wisdom or perception or information. So I think the biggest misperception is that I'm not psychic. I don't have psychic powers. I just have mastered a specific divine language, and I apply it to people. That's kind of like a doctor reading a blood test analysis. They look at the numbers and they know what it means. Same with me. And that my predictions for the future will happen regardless of what they do. Because this is the same debate around predestination or free will. Transits are opportunities and potential delivered by the universe. Not guaranteed to happen. Not going to happen if you don't do something about it. You can enter a love transit, but if you don't want to date or go on dates, you're not going to meet anybody. You can enter a business success transit, but if you don't want to launch a business or launch a project, you're not going to see it reflected. The universe delivers opportunities at certain seasons with certain transits. What happens in your life is the combination of the season the universe has you in and the choices you make. So going back to the same thing of me, I cannot guess your life from a chart. This is not really what I do. And I need, the more you share in a reading, the better I can be at reading you or reading your numerology chart. If you don't like to share, if you don't want to, and this goes for private readings and public ones, because sometimes people in private readings, like, they don't want to talk about anything. They don't want to talk about their lives. They don't want to talk about their problems. They don't want to talk about their fears. They just want me to tell them what to do. I cannot, like, what am I supposed to do with a bunch of numbers if you're not sharing? Like, are you scared? Are you not scared? What are you worried about? Are you anxious? Are you not? Like, that's part of the information that goes into the interpretations. So the biggest misconception is that I am not able to do much with a chart. I can do everything if I know the person's context. Now, does that mean that I have to be with the person? No. I could do it for a celebrity because I know about their life. I know the years where they had opportunities and stuff. So I, like, if I know the context of a person, I can apply that to a chart. If I don't, if I'm meeting you and you're not opening up and you're not sharing, you're going through a rough time, but you don't want to say it. Like, no, things are fine. It's just not going to be a constructive or useful reading for you. If you pay me for it, that's fine by me, or I'll give you what I can and then whatever. But if you're coming into the live reading, then it's a problem because we're not really doing what we came here to do. So the biggest misconception is that you can get the value of a reading without opening up or without sharing about your life, or especially without being more vulnerable, because that's not how it works, and it's not possible. Literally not possible. How is a reading different from a flow calendar? Completely different. Flow calendar is just outlining weekly transits for the next 12 months. A reading is looking at every part of your life, multiple parts of your charts, longer term transits than the ones that are identified in your flow calendar. And it's looking at your life context, your life mission, every transit that's active for you. And especially, I'm applying the numerology to what you're describing about your life to get even more specific information. There are different modalities of numerology. How did you pick this Western version? I would not call it Western numerology, like it's Western astrology. I don't know that it's Western. Maybe it is. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I picked Pythagorean numerology and this specific modality of Pythagorean numerology because when at the very beginning of my journey, 15 years ago, I bought all the books that were available, not just modern books, but out of print books about numerology. And I saw all the different kinds. I saw Chaldean. I saw different versions of Pythagorean numerology, because even Pythagorean numerology is divided into different schools. And I figured out what made the most sense to me based on how the formulas are structured and what that means in terms of like the interpretations that are coming out. I don't know if that sounds vague to you, but for example, there are versions of numerology that just give you the formulas, but they don't make sense. Like the personal year switches on the birth date, but everything else happens when the digit of the date changes. That doesn't make sense. If everything happens with the digit of the date changes, then you wouldn't expect something to shift in a different form when it's applied to the personal year, stuff like that. It's just consistent logic across all the formulas, consistent rules that apply to different sections, and consistent interpretations, like not a modality that just explains this means this, but a modality that explains the whole structure. Why is certain information coming from the name? Why is certain information coming from the birthday? And it's just all the storyline across the universe of formulas presented in a modality being coherent across every level. And the version of numerology I use is definitely one of the most popular ones. Is the one used by most of the more famous numerologists that came before me. Right now, there's other more niche versions that are getting popular. I don't know if it's because of TikTok or something that are not the ones I use. But I don't know. There's no absolute truth. I don't even like. There's not even like better or worse numerologies. I just wanted the one that felt consistent and clean. That's probably my best answer. Okay, ready for the last reading. If you applied and you're available, say I applied and I am ready for a reading, and I'll pick someone for the last reading of the day. I applied and I'm available. Let me know. And it'll be the last reading of the stream, last reading of today. It's been an amazing stream. You guys should watch. There were amazing moments throughout. I don't think we had a bad reading today. There's been, I'm not going to say which ones, but there's been weeks where all readings are terrible. And not because I did anything wrong, but because the people who came didn't want to share anything about their lives. And I was like, okay, well, here's the interpretation, whatever. But today was incredible. We got into so many incredible conversations about the fear of success, about the fear of being seen, about the fear of charging, about charging for spiritual work, about charging as an artist. Lots of money talk, but in a good way, in the way that I like to talk about money. Talks about beliefs, about rituals, around certain spiritual beliefs that you have. Like, we had a lot of great conversations about growing old. We had an amazing reading with a 19-year-old who's very, very, very Gen Z, and then very wise too. And talked a lot about being 19 and just the differences across generations. And then right after the 19-year-old, we had Jen Koken, who's in her 60s. I don't remember exactly what, and we were able to compare Chris, 19 years old, me 40, her 62, and there were a lot of interesting conversations that came from that. So it was a really good stream. You guys should watch earlier parts if you didn't get to watch it all live. I really enjoyed it, and we're gonna make clips of it for the YouTube channel. Absolutely. All right, Rebecca, you're the only taker right now, so you're coming. Let me see if I can find you. I'm assuming, Rebecca, that you are does your last name start with O, Rebecca? Is that you? Let me know if that's the one, if that's the Rebecca that I'm looking at, and I'll send you the invitation email. My water tasted weird. Rebecca, Reb 8501. Let me know if your last name starts with O, because I want to make sure that that's you. Oh, but that's okay. That is you. Check your inbox. I just sent you the invitation, and I'm gonna pull your chart while you arrive. So, click on the link that I just emailed you, and you'll be joining the stream, and then we'll be ready to go. We are ready to go, Rebecca. Let me see if there's more comments to respond to before we jump into the next reading. Yes, Rebecca, I just sent you the email to your inbox. You'll see a link right there to join me. Hey.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. Oh, it's so weird. I'm hearing the live and talking to you right now.
Yeah.
Let me mute this.
Go to
Okay.
YouTube to mute that one.
Okay.
How's it going?
Good. I've never done a live before. This is so interesting.
Just like a
I
normal
literally-
Zoom call.
Okay.
Tell me about yourself. Tell me where you're from, what's going on in your life, what inspired you to get a reading today.
Okay, yeah. My name is Rebecca. I
Mhm.
live in Los Angeles. I'm a
Nice.
screenwriter, filmmaker, actor. And I literally woke up this morning and got a notification on my phone about the live, and I was like, "Oh, let me join." So I started listening, and
Nice.
then I was like, "Oh, wait, that's so cool. I would love a reading, especially because the last person you just spoke with was an artist, and so I have so many questions about my chart and like this
Absolutely.
year. One of the biggest things that I struggle with, I think, with numerology is like being a number 9,
Mhm.
and like I just don't feel like I'm this selfless philanthropist or whatever. Like
Mhm.
I resonate with the creative part, but sometimes I read the descriptions in Teledipity of the number 9, and I just like I
Feels like a big
I
burden.
feels like a huge burden, and it
Yeah.
feels like I'm just not that selfless. Like, or I don't, or what it, I don't want to be. Like, I
Mhm.
don't want to be. I like so much of my like family of origin was about selflessness, I guess, and or being accused of being selfish. And I think I've spent a lot of time like working on my own self perception and finally just embracing that like to be an artist, for example, means you have to be a little bit selfish, at least with your time or at least strategic, I think. So I like really that's my first question. Like, what do you see in my chart? Are you sure I'm a number 9? Because I don't know about that. And like yeah, well, like what are your thoughts on number 9 and how it reflects
Yeah.
in my chart?
Yeah. So I'm so glad you're bringing all this up because I think it's a good point, and I think, I mean, it's different to describe what the highest expression of a number is versus what the role of your life path number is in your life, and I think it's there, but I think maybe, and it's a good opportunity to go back and read what I wrote and maybe adjust it a little bit in that term, because
Okay.
it's not asking you to become Mother Teresa in order to follow your life mission. It's explaining the the extremes that you always move between in life, and the importance of finding the perfect balance in that spectrum as the way to activate the biggest opportunities and the most happiness in your life. And the data point that you gave me is the exact example of that, is being accused of being selfish and forced to be selfless as one side of the pendulum, and then going to the other side as an adult just to create balance for yourself, not because you went to an extreme, but because you were on the opposite extreme so much that in order to come back to center, you had to experience the other extreme just as a balancing exercise, not because you'll stay there for the rest of your life either, but because you really needed that. And that's actually not that everybody goes through it, but it's a common story where I say it a lot in this way. It's like for people who are overly empathetic, overly ready, willing, and able to help somebody out, to be the savior, to step in, to be generous, to give and give and give, and to be self-critical, to wonder what they're doing wrong and what they messed up in a situation and what they have to change. Normally in readings like that, the way that I'll word my advice is like, you adopting the objective to be selfish is never going to take you to the narcissistic extreme, because you're all the way on this other side. So just for you, just saying I'm going to be selfish, all that's going to do is bring you to the middle, because you're way over there anyway. That like there's not even a risk that you're going to go to the other extreme. So don't even fear it, because selfish and selfless, we can agree on the definitions, but these are words that people experience very differently based on, one, what their experience of an extreme is, and two, what they're accused of, especially by their caregivers and their family, because that warps your vision. And it's also not an uncommon story to be to have parents accusing you of being selfish. Not that everybody goes through it, but it's not uncommon. There's a specific set of conditions that creates that, and I had that too, so I know what it is, and I know what how it, the kind of personality that creates that then must be unlearned as an adult, learning to take care of themselves and learning that that's not a bad thing, to take care of your own house first before you even think about somebody else, because you never learned that skill. So in your for your context in your life, this is not about becoming selfless as the objective, but about finding what it is to be so full internally. The moment you've taken care of self-trust, self-care, self confidence, self-reliance, self-love, I don't know if I already said that, to the point where it's so complete and all those boxes are checked, that your generosity is selfless, not in the sense that you're taking from yourself to give to another, but that you're giving without any interest in getting anything back, not even a thank you, because that's not the reason you're doing it. You're doing it because you can and you want to, and just the act itself is your reward, and you don't care about what happens. This is the highest point, the highest peak of non-transactional giving, which is actually very rare but exists. And that's what your life story is about. It's about reaching that point. You're not supposed to be that at every point in your life, but that's where it's taking you. A 9 will usually, in their highest expression, in their highest vibration, is that kind of person. It's not necessarily this monk that's barefoot. It's the person that gives because they want to give, and they give freely, and they give all the time, not because they want to save, and not because they're associated with the with the storyline of being a giver, or the social benefits of being a giver, or the self narrative of what giving is, but because they just are so happy to just do it. And sometimes to a complete and total stranger. You just hear a story of somebody on the other side of the world, and you're like, what's your Venmo? And you send them $10,000 just because you can and you want to, and you don't even need them to know who you are, and you don't talk about it with anybody else. That's the highest expression of a 9.
Nice.
Well, yeah,
I'm getting
the tears. So now it sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. That's like, I'm so glad you said that, because that's like that's my ultimate sort of like dream, I think,
Mm-hmm.
is to be able to do something like that and do it often.
Mm-hmm.
But it's felt sort of impossible because there have been so many trials and tribulations, and so much of it's just it's been really hard, I think, even to get to a semi-stable place, and that feels impossible at times, having that life.
It doesn't feel impossible because it's impossible. It feels impossible because you're just in the middle of like screenwriter talk. That's act 3, but you're like, what, beginning of act 2 still. Like there's still
Yeah.
some other scenes that need to happen before you get there. So it's not even about fixing anything. You're just not in at that timing yet. So that makes sense.
What do you see in so I'm a 9 and a 9 year. And speaking of that,
Mm-hmm.
like, I know it's a year of sort of like surrender and a closing of a chapter. And I oftentimes feel like I could give this up and like do something else, or like, I think the things that I've been sort of like white knuckling for so long, I do sort of feel like there's like a feeling of I could let go of this and be okay. And I don't know if that's just like part of the transit, or if like that's part of my life's direction. And I think especially with how like tenuous
Yeah.
this industry is right now, and the economy, sometimes it does feel like should I just chill out? Like, I know we're not supposed to talk about health, but I've been dealing with like an autoimmune condition for the past 3 years now, really kind of 4. I was dealing with it for a while and didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I've sort of finally reached a place where I'm learning like, oh, I don't have to wake up and like immediately start working or immediately start writing. Like, I think my focus needs to be on like taking care of my body and introducing movement in the morning, and it's sort of introducing ideas of like, again, I don't know if this is just a transition, or if it's like, hey, maybe your life isn't necessarily wrapped around achieving this big dream, maybe, or this sort of big career. Maybe your life is just about like taking care of you, and like making enough money to pay the bills, maybe do the creative thing on the side. But I think I worry about how intense being an artist, and also being an artist in Hollywood, is.
I want, with your permission, before I give you the numerology answer and the spiritual answer, to express my immense anger and disgust about the context of what's creating these emotions for you, because it makes me livid. Because what you're going through is not without context. We could look at the numerology side of it all day long, but like, this is what's happening in Hollywood is disgusting. And I feel it so viscerally because I wanted to be a screenwriter once. So if anybody can understand the dreams that you have and how you fought to build a career there and what's happening right now, it's me. I'm fucking livid. Because the reason all this shit is happening, one is like the industry trying to use both the pandemic and then the strikes as an excuse to cut back. That's why they extended them, because it was a choice. It was like, well, you know what, we were spending too much, so let's just clear the things out for, like, those are people's livelihoods, those are people's dreams that they worked hard to earn. They're just taking it away because you overspent building these streaming platforms, and now you're out of money, and now you have to do something about it. And the first thing that you think of doing is playing with people's lives. And then after that, it's Silicon Valley jamming AI down our throats without any fucking
care or thought for
to the consequences. Because in their eyes, it's all about, like, well, there's this new technology, let's pour money into it so that we can control this whole new industry, because that's what Silicon Valley always does. But like, this is like, yes, it happened many times before with social media, where like, this one is actually very dangerous. And all of us, we get our culture from artists, from musicians, and from writers. And like the way these things are monetized, they always end up fucking them the first and making them suffer first. And we're supposed to celebrate AI? And we're supposed to be okay with it? I'm sorry, because none of this is your fault. And it does not mean that you're not talented, and it does not mean that you don't deserve all the opportunity you've already earned. It's a shitty situation, and we're going to get through it, but we have to be able to be angry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I love it. It helps validate how I've been feeling. Like, it just feels crazy right now.
But think about the impact. Is like the first victims are the people who followed their dreams and who took the hard road. Those are the first victims. Let's steal their IP. Let's roboticize their work, and let's call it a big success for the economics and for the innovation. Like, goddamn.
And it's not actually innovative. Like, human creativity is the real innovation. But they're trying to frame this technology and moving around all these numbers as if, like, oh, we're on the brink of something new. You're not.
No. And you're never going to be, because that's not how it works. That's not how good writing happens. It's not a formula. It's not pattern recognition. It's not scalable. It's never going to happen. And you know what? The reader also gets it. The audience is getting, like, people who aren't screenwriters are just as pissed. Cause like, you know, when you read an AI written poem, like, there's no soul behind it, because you detect the human that the words came out of. You can feel a soul on the other side of the words, and you can feel when it's not there. I just feel I'm angry for you, because you shouldn't be questioning whether you should drop your dreams in the first place. You shouldn't. And there's a lot of people out there that either already made that choice or are considering it because they just want to live stable lives and pay their bills and keep doing the work that they love. And who is like making decisions to protect that, other than like, well, now let's figure out how to monetize the next thing.
Yeah. And the irony of it is like as a Black woman, like I have more opportunity and like I've built a career in this industry, but at the same time, I feel like I missed a window where like you could write something and then live off the residuals. Like that's how people made this sustainable. You could like create something and then there were infrastructures in place to keep on getting paid from the thing you created. And that also seems to have gone away. And so yeah, it's this terrible sort of like dichotomy and I guess question of like because I also believe in astrology and like okay I was born at this time for this moment but the moment is so chaotic that it makes me question my like life purpose especially lately.
Please don't. I don't. I am not the person who's going to romanticize struggle as like this was supposed to happen and this is whatever. But I am the person who believes at the bottom of my heart that there's always a way, that there's always a path, and that you have the passion that you have and the dreams that you have for a reason, and that even if even if the current incarnation of the entertainment industry has either no interest for it or no desire to compensate it in the form that it deserves, there's always an audience that will.
Mm.
And maybe there's a side road that leaves screenwriting for a while and then comes back to it once the context has changed or once whatever other endeavor that you pick allows you to uh, to create the income that's necessary to go back to the thing that you wanted in the first place. And that could be like less than 10-year journey, but don't like, you can pause the dream, just don't drop it. Please don't drop it. I beg you, don't. Like, that's because that's then they win and they should not. They like the like there should be a moment of reckoning where people in power who maybe never have our interests at heart, but like have their own interests at heart to see like we fucked up and we have to like that happens too. And there's always a way.
Mm.
So we'll get to your numerology chart, but just a writer is a writer is a writer. You can keep writing even if you're not screenwriting for a bit, and there's always an audience and there's always a way to monetize it.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talented, and I can see that you are just from your chart, also from your resume.
My resume.
Well, you talked about what you've done before, so that's enough for me to
Oh.
see that your writing is good.
Yeah, I like to. Yeah, I like to think that like good writing will eventually pierce through.
It can't be killed. It's been around for 300,000 years, like, or whenever we invented letters. Like, it can't be killed. It'll just, honestly, it'll stay out of their hands because they're picking something else. So then we will other organizations, other projects, other places will see the value in it and invest in it again, either soon or soon enough. But it's gonna
Yeah.
happen.
What does my chart say?
Give me content. Like when I said that I didn't want to talk about health stuff, I'm not really referring to situations like yours. It's just that sometimes when somebody comes into a reading and says uh like they have like terminal something, like I don't even want to touch that with numerology, because that's not what numerology is for. But that's not your situation. So give me a little bit of the dates when it started happening, and what how it has changed your life, because I think that context is important for me to see, for me to tell you the right message about the numbers I see in the near future.
Yeah, sure. So I remember October 2022. I had a I had a short film in the Austin Film Festival, and I was really excited to go to this film festival because I'm from Texas originally, and but I just found myself waking up every day being too tired. Like I was too tired to wake up early,
Mhm.
or to wake up enough early enough to go to the events and stuff. But I didn't register that I had a problem until probably I was like diagnosed October 2023 with Hashimoto's, a thyroid condition.
Mhm.
Um and yeah, so since October 23, I've been just like trying to get my levels back to normal. And even as recently as this year, in like March, April, my levels were normal, but I was dealing with all of this inflammation. I'm also a dancer, and so uh, I've been having knee problems. And finally, though, I started seeing an acupuncturist, and she prescribed me some like Chinese herbs, and I think that is helping with the inflammation because I can, yeah, my knees feel a lot better. But so I'm on a path of like, okay, now we need to like rebuild and focus on sort of the root cause of this inflammation. Because while it is happening in the body, I think a lot of this kicked off from stress with money, honestly,
Yeah.
stress with, I booked a job, a writing job, and a pretty big one, and then that fell through, and so it was a whole year of it was like a Netflix thing. So they were trying to find
Mhm.
me to put me on something else, and then I had another job that like it took a year for the deal to close, and so I was just sitting in all of this like deep uncertainty and trying to cobble money to like it was deeply stressful. And on top of like, yeah, just like family stuff of, some of the stuff I mentioned, but like my parents especially really struggled with me
Mm.
going into this industry. They would have loved for me to be a doctor. And that's also like part of I have a movie
Mhm.
sorry, this is more than what you asked,
No,
but
no, no. Go, 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 go.
I have a movie that kind of like speaks to that.
Mhm.
They're from Nigeria originally. And so, yeah, it's just it all feels so tied together. Like it all feels so tied together. So, yeah,
Because they
October
feel
2020.
right about how they felt about that choice, and you're wondering yourself.
Well, yeah, like before I was never questioning
Mhm.
my choice.
Yeah.
And ironically now they're sort of like, I mean, they sort of just like close their eyes, shut their ears, and they're like, you work really hard, something will come along. And it's like, okay, yeah, but also the industry is really bad right now. So they're not as much of the voice in my head. Now I've just adopted that voice myself. And there's some days where I'm like, you really could have just been a doctor. Like you really could have just avoided all of this.
No.
So yeah. And I think sometimes I think of the autoimmune stuff is like, it's pushing me to be more selfish because it's forcing me. Um, but a part of me sometimes is like, I don't know, if you'd chosen an easier path, would you be less stressed? But then I wouldn't be fulfilled. So it's like, yeah.
You wouldn't be fulfilled, and the idea that you wouldn't be stressed as a doctor
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
not. I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Yeah. I mean, my brother's a doctor and like he
Yeah,
doesn't seem not stressed. So yeah.
exactly. But it wasn't. You were true to yourself. That's never a mistake. Is it getting better,
It's
or
getting
is it
better.
okay?
Yeah.
So do you feel like there's an endpoint, like that there's a I don't know if cure is the right word, but that there's a solution, or is it just all ambiguous what they're telling you?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of research and there does seem to be an endpoint for a lot of people. Like people are reversing their their symptoms and they're going off medication and it does seem possible. I
Mhm,
think like Western medicine isn't really talking about that, but
mhm,
a lot of these other sources where it's like, okay, if you can tackle your, childhood trauma and you can, you know, change certain things like, diet and other things, but a lot of people are pointing towards like the way you see yourself and your mindset and the things you tell yourself
100%.
um are a huge piece of it. And and I believe that. I'm like understanding more and more about like the way my childhood was set up told me certain things about myself and I've been carrying them into my adult life. I'm getting emotional.
It's okay.
So it does feel like this is like, especially the 9 year of like, it does feel like I'm closing up
Releasing.
pieces of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it makes sense, this tumultuous ending to your 9-year cycle, just based on longer term transits. It's I think that the metaphorical earthquake phase began in right at the beginning of April of last year. Like when it started to get intense. But if you zoom out in the story of your life, that's basically the bottom of your valley before you start climbing up again, from the lessons and the wisdom that those experiences activated, and not just those 2 years, but the whole slide down that really begins. um and slide down is a dramatic word, because it's not like all of it was bad, but like it does feel like there was a very a very successful, prosperous chapter of your life that was 2015, 2016, 2017, that then begins to kind of like slowly um
Unravel.
uh unravel, from then all the way to that valley that really happened last year. But that you're right there, and then this this climb up is beginning right at the beginning of the 1 year. So just in January, you have a few months to go. And also, I don't think there's more events. I think it's just about the from here to December, the processing and the growing from what already took place. There's not
Mm.
there's not new events happening in your life like that anymore. Um, but the spiritual interpretation of it is taking you to these lessons, which are about more than self-love and self-belief, but they're a breakdown of a lot of narratives that began in childhood, and that your first wave of success were kind of like a like a counter to, like an opposition to, rather than a balanced, effortless search, if that makes sense. It feels like just from the like if you look at numerology as the movie of your life, the narrative of your life, it's almost like your first of many waves of writing success and screenwriting success was you proving, one, that it was the right choice, and two, that it can be done, and three, that your parents were wrong. But it's proving both because you needed them to see, and you needed to see it yourself. So it's pursued with that hunger and that need for proof. So you can imagine a version of your life where that success continues, and you never reach this point of understanding that not that you're not a writer or an artist, but that you don't need to serve anyone for it, that you don't need like stamp of approval, like evidence, like certain signs that you're on the right track, or permission.
Mm.
And also that you are more than that, more than not just more than a writer, but more than the specific success in writing that you were seeking in the entertainment industry. And that finding the true source of that confidence about your talents and about your ability to build a life from them is bigger than the models you were following. Because the reason I'm making this connection is because the health problems came from the stress of that work life that you got as the version of success. So there's a connection there of like,
Yeah.
you got it and it was taking something from you, and this is the outcome of that. And it's not just the health stuff, but the fact that it was just went away as easily as it came because it was coming from that kind of source.
You mean the job opportunities?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The extractive nature of it.
The extractive nature?
Yeah. Of the
Mhm.
of that world. Doesn't mean that you don't go back to that world, but you can go back to it with a different energy and different confidence, ability to say no, or to choose, or to walk away, to have something else that is also your source of not just creative freedom, but of seeing that that choosing a life where you honor your talents was a good choice, not just financial choice, but choice in general. I don't know. I'm just trying to connect the themes because it's about I was proving that I could succeed, and then I learned that the kind of success that allowed me to prove is not the kind of success I want in the first place, even though I am the talented writer that I already proved that I am. Is that making sense? I'm sorry. Like,
Yeah. I think a lot of, I mean, those years, 2015, 16, 17, was when I went back to USC. I went to USC, by the way, also, and went to screenwriting school. So, yeah, I think I spent a lot of the past 10 years almost trying, what you just like to prove
Mhm.
and to like, I always felt like I was defending myself,
Mhm.
especially with my parents of like, hey, here's this big name, here's this big company, here's all these things to almost like get them off my back.
Mhm.
And yeah, I 100% believe that's what brought on this condition was that level of like chronic stress and chronic fight. Um,
It's an interesting
and
question. Sorry, keep talking. I'll come back to it.
yeah. But also I think it's interesting what you're saying about like, that's why they went away so quickly. Cause it has really just felt like this roller coaster. Um, and, and I don't want to, part of I think of what I'm feeling this year is like, I don't want to be on that ride anymore. And I don't
Yeah.
need to be on that ride anymore.
Yeah.
If I can create a life that feels healthier and more stable and more uh free, I know that I can always like write something else, but I can't if I'm like disconnected from myself.
Yeah.
And if I'm chasing all of these oftentimes free work
Yeah.
just because it's attached to a name and maybe it can happen.
I'm glad you said writing, because that was the only thing I wanted to add to what you were saying. Like, there's a difference between going back to that world versus going back to writing.
Oh,
You don't want
explain.
to, like, when you said I don't know if I want to go back there, I just hope that you meant the industry and not being a writer. You know?
Yeah.
Or that specific incarnation of the industry, or that specific way of making money from writing.
Yeah. I think that's what I meant. I like
Mhm.
I the I realized earlier this year I spend more time coming up with pitches than I do actually writing. And I think that's what's been contributing to like my feeling of like, do I stop doing this because it feels deeply fulfilling? But I think it's because I'm so stressed with trying to like try to get the job that I'm not like or doing free work, that a lot of time is diverted to that instead of like just sitting down and writing and just like telling a story, and a story that I want to tell or I want to express. So much of it's like, well, is this fit with the marketplace? And I don't care.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
want to like not care.
Yeah. In the context of your chart and the next climb up and the next 5 years that lead to, and not that it's struggle, like anything you've had before, like all that's in the past, but like the climb to the next peak is a climb, and it's a storyline with many chapters that goes through different different opportunities and different choices and everything that leads to the, I would say, the most important, biggest chapter of your career, which is from age 42 to age 52. There's a lot of power and recognition and success and opportunity right there on the chart. It's feeling aligned for me the way those first 5 years look for a retreat, not permanent, but like a letting go. I don't know if you've thought of a plan, if you know how that would look, of like getting income in either through writing but in other ways, or just a completely different non-writing source, but to still be writing, but now it's a little bit disconnected from your day-to-day expenses and bills and lifestyle for a little bit, that it allows you to write from a place of freedom. I see these transits from the 1 year to the 5 year, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, and 2031 as very aligned with that. But I want to stress it doesn't even have to be like walking away from screenwriting, just more walking away from this paradigm of how you're trying to get your next gig with this specific kind of pitching in the industry, which you're already feeling like you don't want to fight for anymore. I just don't know what that plan is, but it does look to me aligned with like not surrendering, but like let this cook on its own for a bit while I find another trail, and I'll come back to it when it's time. And that does not look like any longer than 5 years to me.
Okay.
But does that
makes a lot of sense. I mean, there are
Yeah.
a couple of things already in the works, and I've been thinking about that, even if it's, like not writing, just stepping away. Yeah. I've been
Yeah.
thinking about this.
Yeah. And I think you'll do your best writing when you find it. And I strongly believe that finding that temporary setup to pay for everything but still have the time and the freedom to write can be found with belief, with the like this is the goal. You don't even have to clarify like how, just like it's the goal. Like I'm gonna find a way to cover everything and still have the freedom and the energy and the time to write. I think that you might do your best writing in a season like that. Because the pressure is off to proof, and all that's left is the talent to express. It's because when you mentioned it, it's like trying to think about where the market is or what's marketable. What might you write when you're no longer thinking about those things, or about how to pay the bills, but you're still writing?
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. And also maybe can help support my directing endeavors if I'm not constantly chasing whatever writing assignment or whatever. Yeah.
And you could direct, and you could write something cheap and get it done. And that's not even a detour. That's just finding an off-road for the same destination, and I love that.
Okay. That confirms a lot of things. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I'm so grateful for this conversation, Rebecca. I really am. I like
You too.
I found anger that I didn't know was there. I maybe had opinions, but I didn't have like, and I think maybe the anger was just coming from seeing the human side of all this stuff that we're just hearing about from just ambiguous stuff. And
yeah.
I think people like us, we can rebuild something new and different so long as we don't give up, regardless of what bigger power players feel like they want to do.
Yeah. Because we know the audience and we are the audience. I feel that deeply. Like, I feel like I have a finger on the pulse of what the audience actually wants more than these execs who have their assistants go watch movies and then tell them what the movies are, or the TV show, yeah.
Yep. 100%. And I like, maybe even like I don't know, like we're storytellers, so we always find the narrative. Like, oh, this is why. Like, I think that my screenwriting self comes a lot into my numerology stuff, because I'm always finding the story in just like the highs and the lows. But like, I mean, this stuff has had like there were always good things, but this stuff had been degrading since 2015. As in there's just like the inability to take risks on interesting things, and the desire to just copy paste, and which was always there, but like even more so anytime I feel like, oh, I want to watch something from the 90s or whatever, I just reflect on how much more variety of things were available back then, and now it's very rare to have original stuff like that that's new, unless it's independent or foreign, but like it's still so rare. And maybe this just fire that happened is what allows that stuff to come back.
Maybe,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I did a scene from 12th Night in acting class a couple weeks ago, and it made me want to go back and watch She's the Man, which is such a
Yeah.
great movie. And
Yes.
like, yeah, like they were making like even a remake of like a Shakespeare classic. It was just
Yeah.
like so original and fresh and fun, and like, yeah, like they were doing stuff like that. And now it's like a pivotal part of like my generation sort of, you know, context of movies and film and storytelling. So it's like I'm hoping that there's a resurgence of that once this bubble bursts and they realize, oh wait, like
You have to do
we're not
original
actually.
things. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why I keep going back to that era. Like I think maybe we're still too close to realize. Like I think the 90s was another golden era, early 2000s.
I think
That's long
so.
gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the shit we grew up with. So
Yeah. Yeah. We shall see. This reading has been so helpful. You have no idea. I appreciate you so much.
Rebecca, for me too. Thank you for the opportunity. I wish you nothing but the best. And I don't know what I can do, but if there's ever anything I can do, please let me know and email me.
Yeah, I will. I really will. I love this app. I love the readings. It's kept me sane literally for like the past few years. So I really appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thank you. And it's a pleasure and an honor. And I appreciate you too. All the best. You don't need luck. And whatever ick has been there for the past 2 years, it's over now. And it's even more officially over on New Year's Eve. So drink tons of champagne or non-alcoholic champagne that night, because that's where the line is. So
Thank
you're
God.
there. You're almost there.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. I'll keep
My
you
pleasure.
posted.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Wow. I don't know who's watching. I think there's only 2 people left. It's been a while. Let me read some comments. I just so grateful that was the last reading of the day, because like I went off. But let me see. Queen, you've got this, Queen. I wanted to say until the end, but I have to get off. Thank you so much, Andres. Rebecca, you got this. You're going to do incredible things. The world needs you, Rebecca. You got this. This was an incredible stream. It was an amazing stream. And thank you for everybody who stayed until the end. I know there's 2 people watching. I just want to close with a thought. I don't even know what the thought is. It's coming through. The world is shit right now, honestly. And it's getting more shit by the day. And we're all facing unique hurdles and unique pressures. And I don't think that maybe positive thinking and all this stuff is always appropriate. But at the end of the day, for whatever reason, even in my darkest days, it's somehow programmed into me. I am an optimist. I'm always an optimist. I cannot look at the future and not see opportunity or great things around the corner. It's how I'm wired. It's what goes into my writing when I talk about your future in the app every day. And it's what I'll always give because that's what I'm wired to give, and the only thing I can ever give. I don't know where this leads, but I know that people like us will make it through. We'll figure it out. We'll find ways to be free, to impact the world with our talents, to have beautiful, adventurous lives, and to write the best story of our lives possible, regardless of whatever anyone who wants to get in the way of that, directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously. It doesn't matter, because the power is in us and not in anybody else. So never forget that, and never stop believing in yourself or your crazy dreams. And that's, if anything, that's what I decided my role is to just come to the app, your emails, the social media stream, to scream that every day, so you don't forget it in the times of your life that normally lead you to forget it, because it's the most important thing. If we can't follow our dreams or be true to ourselves or feed into our talents and make something beautiful out of it, then what's the whole point? So I'm not even going to consider that. So we got to do it. And I know that story has a happy ending. I just know it. Thank you. It's been an amazing stream. Thank you for watching until the end. Thank you for participating. Thank you for the amazing readings that we had today. I will see you. I believe just because of the things I have going on in August, I will do 2 streams. So today's and in 2 weeks from today. So the next stream is going to be let me just look at the calendar real quick. The next stream is going to be on August 19th. No stream next week on the 12th. Taking the week off, and then taking the week of the 26th off, and then in September we'll go back to weekly. So I'll see you 2 weeks from today. Same time, same place. If you didn't get a reading today, you can get one then. Thank you for being a Teledipity user. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for everything you've done to help me on my journey, and I hope that I'm able to help back in any way that I can. I'll see you here in 2 weeks. Have a great rest of the week. Bye-bye.